presentation.
This is a presentation of Fox Sports. The United Airlines pregame show is brought to you by the people of United Airlines. We are united. Last night, the moon shined bright over the big ballpark in the Bronx, and the anticipation in the air was electric. For the Yankees, their dynasty would soon die, unless some way, somehow, the Pinstripes could find a way to beat the mighty Arizona 1-2 punch.
Spencer deep to right. 1-0 New York.
But Kurt Schilling again was sensational, as the righty would fire a fabulous fall classic performance.
Schilling struck him out.
For the Diamondbacks, Mark Grace went west for just this kind of opportunity.
Grace gets into one to right. This game is tied.
They say the World Series is won with pitching and defense, and in Game 4, it couldn't have been more true.
Here's the throw. Out to end the inning.
It seemed as though Arizona would own the right to last night.
Williams back. Can't get it. And the Diamondbacks lead it 2-1.
The majestic aura of Yankee Stadium seemed to have evaporated, or had it.
Martinez hits one to deep right center field. At the wall. Tie game.
Against all odds, the Bombers fought back again.
And it's still these Yankees at this ballpark.
With things even Steven, the Yankee faithful turned their hopes to Derek Jeter.
Jeter hits it into right. Back at the wall. Game over. Yankees win and the series is tied.
Last night, we were moonstruck, moment after moment. Now, get set for another classic World Series game. Can the Diamondbacks regain momentum, or will Mike Messina gain redemption? Game 5, next, only on Fox.
When last we left you early this morning here in the East, October had just turned into November, and Derek Jeter had capped an amazing comeback for the Yankees with that 10th inning home run to even this series in 2 games apiece. Get off at the 161st Street station, and you're at Yankee Stadium. We're all ready for game number 5. And welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. Tim McCarver in just a moment. Wow. What a game we had here last night. Are you ready for more? Can there be more like we had in Game 4? What an evening. What a crazy night as the Yankees became only the 3rd team ever in World Series history to come back and win a game when they trailed into the bottom of the 9th inning by 2 runs or more. They did it with a home run by Martinez to tie it, the home run by Jeter to win it. Meanwhile, for Arizona, a night filled with frustration early.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? And now take a moment in silence to remember the tragic events of September 11th, 2001, and the brave men and women involved in Operation Enduring Freedom overseas, defending our way of life. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention now to the microphones behind home plate and welcome the Boys Choir of Harlem, who will now sing our national anthem.
This is probably a good time for a little vacation, get away from things. Little Hawaii, maybe Fort Lauderdale, San Diego, one of my favorite places. We go Singapore.
Will make his 10th postseason start here tonight. Here's the starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They will lead it off with Tony Womack. Then it's Craig Counsell batting second, Luis Gonzalez hitting third, Rubio Durazo's the DH, Matt Williams the third baseman, Steve Finley in center, Reggie Sanders in right, Mark Grace batting eighth, and it's Rod Barajas with his first start of this postseason. He takes over for Damian Miller, who pulled a calf muscle in his right leg 2 nights ago here at Yankee Stadium. It flared up on him last night. He's out of there tonight. Mike Mussina's 2-1 this postseason for the Yankees.
Mike, a very poor start in game 1 against the Diamondbacks. 3 innings, 5 runs.
He had a terrific first season for the Yankees with a record of 17-11. First pitch, a strike to Tony Womack. 2 out of 15 in this World Series. Both hits came last night. Problem was not getting runners on for Arizona. It was bringing them home. No balls, 2 strikes.
And here we go.
$55,000 umpires, amateur umpires, thought that was strike 3, but it's ball 1. 1-2 with Counsell and Gonzalez to follow. They thought so again. It's 2-2.
That was closer than the 0-2 pitch. You could see Posada setting up outside. A lot of pitchers like the front corner of the plate, but that ball just missing. Good call, Jim Joyce.
Now the 2-2 pitch to Womack. Went up to foul it back. And it remains 2-2. The Diamondbacks last night got their leadoff man on 4 of the first 5 innings. But on the night, 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They hit into 3 double plays. And eventually blew the 2-run 9th inning lead. Another 2-2 into right field. O'Neill coming to get it. Maybe his last game in Yankee pinstripes. 1 out. Defensively for the Yankees behind Mike Mussina, it's Shane Spencer, who is making a name for himself in this World Series, still out in left field. Again, it's Knobloch on the bench with Williams, O'Neill in the outfield, Brocious, Jeter, Soriano, Martinez around the infield, and Posada catching Mike Mussina.
Mike Mussina perhaps has the oddest array of pitches in the major leagues. From his windup, he's much better, as you could see from a stretch. The knuckle curve and the knuckle changeup, and very effective east and west. Outside corner, inside corner.
1 out, bases empty. Counsell takes ball 1 low. Counsell is 1 out of 14 in this World Series, so he's hitting .071, but last night dropped down 3 perfect sacrifice bunts in his first 3 at bats. Trying to get on in front of Luis Gonzalez, who waits to hit next. 1 ball, 1 strike.
When we talk about east and west, we mean inside corner to a left-hander, outside corner to a left-hander. However, he is not particularly adept at keeping the ball around the knees. Waist-high fastballs on both corners is his forte.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ball, 2 strikes. When you talk to Joe Torre about that game 1 start for Mussina, in which he lasted 3 innings, allowing 5 runs on 6 hits and a 9-1 loss, all he says is he'll be better, and his teammates feel the same way, and the guys in the other dugout know that Mussina will be better in game 5 than he was in game 1. By the way, his first home postseason start as a Yankee. Ball and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. World Series Game 1, 3 innings pitched, the shortest outing of his postseason career. 5 runs allowed, 3 were earned, tied for the most in his postseason career. Two balls, 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on in the first inning. 2 out.
An example of the east-west effectiveness of Messina. Watch the tailing fastball get counsel. Front corner. That's nasty pitching right there.
So now it's Gonzalez. He's 4 for 14 in the World Series. At one point it looked like Gonzalez had tapped his way across the plate with what would hold up as the winning run last night until the 2-out 2-run home run by Tino Martinez in the 9th. The dirt for ball 1 to Gonzalez. Gonzalez in that start against Messina hit a 2-run homer in his second at bat against the New York right-hander, as counsel gives a scouting report to Steve Finley.
A left-handed batter will go to another left-handed batter to see how a pitcher is pitching. You never see left-handed batters talking to right-handed batters early in the ball game.
Counsel frustrated with his 1 for 15 start after being the National League Championship Series most valuable player. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Gonzalez to Tino Martinez. Plenty of time, and a 1-2-3 first for Mike Messina. Bottom of the first against Miguel Batista. No score in Game 5.
I think I'm one of the luckiest guys I know. So, and I tell people that all the time. All the cliches about being a flight attendant, you like people, you like to travel. Hey, they all fit. It's amazing. To be here 22 years and to see United grow so much, it's a real service. I mean, the whole country moves on travel. When they close the door, I really feel like it's my airline. We're here to serve. I'm here. My name is Paul Edwards. I'll be the purser today. You're gonna have a great flight. We are United.
This Thanksgiving, one man's future is in the past.
It is the year 1328.
Now he's tripping.
Who be you? Who be I? I be stomping your butt. You put your hand on me one more again.
He's freaking.
Damn, y'all really know how to make a brother feel welcome?
He's jamming.
With these hands, I make fire.
We have fire.
He's Martin Lawrence.
911, white man down.
Black Knight, rated PG-13.
I holla.
November 21st, only in theaters.
Discover the most amazing digital music and video with the Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
Lou Gehrig once said, "I've been in ballparks for 17 years and never received anything but kindness from you fans."
Joe DiMaggio said, "There is always some kid who may be seeing me for the first or last time. He deserves my best."
Roberto Clemente said, "I believe we owe something to the people who watch us."
Thank you, fans. Thanks.
Thank you, baseball fans.
Miguel Batista makes his 3rd postseason start. He is 1-1 this season. We give you the starting lineup for the New York Yankees. They lead it off with Derek Jeter. Then it's Paul O'Neill in right field. Bernie Williams hitting 3rd. Tino Martinez cleans up. Jorge Posada bats 5th. Shane Spencer in left. David Justice moved down to the number 7 spot. He's the DH. Scott Brocious at 3rd. And Alfonso Soriano is batting 9th. He's the second baseman.
48 appearances this year for Miguel Batista, but very flexible for Bob Brenly and the Diamondbacks. 18 starts. And Brinley saying before the game that Batista had 60 walks this year in 140 innings. If he throws strikes, it could be very, very difficult on the Yankees.
Standing ovation for Jeter as he leads it off in the bottom of the first. Into right field, pretty well hit. Sanders back to get it. 1 out. Reggie Sanders, part of the Arizona defense. Batista throws 1 pitch to get the first out of the first. It's Finley in center, Gonzalez in left. And same on the infield. The exception is Rod Barajas. He's behind the plate for the injured Damian Miller, a right calf strain. So Miller is out. He'll get the benefit of 2 days off with a travel day tomorrow. And Rod Barajas really struggled in trying to curtail the opponent's running game.
Usually with stuff like that, a pitcher would have 35 starts a year, but surprising stuff for a spot starter, a hard breaking ball, and as we said, control could be the issue.
94 miles per hour for Miguel Batista, who's pitching on 10 days rest. Consider that during the regular season he averaged only 2.9 days of rest between appearances. So he has had a week and a half to think about his first World Series appearance. 2 balls, no strikes as he falls behind O'Neill. A guy who came up with Pittsburgh as a Rule 5 acquisition in '92. Was up with the Marlins in '96, went to the Cubs in '97, Montreal '98, '99, half of 2000. Then on to Kansas City. And this was his first year with Arizona. And he's fallen behind O'Neill 3-0.
Derek Jeter swinging at the first pitch. We'll see if Joe Torre gives Paul O'Neill the hit sign here. If he does, O'Neill will look down and in.
I talked to O'Neill during the pregame part of our night as he draws a 1-out walk. O'Neill, who came to the Yankees in '93 and has been right at the center of the success with Joe Torre at the helm, has played 9 seasons here, a .303 average over those 9 years, a member of 4 World Championship teams, 18 or more home runs the last 9 years, the longest streak by a Yankee since Mantle.
He has flourished here in New York, only a .259 lifetime average in Cincinnati, but has he ever picked it up as a Yankee?
Here's Bernie Williams. Williams 3 out of 14 in this World Series, while the Yankees as a team are hitting only .160. They've scored a total of 7 runs in the 4 games played. But it's been good enough to somehow win the last 2 games to even this series.
Good play by Rod Barajas, his first World Series appearance. And only his 2nd appearance in this postseason. And it was the best way to find it out. He found out about 2 hours before game time that he was catching instead of losing sleep last night.
Damian Miller on your right, the everyday catcher for the Diamondbacks, so valuable to this team. It's Barajas tonight. The Yankees may test him before the end of the night. Had the worst percentage in throwing out potential base stealers in the National League with a minimum of 30 attempts. You combine that with Batista. Opponents were 24 for 30 against this right-hander and stealing bases against him. Now it's 6 in a row out of the strike zone from the hand of Batista, and a visit from Barajas.
Yeah, our parting words from Bob Brinley today. Good stuff if he has good control. Bob Welch now behind Bob Welch, the pitching coach, behind Bob Brinley. The one thing that you see with pitchers who have control problems, they carry their hands lower because the pitches, for the most part, are easier to control. We talked about Brian Anderson, the left-hander, the other day, bringing his hands down. And you could see Batista releasing the ball with the hands at his waist.
On 2-0, that misses. It's 3-0. Total of 8 pitches. The first one of the night was lined into right by Jeter. And a 4-pitch walk to O'Neill, and it's 3-0 on Bernie Williams with Tino Martinez on deck. Swinging on 3-0 and a flare into left for Gonzalez. There's a big out for Miguel Batista, 2 away.
After 7 straight balls, I don't think you give Bernie Williams the hit sign right there. Paul O'Neill, it's different, 3 in a row. But Batista had thrown 7 in a row, and this one may have been out of the strike zone. I do not think that's good strategy, hitting 3-0 after a pitcher has thrown 7 straight balls.
Big hand for Tino Martinez as he steps in. One on, 2 out. Martinez had been 0 for 10 in this series prior to that 9th inning home run. His first hit of this series tied the game last night. Here he takes ball 1 in the dirt. Martinez, who carried this Yankee offense in the second half of the season, was their most consistent hitter really all year, leading the team with 113 RBIs, is hitting only 167 in the postseason. Out in front of that pitch, and the count 1-1.
You can see Barajas sitting inside. The pitch was away. That's a nasty downward movement. Looked like a splitter from Batista.
A 1-1 foul. Batista's had 2 very good starts this postseason. He won Game 3 of the division series in St. Louis with 6 innings, allowing 2 runs on only 3 hits. And then in Game 2 of the National League Championship Series against Atlanta, he went 7, allowing 3 runs on 2 hits. And here he is 10 days later, starting Game 5 of the World Series, with the series even at 2 games apiece. 2-2 on Tino Martinez. Check on O'Neill. These Yankees have won 9 straight World Series games here at home. That's a record. Winning 2-1 in Game 3, and last night 4-3 in 10 innings. Another check on O'Neill. The 2-2 count on Tino Martinez at the plate. Front and foul into the Yankee dugout.
With 2 out and a runner on first, the more looks at a pitcher by Paul O'Neill, the more inclined he is to run. So the more foul balls, the more inclined he will be to take off.
A guy who at the age of 38 stole 22 bases this season. Another throw over by Batista. .30-year-old Dominican right-hander Miguel Batista. The 2-2. Lined fair down the right field line. Takes a hop, goes right to Reggie Sanders. First and third, 2 out on a single by Tino Martinez.
Martinez lightning fast with that swing on the inside fastball. A cut fastball, just fair. And the Diamondbacks got a break when that ball hit the corner of the right field stands and bounced right to Reggie Sanders. Otherwise, it rattles around in that corner, and perhaps O'Neill could have scored.
O'Neill showing the frustration as thought he might have a chance to score all the way from first on that ball down the line. Now it's Jorge Posada. Runners at the corners, 2 out. And a strike from Batista.
Yeah, O'Neill knows how tough it is to play right field in this stadium. Ball's down the line. If there is no fan interference, it can rattle around there, hug the wall, allowing that runner to score, as you see in that area right in there.
The Yankees are 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position in this World Series. And Posada's behind on the count 0-2.
One more time, that ricochet right there. The Diamondbacks catch a break.
Posada strikes out in the first inning is over. So the Yankees get a walk, a hit. Miguel Batista on 10 days rest gets around the walk and the hit, and after 1 inning in game 5 there is no score.
Now I know you're engaged, but in our house it's our rules. Good night.
Well, good night, sir.
Good night, Daddy.
Why settle for an ordinary beer when you can have the smooth, satisfying taste of Michelob Light?
Scoot over. Here.
Such a nice boy.
So what'll it be? Beer or Michelob Light?
Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe. Spin it, spin it, spin it.
All around the world, Siemens helps companies prosper by providing them with systems and controls that assure quality regardless of quantity. Whatever the product, wherever consumers consume, we want to help them savor life better.
Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe.
You're going to hear a lot of secrets about winning from a lot of drivers. Well, I'm going to let you in on this 3-time champion secret, okay? Good lunch. Can't win on an empty stomach.
I hear you. When you're hungry, nothing's better at satisfying that crave than Wendy's Bacon Mushroom Melt with 3 strips of bacon and mushrooms in a cheddar sauce. Now that's a lunch.
Should I get the combo? Get the combo.
Wendy's Bacon Mushroom Melt. When you gotta have one, you gotta have one.
Rookies. Hey, they're all alike.
Remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great, even late.
Freeze! Jet Li. The One, rated PG-13, opens tomorrow.
You know, I heard that the new front end has a really aggressive look. Like the grill is like.
Wow. That's gonna look good. Yeah, that looks good. I want it right now.
Yeah.
Radio Shack is the place people go for specialty batteries for all kinds of things. Choose from over 1,000 batteries. Radio Shack has more power. Radio Shack. The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by the people of United Airlines. We are united. By Siemens. Siemens, global network of innovation. And by Radio Shack, official sponsor of Major League Baseball.
Second inning with no score. It'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Arizona. Durazo, Williams, and Finley against Mike Messina, who struck out 1 in the first inning. And a Rubio Durazo, who didn't play in game 1 or 2. 3 out of 6 with 2 walks the last 2 games, leads it off. And takes it high, ball 1.
Lack of the designated hitter in Phoenix. Bob Brunley playing Mark Grace. Durazo getting a chance with the designated hitter. It'll be interesting to see what Bob Brunley does in games 6 and 7. If there is a 7.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Got it past the bat of Durazo. Talked to Bob Brenly about a Rubio Durazo, and he just glows when he talks about this young left-handed hitting first baseman.
Just lightning fast through the strike zone. Bat speed.
Durazo hops out of there. Hermosillo, Mexico. Signed away from the Mexican League by the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he came flying through their organization 2 years ago. Last year slowed by a couple of wrist injuries. And this year, a lot of his playing time was cut down by a bad back. Speaking of a guy who's had his fair share of injuries, Matt Williams waits on deck. Here comes a 2-ball 1-strike pitch. Durazo into center field. Williams. 1 out. Nice moment before the game here at Yankee Stadium when one of the most beloved Yankees to play for this organization stopped by, waved to the crowd. Don Mattingly, Donnie Baseball, and after throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, came over to Mayor Giuliani and gave him his jacket. Don Mattingly, one of the more popular players to come around with this team, has been coming around this team a lot more often lately. Called upon by Joe Torre to help Tino Martinez and others through the course of the season with their swing. And isn't it typical that Martinez gets his first hit last night, the game-tying home run, and Don Mattingly shows up?
Yeah,
after the fact.
Yeah, right. Got to hit his first time tonight. Lightning fast, as we said, on that fastball inside.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Matt Williams. 0-2. Matt Williams, after the thrill of that 7th inning 3-run home run in game 2, has not done anything at the plate and is only 3 out of 13 overall in this World Series. Here's an 0-2. 2 out.
Joe, there have been as many bad swings thus far in this World Series as any in recent memory. You could see Matt Williams front side way out of there. He misses this ball by about 6 inches. But it's not exclusively Matt. Hitters on both teams are doing poorly.
In fact, if you take Mike Mussina's game 1 start out of the equation, the pitching in this World Series has just shut down each offense as Finley takes strike 1. The numbers for Finley in this World Series: 2 out of 10. Take that start by Mussina out. The rest of the starters for each side, a combined ERA of 1.85, averaging 7 innings per start. No balls, 2 strikes on Finley. Clemens got this started for the Yankees in game 3. Orlando Hernandez, the bullpen, including Rivera, good enough for New York last night. Andy Pettitte will be the game 6 starter for New York against Randy Johnson. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Finley.
Andy coming up to us in the parking lot before the game saying, "You guys doing the game on Saturday?" We said, "Yep." He said, "Well, I want to remind you to wish my son Josh, who'll be 7 on Saturday, a happy birthday. So we'll do it prematurely, Andy. How's that?"
Here's a 1-2 pitch. 2-2. That's a pretty good Deer Park, Texas accent you got going there.
Yeah. I've worked on that for a long time.
I'm sure you have. Home plate umpire caught a piece of that pitch in the dirt. It came up and got him, and Jim Joyce is walking around trying to shake off the pain. It got him on the right arm.
It got Jim because it did not get Posada. Jorge going to his right and off the right arm of Jim Joyce.
Joyce is joined by Dana DeMuth at first base, Steve Ripley at second, Mark Hirschbeck at third, then Rapuano down the right field line, and Dale Scott down the left field line. They're looking at the hand or wrist of Jim Joyce. Former American League umpire, now the umpires all under one Major League Baseball umbrella.
Gene Monahan, the trainer for the Yankees, the head trainer, Steve Donahue, the assistant trainer, looking at Jim. Appears to be all right. That's his strike calling hand, too.
See if that right hand is tucked behind his back on the next pitch.
Looked like it was tucked there, but it nope, came up and hit Jim on the right forearm, right below the elbow, it appeared.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out, nobody on, and Finley looking for the first Arizona hit. Popped up foul back behind the plate. So Finley in a battle with Messina. Question is who will take a 3-games-to-2 advantage out to the desert. Travel day tomorrow and then game 6 on Saturday night. Another 2-2. And Jim Joyce is thankful that Posada got his body in front of that. It's 3-2.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks will be flying to Phoenix tonight, arriving about 5 a.m. The Yankees will not travel until tomorrow. That is pretty standard practice since the Yankees are home. Get to sleep in their own beds, says Joe Torre.
Randy Johnson will start game 6 against Andy Pettitte. Saturday, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Here's a 3-2. Finley fouls it back and out of play. A rematch of game 2 when Andy Pettitte went 7 innings. Randy Johnson went all 9, allowing 3 hits, no runs. Andy Pettitte really threw the ball well that night, but was matched up against Randy Johnson, and nobody was going to beat Randy Johnson in game 2.
And the big blow, as you said earlier, the 3-run home run by Matt Williams against Pettitte.
Another 3-2 to Finley. And the inning is over. 3 strikeouts now for Messina. He has been perfect through 2. Batista stranded 2 runners on in the first. He'll take on Spencer, Justice, and Brocious with no score.
If you have people waiting for you to come home for the holidays, we wouldn't want to slow you up. After all, the best gift we can give each other is time together. But there is one stop you might want to make before you go, your Chrysler, Dodge, or Jeep dealer. Because for a limited time, we're including the security of 7-year or 100,000-mile powertrain protection with every new vehicle, plus 0% financing on select models. So before you head home for the holidays, stop by our place. After all, we'd like to see you too.
Is that the new Taco Bell chicken quesadilla? Yeah. Ah, the hot new handheld. Nice. But does it come with any games? Oh, yeah.
Now get a new chicken quesadilla with 3 melted cheeses or a medium or large drink and get a scratch to win game piece. You can instantly win an Xbox along with 4 hot new games rated every 1 to teen or one of millions of other prizes. To get your hands on the hot new Xbox, you gotta think outside the punch.
Find the seams. It's the splitter. No, it's the high heat. Did I lock my keys in the car? Is that Sosa? Going for my Pepsi. Sammy.
The 1-liter Big Slam from Pepsi. More of the taste you go for.
The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by The Joy of Pepsi, by Shallow Hal, a new comedy from the Farrelly Brothers, special sneak preview tomorrow, and by Taco Bell's new chicken quesadilla.
Bottom of the second, no score. Bottom part of the order for New York against Miguel Batista, who allowed a 1-out walk. Then a 2-out hit to Tino Martinez, but struck out Jorge Posada to strand 2. And on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, the count's 0-1 on Spencer. Spencer has done plenty in each of the 2 wins for the Yankees so far in this series. Games 3 and 4. He's done it defensively. He's done it offensively. And the home here 0-2. Whether it's been a diving catch, it's been his throwing arm, or a home run in last night's game, Spencer is right now a solid part of Joe Torre's lineup. Good pitch from Batista. Second strikeout for the Arizona right-hander. 1 out.
A good splitter right there. Get Spencer. You could see Shane swinging over that pitch. We talked about Batista and where he holds his hands, delivering the ball with his hands around his waist. Mike Mussina's not like that. Mussina doesn't have control problems, but Batista does. Consequently, Mussina holds his hands high when he delivers the ball. Batista holds his hands low. Usually the lower a pitcher carries his hands, the more problems he has with control.
Missing with ball 1 to David Justice, whose only hit came because Craig Counsell lost his footing in last night's 9th inning. Another swing and another miss by David Justice, who has 8 strikeouts in 9 at-bats in this World Series. Yet Joe Torre continues to put his name in the Yankee lineup. Chuck Knobloch has been on the bench. Spencer has been in there. Justice has stayed in there. He grounds to short. Stayed down for Womack, and Tony stayed down on it, 2 away. Tony Womack, a guy who's bounced around defensively, former everyday second baseman in Pittsburgh. Then he came to the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks handed a huge contract to Jay Bell and eventually turned him into a second baseman, so they put Womack out in right. He's now come back into the infield, and he's played a solid shortstop, committing only 8 errors during the regular season. Well, he has committed 3 in the postseason. 2 out, nobody on, and Scott Brocious rounds it up the middle. Diving stop, Counsell. What a play, inning over. Craig Counsell to his right took a hit away from Scott Brocious. He always lets you know he's in the game. Might not be with a bat, with the glove. We know he's in Game 5.
I'd been waiting for a day like this. A day when an all-in-one wireless plan would make things simple for people. The Sprint PCS Total Digital Connections plan is here. It brings all the best features together: clear calls, nationwide long distance, voice command, and wireless web. Thanks, boy. And now it's my job to tell the world.
Total Digital Connections plan, only from Sprint PCS.
Great. Credit card bill.
Look at these fees.
Honey?
One rate for purchases, higher rate for cash advances, and those telemarketers.
Relax. We switched to Capital One's new no-hassle card.
Introducing Capital One's new no-hassle Platinum Card. No balance transfer fees, no telemarketing, one low fixed rate.
Honey?
What's in your wallet?
Meet Max. Energizer Max. Introducing a new, powerful Energizer. Energizer Max. Now with the power inside to keep you going. And then some.
you have the bunny inside?
I'm Miss Fix It, do it right 100% of the time, all the time. I fix them, they fly them. 747s, 777s, 757s. Once I get the aircraft done, it's customer service, ramp, cargo, in-flight. That's how you become a team. We want the customers to feel comfortable. We want them to come back. We want them to feel that they're taken care of. And then you guys are off and flying. Point A to point B, no problems, no ifs, ands, or buts. You there? We are united.
Fox tomorrow.
Now you've done it.
Halloween brings out the freaks from the future.
Do you have any idea where your body might be?
Not a clue.
The hit series Dark Angel.
Had a real nice time. Call me.
A special Halloween episode, 8/7 Central tomorrow on Fox.
Bob Brenly, wearing a microphone, had this early assessment on the pitching of Miguel Batista.
How about? That's big for him right there. If he can throw that pitch for a strike when he's behind.
That was a 1-0 slider to David Justice.
Reggie Sanders takes a pitch high for ball one, and we're underway in the third inning with no score.
Most major league pitchers who can throw breaking balls in fastball situations are going to be effective, and Bob Brenly, an ex-catcher, knows that.
Talking to his pitching coach, Bob Welch, as Sanders pops one down the left field line. It's hooking into the seats and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bob Welch, who actually pitched in the World Series with the Dodgers against the Yankees in both 1978 and 1981. And his season in 1990 of 27-6 was one of the best pitching seasons in the last 20 years. Here's a 1-1. That's strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Sanders as Messina looks for his 4th strikeout. Grace to follow, and then Rod Barajas, the number 9 hitter, the catcher, filling in for Damian Miller. Here's a 1-2. 1 out, strikeout number 4. Continue to talk about pitching. We talk about Bob Welch. Game 2 of the 1978 World Series. Dodgers held a 1-run lead with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. 21-year-old Bob Welch, pitching in relief, strikes out Reggie Jackson. However, later Reggie hit a home run off Welch in the series. The Yankees won it in 6 games. Boy, that was a good Dodger team.
Well, I'll say. Dodger team that kept the same infield together for 9 years. Steve Garvey at first, Davey Lopes at second, Bill Russell at short, and Ron Say at third.
Saw Yeager, the catcher, who was there for a long time. Actually, is credited with developing that flap that hangs down from a catcher's mask to protect the throat. Now most catcher's masks, if they're not the hockey style mask, have a wire instead of that flap hanging down for extra protection, so a ball doesn't get up under the chest protector. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Grace. The home plate umpire Jim Joyce is going to stay on his toes back there tonight. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, usually with pitching like this in the World Series, home plate umpires have problems because of the action of the pitches. Messina with an excellent knuckle curve thus far.
On the outside corner with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, it's 2-2.
Might get to 2 strikes on Mark Grace, but he is very difficult to strike out.
Messina struck out 4, 1 out, top of the 3rd inning, no score. Just inside for ball 3. Time called at the plate. Yankee pitchers now have retired the last 15 Diamondback hitters. Going back to last night's game. And after Stanton gave up a couple of runs, good work by Ramiro Mendoza, and then the typical work by Rivera to help the Yankees win. So with 2 strikes, Messina cannot put away Mark Grace. And the Diamondbacks have their first base runner, a 1-out walk in the 3rd inning. Barajas will come up this week. Fox NFL Sunday begins with America's #1 pregame show as JB, Terry, Howie, and Chris get you ready for kickoff. Then the Buccaneers will take on the Packers in an NFC Central battle. The Buccaneers coming off a dismantling of the Minnesota Vikings this past weekend, taking on Green Bay. Cowboys will also battle Kerry Collins and the Giants. Eagles and the Cardinals or other regional action. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific here on Fox. Here's Barajas with his first at bat of the postseason. A guy who hit only 160 during the regular season while he was with the big league club. But while playing at AAA Tucson in 45 games, hit .321 with 9 home runs.
He started the season with the Diamondbacks, was sent down on June 15th, called up for 5 days in July, and returned in September.
26 years old. Facing Mike Messina, and ahead on the count, 1 ball, no strikes. 1-1. Of all the games for Damian Miller to come up lame, as he pulled a right calf muscle 2 games ago, and he tweaked it again last night, so he's out of the lineup. It really plays into the Diamondbacks' hands as Barajas really worked well with Miguel Batista down the stretch. 2 big starts against the Dodgers when the Diamondbacks were still in a battle for the National League's Western Division. Division they won by 2 games over the Giants. That's foul. The count 1-2.
I think if Damian Miller were a left fielder, he could have played tonight. But because he's a catcher and has to squat, that's what makes the calf muscle strain much more difficult and limits his mobility.
Pitcher's able to blow into that pitching hand, although the temperature really is probably warmer tonight than it's been at any point in this World Series here in New York. Barajas checked his swing, and it's 2-2. It's a little warm up as we make our way back to the desert. 90-degree heat during the day and in the 80s at night.
Barajas holding up, called correctly by Dana DeMuth, first base umpire.
It's up to 61 degrees tonight.
Very comfortable.
Grace at first with 1 out. He drew a walk. Barajas with a count 2-2. Into center field, a base hit. First at bat in the postseason, and Barajas singles to center. It's 2 on with 1 out, and you can hear Eddie Rodriguez, the first base coach, applauding Barajas in his first World Series at bat. He's on with a hit.
That's the best thing, as we said, to tell a young catcher 2 hours before the game that you're playing. No time to get nervous. Good at bat by Barajas. Now, facially, Barajas looks like John Franco, the excellent reliever of the New York Mets. A little bit, no?
That's a no sale over here.
No?
2 on, 1 out. Womack pops it into left field, and Spencer back to get it. 2 away, and the inning will be up to Craig Counsell. Grace almost too late getting back to the second base bag as Spencer threw in behind the runner.
Mark Grace lackadaisical in his approach. I think Grace thought Spencer was going to third. There's Grace right there. Mark thinking Spencer's going to third. Whoa!
That'll make you hop a little bit in your 14th year in the big leagues. As Craig Counsell steps in with 2 on, 2 out. He's already made a terrific defensive play. He's 1 out of 15 at the plate in this series. One of the more awkward approaches to hitting that exists not only in the big leagues, but in Little League, in the minor leagues, you name it. This is a strange way to try and hit a baseball. Two on, two out. A strike and a throw behind Grace, who's able to get back. Even with Posada popping up to throw down to second, the home plate umpire, Jim Joyce, gave Messina the strike.
It's a good play by Posada because Mark Grace is not a fast runner, so he has to cheat somewhere. He has to try to get an extra step or two. And Jeter trying to slip in behind Mark. Nothing doing.
Grace is thinking, what are you guys trying to do to me?
Yeah. First Spencer, and now Posada.
Here's an 0-2 from Messina, who has struck out 4. Posada dropped it, tags him. Counsell has struck out twice, and Messina gets around a walk and a hit. Diamondbacks get their first base runners, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. They call him Moose for obvious reasons. No score, bottom of the 3rd.
Some of the great moments of the 2009.
Troy, I know you got out for a reason. You're worried about getting hurt. But it's a year later. I really think it's time. If you don't get back in, you're going to regret it. Remember what I told you. Think mutual funds. Stay diversified.
Any tax implications?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
Is there a healthcare fund that looks attractive?
At Schwab, our mutual fund advice is always objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. Call 1-800-4-NO-LOAD to find out which fund is right for you.
2 thumbs up for K-Pax, the #1 movie in America. An extraordinarily original and moving motion picture.
What the hell?
See this film.
And be prepared for anything.
K-Pax, rated PG-13, now playing.
That is pathetic.
Hey, those are our kids you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about your ordinary fast food. You could try new KFC Honey Barbecue Wings.
Hurry, get 8 KFC Honey Barbecue Wings for only $2.99 or 20 for only $6.99.
There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
How do you go through these so fast?
I don't know.
I want my kids to grow up with a sense of family.
Here's your lunch.
A sense of belonging. That's why getting this house was so important.
Peanut butter.
You love peanut butter. Because no matter where they go in this world...
Remember, you come straight home. Okay.
They'll always know they have a place they can call home.
You want to come over to my house this weekend? Sure.
Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and for a list of lenders and credit counselors.
Let's look at what makes the dome structure of great importance. You see, its circular design allows for maximum volume in a minimum space. So, an amazing number of people or things can actually fit in a relatively small area. With such an efficient design, it's a wonder domes aren't seen more often today.
Next Thursday, TV's most outrageous hour of comedy is on Fox, starting with a breakout new season of Family Guy.
Hush! Hush!
I am. It won't go back in. Then, fear not, America. The Tick is here.
I'd love to see the tiny fella who left this behind.
It all starts at 8, 7 Central next Thursday on Fox.
Alfonso Soriano first up for New York in the bottom of the 3rd with no score. The 9-1-2 hitter, Soriano, Jeter, and O'Neill. Against the right-hander Batista, who has settled in, retired 4 in a row with a couple of strikeouts, throwing hard tonight. And he hits the inside corner with strike 1. Soriano 2 out of 13 in the World Series, hitting .261 in the postseason. And Batista may be surprising the Yankees so far, but he's not surprising his manager Bob Brenly. Mark Grace was Batista's teammate with the Cubs in '97. He gives us these words about tonight's starter for Arizona, Miguel Batista.
He's very comfortable pitching in big games. He's done it all year for us, and he's a very confident pitcher. He says, I remember Bob Brenly asked him, he says, are you going to be okay to pitch this big game against the Dodgers? He says, Skipper, you sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, he is on a big stage here. Bigger game than a divisional rivalry with the Dodgers or the Giants. Those 3 teams battled down the stretch. The National League West. Now it's the World Series, and he's trying to pitch around the leadoff hit. as the Yankees put their leadoff man on for the first time tonight.
No sitting back either for the Yankees. If the Yankees had to choose one man to get on base as the leadoff batter, it would be Soriano because of his speed.
Stole 43 during the regular season, and again inside on Jeter, as the Diamondbacks have done since the curtain came up on this 2001 World Series.
Derek has seen a steady diet of fastballs inside. Interestingly, the ball he hit for a home run last night, a slider from Kim.
Here's a 1-0. Soriano running. Barajas throw. Got it. Rod Barajas was a late addition to the lineup for Arizona. He threw out only 12.9% of potential base stealers. Damian Miller's teammates are getting on him in the dugout because Barajas has a hit, and now he throws out Soriano, trying to steal for the first out in the third inning.
He had a good pitch to handle and came out of the chute very well, and a quick tag by Womack. Fine play by Barajas.
Now the 2-0 pitch to Jeter, the opposite way and foul.
Perhaps the hit and run was on that play, but a lot of times when a pitcher crowds a hitter with the fastball, it binds him up. But the Diamondbacks very happy, obviously, that Barajas made the play. That is a strong throw in a big situation by Rod Barajas.
Throws like that were not in the scouting report.
No.
The Yankee scouts put together on Barajas. Another pitch up and in on the hands, 93 miles an hour, and the count 2-2.
You can see Barajas sitting outside. Batista said, I'm coming inside.
So there's the combination of Barajas and Batista. Barajas trying to calm down Miguel Batista, who missed his target by plenty but got the strike on the foul ball. 2-2. A bit low. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on, and O'Neill next. Jeter, awkward swing, struck him out. 3rd strikeout for Batista. 2nd out here in the 3rd inning.
Remember Bob Brenly's comment, in a fastball situation, if he can get this pitch over, he's going to be effective. He doesn't get it over, but it's enticing enough to Jeter. Tried to hold up, but couldn't.
Jeter frustrated with that swing and his 2 at bats so far tonight against Batista. 0 for 2 and now 2 out of 18 in this series. Here's O'Neill, and there's strike 1. Good pitch down and in.
Another slider out of the strike zone. That's the thing with that high leg kick. Once you plant that right foot, it's very, very difficult to stop movement. That high leg kick, you see more check swing strikes than the other way.
Off to the left, and it's 0-2. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. The Yankees and the Diamondbacks game 6 on Saturday night, and a rematch of Andy Pettitte against Randy Johnson. And if there is a game 7, it'll be Roger Clemens against Curt Schilling. Here's an 0-2 to O'Neill. On deck is Bernie Williams. O'Neill walked his first time up. Think back to that first inning walk, a 4-pitch walk, then 3 in a row out of the strike zone to Bernie Williams. The Yankees let him swing, and he popped into left for the 2nd out of the inning. Then a hit by Tino Martinez down the right field line. set up first and third, but Posada struck out.
And that 3-0 pitch to Bernie Williams could have been a ball. We said it at the time. In our view, that was not the time for Bernie Williams to be swinging 3-0. If a pitcher wants to get wild, you try to let him get wild. But when Williams flied out to left, it got him settled down.
The 2-2 pitch. O'Neill to the shortstop, Womack. Miguel Batista is doing exactly what Bob Brenly thought he may do. Surprise starter, Rod Barajas took care of the first out of the inning by getting Soriano. Batista got the next two, and we go into the fourth inning with no score.
What? That's it? Just like that? We're breaking up.
Well, we were never going out.
Tomorrow, the world's most shallow man will be given the gift to see women in a whole new way.
From this moment on, you're only going to see the inner beauty.
You see that little fox out there? She's with me. Oh!
You want to see a splash?
Gwyneth Paltrow, Jack Black.
I saw a knockout. I don't care what anybody else saw.
Shallow Hal. Special sneak preview tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, going along, feeling fine when it hits you. Diarrhea. Alone, it's bad. But with gas and cramps, too, you've got big trouble. But now there's new Imodium Advanced Caplets, the only one that combines two medicines to stop diarrhea, cramps, and gas all at once. In no time, you'll feel A-OK again. New Imodium Advanced Caplets. Whew, what a relief.
You know, since we graduated, about 80% of us stayed within a 100-mile radius of each other. It's family love. 70% of us got married, some of us twice. There are 5 of us who are no longer with us. 3 of us came out, and 67% of you had the guts to show up here tonight. Give yourselves a hand.
The people you love are waiting for you to come home for the holidays. And for a limited time, you can take along the security of 7-year or 100,000-mile powertrain protection on any new Chrysler, Dodge, or Jeep. Plus 0% financing on select models. So before you head for their place, stop by ours.
The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Chrysler. Drive equals love.
The first third of this game 5 is gone. No score. The Yankees have 2 hits. The Diamondbacks have 1. Arizona has the heart of its lineup. Gonzalez, Durazo, and Williams against Mike Messina. Gonzalez hit one hard to first, but grounded out to Martinez back in the first, and there's ball 1.
I was just thinking about that, Joe. Luis Gonzalez is picking the ball up very well against Messina. A line drive out his first time up, the home run, the 2-run shot at Bank One Ballpark.
And laying off 2 pitches to go up in the count 2-0. Game 1, 3 innings pitched. 5 runs on 6 hits. Tonight, 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, and no runs. 2-0 pitch to Gonzalez. Good pitch. Breaking ball on 2-0, like we heard Bob Brenly talk about with Miguel Batista. It's 2-1.
Took just enough off of this pitch. Almost had a screwball movement to it.
Posada almost didn't catch it.
Yeah, snow cone.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. 91 miles an hour to get it by the bat of Gonzalez. 2-2.
Once you show him a 2-0 changeup, then you've reestablished the fastball.
Durazo and Williams will follow. Off the end of the bat and back toward us. was the second at bat back in game 1 against Messina. Gonzalez took a pitch down and in. Messina missed his target by a couple of feet. And Gonzalez hit it deep into the seats in right. Off balance here with this swing. Gets under it. Soriano waits for it. Gonzalez 0 for 2.
Mike Messina, 32 years old, from Montoursville, Pennsylvania. That's in western Pennsylvania. He, like a lot of youngsters growing up, used to play catch with his dad all the time. And when he was 11 years old, he told his father, "Dad, I'm going to be a big league pitcher someday." His father said, "Son, I don't mean to discourage you, but 10,000 other children have said that." The next year, his father couldn't play catch with him anymore. He threw too hard.
And later he graduated from Stanford in 3.5 years with a degree in economics, so at least he was backed up in case this didn't work out. Ball 1 in the dirt to Arubio Durazo.
For a free agent signee, a degree in economics is a good idea.
And you count to $88.5 million and divided by 6. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Breaking ball for strike 1. If you go back in time to the 1990 Rochester Red Wings, Mike Messina on your left, Curt Schilling on your right. Same team, different time for each pitcher on that 1990 Rochester Red Wing team. We talked about Schilling when he was pitching in game 1 back in Arizona. Schilling at that point did not take his career seriously enough. He ended up moving on to Houston, was there for a year, had that meeting with Roger Clemens in the weight room at the Astrodome. And Roger Clemens for an hour talked about the commitment it takes for a big-bodied pitcher like Curt Schilling to become one of the elite pitchers in the big leagues. And Curt Schilling took those words to heart and changed his workout regimen, things he was doing off the field as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Those two could square off, Schilling and Clemens, in game 7. 2-2 now on Durazo. But there is a game 7. You got the 5-time Cy Young Award winner Roger Clemens taking on Curt Schilling, who this postseason has been amazing. First time since 1985 that a pair of 20-game winners meet in game 7. Brent Saberhagen, John Tudor. There may be no game 7. The winner of this one tonight wins on Saturday night in Phoenix. Here's a 2-2 pitch, and Durazo steps out. One out, bases empty. Durazo strikes out. 2 gone. 6 strikeouts for Messina.
Messina has everything working so far tonight. The knuckle curve out of the strike zone, as it often is when it's effective. That pitch is a misnomer. He throws it. He almost flicks it to the plate. He throws it with the fingertips. The changeup knuckle curve is thrown with 1 fingertip. And the regular knuckle curve, that's what that pitch was, thrown with 2 fingertips.
And now with 2 out and the bases empty, here's Matt Williams, struck out his first time. There's the knuckle curve, and there's strike 1 on Williams.
Realize how strong the fingers have to be to pitch like Messina does. But he's been doing it for a long time, since a teenager.
1 on the ground, 4 through the air, and 6 into the glove of Posada. The out so far tonight. Jam shot, a little liner to Scott Brocious. No doubt that Mike Messina is on tonight. No good in game 1 out in Phoenix. He is rolling through the first 4 here in game 5.
I'm Dell Enterprise. Servers, storage, and premier services. Sure, I keep your critical apps up and running. Microsoft, i2, SAP. But first I work with you directly to preload and pretest them, so they scream from day one. How fast can I deploy your critical apps? How fast can you plug me in? Rapid deployment, maximum uptime. Easy as Dell. Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
They ran out again?
I'm always thinking something terrible is going to happen. I can't handle it.
You know, your worst fears, the what ifs, and I can't control it, and I'm always worrying about everything.
It's like a tape in my mind. It just goes over and over and over. I just thought that I was a worrier.
It's like I never get a chance to relax. At work, I'm tense about stuff at home. At home, I'm tense about stuff at work.
If you're one of the millions of people who live with uncontrollable worry, anxiety, and several of these symptoms for 6 months or more, you could be suffering from generalized anxiety disorder, and a chemical imbalance could be to blame. Paxil works to correct this imbalance to relieve anxiety. Prescription Paxil is not for everyone. Tell your doctor what medicines you're taking. People taking MAOIs or thioridazine should not take Paxil. Side effects may include decreased appetite, dry mouth, sweating, nausea, constipation, sexual side effects, tremor, fatigue, or sleepiness. Paxil is non-habit forming.
I'm not bogged down by worry anymore. I feel like me again. I feel like myself.
You have one new message.
John, it's Bob. I've tried tracking you down everywhere, so I'm leaving this on your cell phone. Look, about your merger meeting, whatever you do, avoid the boardroom. Maintenance just lacquered the table and it needs 24 hours to dry. Man, I hope you get this.
With ordinary cell phones, you leave messages. But with Nextel Direct Connect, the digital two-way radio, you get right through. Nextel, the official wireless telecommunications sponsor of Major League Baseball.
Sap and the Bucks. Farm and the Packers. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Bernie Williams first up. Bottom of the fourth inning, no score. Miguel Batista trying to match Mike Messina and doing a very good job to this point. Williams flying to left his first time, and a breaking ball misses low for ball one. Talked about the success that Barajas, the catcher, had this year with Batista. Two hooked up for 50 innings, and Batista had an ERA of 1.07 working with Barajas. Allowed no home runs in 52 innings while working with Damian Miller. Miguel Batista had a 4.85 ERA and allowed all 9 of his home runs that he gave up this season. Add to that opponents stealing bases against this combination were 10 for 10 during the regular season. Barajas caught Soriano last inning. Batista caught the strike zone at the knees to Bernie Williams here, and the count's 1-2.
Again, that soundbite from Bob Brenly. When a pitcher can throw the breaking ball over as consistently as he's done, he gets by with the fastball.
Good moving pitch. Stayed up and in the count 2-2.
That was a cut fastball. Pressure on the middle finger. It reacts like a slider. In under the armpits of Williams.
Missing the outside corner barely, and the count's full. The 3-2 to Williams. A leadoff walk. Second walk handed out by Batista tonight.
Try to get Bernie Williams to go for the slider. Bernie not biting.
Here's Tino Martinez. Single down the right field line his first time up. Ball that hit off the railing and kicked to Reggie Sanders in right field, which eliminated any chance of Paul O'Neill scoring from first back in the first. Batista got out of that jam. Now he pops it up on the right side. Mark Grace wants it. Diamondback fans hold their breath as Grace pulls in a pop-up. It was in foul territory. 1 on, 1 out. We talked about Tino Martinez getting help from Don Mattingly. Mattingly in the background, and there he is watching Tino Martinez shortly thereafter against Ricardo Rincon hit a home run into the upper deck against the Indians. There have been a couple of times this season that Don Mattingly has checked in with the Yankees. He is here after Martinez hit that game-tying home run in the 9th inning last night. He's 1 for 2 today.
Gary Denbo, the Yankee hitting instructor, obviously he says anytime you have a chance to hear something from Don Mattingly,
I welcome the help.
Absolutely.
1 ball, no strikes on Posada. It's Gary Denbo, who took over this season for Chris Chambliss, who'd been the hitting instructor for Joe Torre. The start of that 96 season. Here's a 1-0 on the inside corner. Good moving pitch, and it's 1-1.
Again, the slider. So Batista, when falling behind, has been very effective with the slider to left-handed hitters thus far.
Go to first. It really hasn't mattered who has been on the mound for Arizona in this World Series. The Yankees just are not hitting. They've been getting clutch hits, and obviously last night thrilling hits for the New York fans. The combination of Brian Anderson, Mike Morgan, and Greg Swindell basically shut down this Yankee offense in Game 3. Tonight it's Miguel Batista as Womack goes to Counsell, who goes to first, and Batista is through 4 shutout innings. So whoever has towed the slab for the Diamondbacks has shut down the Yankee attack. Series tied 2-2, no score as we go to the 5th. Back after this from your local Fox station.
Tonight after the game on Fox 31 News.
Denver's Mail Processing Center will get tested for anthrax exposure as a precautionary measure.
And evidence of a planned rush hour terrorist attack on California's bridges.
Tonight after the game on Fox 31 News.
There's one brand of truck strong enough to carry the American spirit. Chevrolet. And right now, get 0% financing on every new truck we build. Like Chevy Silverado. With the power of a V8 engine, it was designed to serve a country that never quits. And you can own one, interest-free. Keep America rolling. See your Colorado Chevy dealer today.
At McDonald's, we know you want to pay fast and get your food in a flash. So when it comes to great food that's quick and easy, we've got it down like science.
And you won't want to waste any time getting these deals because 2 for $2 is back at McDonald's. You can get 2 hearty quarter-pounder with cheese sandwiches for only $2. And for breakfast, grab 2 Egg McMuffin sandwiches for just $2.
Because day or night, when it's gotta be quick and gotta be easy, it's gotta be McDonald's. We love to see you smile.
Definition that redefines brilliance in a place called Sony.
You'll find more Sony high-definition TVs at Soundtrack.
This weekend, Enterprise Rent-A-Car announces special low rates from just $9.99 a day. Friday till Monday from just $9.99 a day. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
1-800-RENT-A-CAR.
Danny Morrison saw his stepfather commit murder.
He knows what he did.
Now, only his real father can stop it from happening again.
My son may be afraid of you, but I'm not.
John Travolta, Vince Vaughn.
I want to see you burn.
Domestic disturbance, rated PG-13. Tomorrow.
The Diamondbacks hitters have so far amassed only 1 hit against Mike Mussina, but they have made him work. Through 4 innings, he has thrown 60 pitches. Consider that Mariano Rivera is needed, or is available if needed, but only available for 1 inning tonight after working 2 innings in game 3 and 1 inning here last night. Joe Torre will not use him for more than an inning tonight. At least that's what he told us prior to the start of the game, and that could always change.
Pitch count can be good news and bad news. For Messina so far, it's good news, because when you strike out hitters, you obviously throw more pitches. One of the reasons for the high pitch count, he has struck out 6.
6 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit.
Knuckle curveball in there to Finley. Whoa. Off the table.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Steve Finley jumping back off the plate on strike 2. 1-2.
You see the pattern to Messina is there's no pattern. Knuckle curve and then Krauts Finley with the tailing fastball.
Finley gets it into deep right, and the Diamondbacks are on top. Home run Steve Finley, and it's 1-0 Arizona in the 5th.
Could have been a backup slider. But Steve Finley's eyes had to get awfully big with whatever it was in the middle of the plate. He crushed that ball.
Now Reggie Sanders takes a pitch in the dirt. Ball 1.
Finley turning to Posada and said, Jorge, I'll handle this one.
Messina gave up 20 home runs during the regular season. The Diamondbacks and their bench, they knew it immediately. And Arizona is out in front 1-0 here in the 5th inning. First World Series home run for Steve Finley, who, as we mentioned, was 1 out of 12 in '98 with the Padres against the Yankees. It's into the seats, foul, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Could have been a knuckle curve. Whatever it was in the middle of the plate, but not for long.
Here comes a 1-1 pitch to Reggie Sanders on the inside corner. 1-2.
There have been a lot of hitters going around the bases in this World Series, but not a lot of hitters on base. Either a home run or nothing. All or nothing at all, as Frank Sinatra would sing.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Sanders strikes out, and that's strikeout number 7 for Mike Messina.
Take something off the curveball here to get Reggie Sanders.
The Yankees in the bottom of this 5th will have Spencer, Justice, and Brocious. As Mark Grace digs in. Grace went deep last night, got one into the upper deck. A game-tying home run in the top of the 4th inning. It stayed a 1-1 game until the Diamondbacks got 2 in the 8th. Grace down the right field line, hooking foul. Last night, 3-1 pitch. And Mark Grace, who hit 15 home runs during the regular season, tied the game at that point 1-1. One out, nobody on. Grace grounds to Martinez. 2 up. So with the bases empty, the number 9 hitter Rod Barajas, who was not only singled tonight but thrown out Alfonso Soriano trying to steal back in the 3rd inning for the first out with Jeter at the plate. Digs in. Low for ball one.
That home run took the Yankee crowd out of the game momentarily. But keep in mind that the Yankee crowd was out of the game last night with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th inning.
And it was Tino Martinez who took the first pitch that he saw from Byung-Hun Kim. Got it just over the wall in right center field. 1 ball, no strikes on Barajas with 2 out, 1-1. So here are the Diamondbacks trying to stop the momentum that is gathering for the Yankees with their victories in games 3 and 4, especially the way they did it last night in almost unbelievable fashion to beat Arizona. We mentioned it at the top. The Yankees, by coming back and winning that game, became only the 3rd team in World Series history to win a game when they entered the bottom of the 9th inning down by 2 or more runs. First time it's happened since 1929. The bases empty, 2 out. The crowd tries to get back in it. 1-2 pitch, and Barajas hits it into deep left field. Back at the wall. It's 2-0 Arizona. Rod Barajas, who was inserted in the starting lineup for the Diamondbacks literally an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before the game, is 2 for 2. He's thrown out a base stealer, and he has doubled the Diamondbacks' lead. It's 2-0 in the 5th.
What a story. He had not even hit in the postseason before tonight. He had only played defensively 1 game in the division series. Make that 2 games in the division series. My goodness. What a story.
So with the bases empty, 2 out, Womack takes ball 1 outside.
Hanging breaking ball, and he knew he had it all. In his first 7 games with the Diamondbacks this year, he had 3 home runs, and then nada for the rest of the season until that last swing.
Oh, go ball.
There's a strike to Womack, and it's 1-2. So Bob Brenly has seen Steve Finley hit his first career postseason home run in this inning. And now Gonzalez and the Diamondback bench applauding Rod Barajas. Damian Miller, one of the first to greet Barajas when he got back to the dugout as Womack strikes out. But damage is done for the Diamondbacks. Steve Finley led off. Got 1 out to right with 2 out and the base is empty. A guy trying to be a Game 5 hero, Rod Barajas, got into one. And with that, after 4.5, it's 2-0 Diamondbacks.
U.S. Atlas, $20.
I can't see their faces, only the shadows of their eyes.
Scorebooks, stickers, schedules, $90.
I'm going where the sun keeps shining through the pouring rain. Going
A used tire, some new wipers, $68.
banking off of the northeast wind.
Stamps and postcards, $15.
And skipping over the ocean like snow.
One summer, 2 friends, 30 stadiums, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Preferred card and devoted fan of Major League Baseball.
From the Hughes brothers, Johnny Depp, Heather Graham. In the film, Ebert and Roper give 2 thumbs up. Both call it brilliant.
Jack the Ripper's no finish.
From Hell, rated R. Now playing only in theaters.
That
That is pathetic.
Hey, those are our kids you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about your ordinary fast food. You could try new KFC Honey Barbecue Wings.
Hurry, get 8 KFC Honey Barbecue Wings for only $2.99 or 20 for only $6.99.
There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
This is Silverado Heavy Duty. Available with the new Duramax diesel. The most powerful diesel you can get in a pickup. Silverado Heavy Duty. More truck from Chevy.
Here is our MasterCard fan cam as we play the bottom of the 5th in Game 5.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, dogs say goodnight.
A little high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Thinking of that song and thinking of this being our last game in New York. This 2001 season. All this city has been through since September the 11th. The moments that baseball has provided fans at this stadium have been truly memorable, and just as memorable the musical tributes that we have witnessed here at this ballpark and in ballparks across the country this postseason. As Spencer has the count now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Musical tributes here at Yankee Stadium have been breathtaking. They really have. The 2-2 to Spencer. Outside third, and foul ball, still 2-2. Police officers bringing that tattered American flag here to Yankee Stadium, recovered from the World Trade Center site. Recovered 3 days after the bombing. Tower 2 falling on that flag, and it's here at Yankee Stadium. It has been flying out in center field these 3 games here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees find themselves down 2-0, and Miguel Batista has been fantastic. So far, no runs on 2 hits. 3-2 pitch. Up the middle. Diving stop. Counsell again. Safe at first as Grace couldn't dig it out. Counsell showing tremendous range time and time again out of the second base position.
This is the 3rd time he has gone to his right, dived for the ball, and made the play. Mark Grace normally would come up with a ball like that. This is a short hop, and he usually sucks that ball up. So base hit for Shane Spencer.
See the glove almost come off the hand of Counsell as he stretched as far as he could to his right. And then Bob Brenly, and the Diamondbacks bench disappointed Grace couldn't come up with it. Base hit. Now Justice. Pitch in the dirt. Down to second is Spencer with nobody out.
So the fine diving play by Counsell, but Grace unable to come up with the short hop, and now Barajas can't come up with the short hop. Spencer, an excellent base runner. He's not as fast as some Yankees, but excellent instincts on the bases. Takes second easily.
Rod Barajas on your left, starting in place of the injured Damian Miller. seated in the dugout right in the center of all this action is Miguel Batista, who takes a moment to rub up the baseball. And Barajas pops up and runs out there to join him.
The middle innings are the innings that concern Bob Brenly. When you talk Batista, he has had 19 starts this year, including 20 actually, including the postseason. And he's gone past the 7th inning only twice. So these are danger innings for Batista.
Justice, 1 ball, 1 strike. Remember, this Arizona bullpen is thin in the middle. The one guy they couldn't wait to get in the game got in there last night, Young-Hun Kim, and ended up pitching 2 2/3 innings. So he is available tonight out of the bullpen for Bob Brenly, even with all that work last night. 1-1 pitch. Tying run at the plate. Justice checks his swing. The count 2-1, and Barajas kept it at the plate.
You've heard of catchers framing strikes. Watch Justice frame this check swing to make sure that third base umpire Mark Hirschbeck knew he didn't go around.
So now a 2 ball 1 strike count on Justice. Grounded out his first time, and he's 1 out of 10 with 8 strikeouts in this World Series. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Could have been ball 4 to Dave Justice, but it's 2-2. 4 balls out of the strike zone, and he has swung at that slider or splitter. Well, that ball, the bottom fell out of that thing.
Runner at second for New York. Nobody out. Justice trying to get him over or get him in. Strikes out again. David Justice, his frustration continues, and so does the frustration of the fans here at Yankee Stadium. 9 strikeouts in 11 at-bats.
Going after a lot of bad balls. All 3 swings, bad pitches. 5 pitches, 5 balls, and a strikeout for Batista.
So Justice keeps finding his name on the lineup card, but can't do anything at the plate as Brocious taps it foul.
Not even a productive out for David Justice. He pulls the ball, fly ball to center field or to right field, pulls the ball to the right side of the infield. Then the Yankees have a runner on at third with less than 2 out to score a cheap run. Not so.
The Yankees have only 3 hits. The Diamondbacks have only 3 hits, but 2 of them left the park. Runner at second, 1 out. In the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. One out of 18 in this World Series for the Yankees with runners in scoring position, an .056 average. They've scored a total of 7 runs in 4.5 games now.
Yeah, they've been the Bronx winners so far in this postseason, but anything but the Bronx Bombers.
Crowd trying to get him going. Brocious with a runner at second, 1 out. He's up on the count, 2 balls and a strike. Diamondbacks with Batista on the mound tonight as opposed to last night. Curt Schilling pitching on 3 days rest. Batista doing his part tonight, trying to send this series back to Arizona with the Diamondbacks up 3 games to 2, and with Randy Johnson scheduled to pitch game 6. Leading 2-0 in the 5th inning. A 2-1 pitch, 3 balls and a strike, with a rookie Soriano waiting on deck.
Diamondback scouting report, keep the ball away from the inside part of the plate to Scott Brosius. Some guys are low ball hitters, some guys high ball hitters. Brosius, an inside hitter.
Pitch number 65 coming from Miguel Batista. 3-1 pitch to Brosius. Full count. If Brosius was expecting a 3-1 fastball, he didn't get it.
And that has been the story with Batista thus far. Sliders and fastball counts. And you could see Scott Brosius swinging flat-footed at that 3-1 slider.
You heard it from Bob Brenly earlier. If he can get that pitch over behind in the count, he'll be effective. Now the 3-2. Brosius pops it up down the right field line. Grace giving it a look, and it's out of play. Brosius broke his bat, and Grace is happy that he didn't break something going on top of that tarp down the right field line.
I think more bats are broken on balls hit off the end of the bat. Nice try by Mark Grace, scaling Everest in foul territory.
So the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes on Brosius. Represents the tying run at the plate for New York. Infield hit by Spencer started the inning. A wild pitch. Then Justice struck out. Brosius hits one into right. Second out of the inning, and it's up to the number 9 man, Alfonso Soriano, as Miguel Batista tries to get through 5 shutout innings.
You know, when you think about that at bat, Scott Brosius did not have 1 pitch inside, even though that pitch was up, away, and he broke his bat again. So the 3-2 fastball the first time broke 1 bat, and the ball he put in play broke another one.
We talked about the strength of the arms in the outfield for Arizona. You wonder, had Justice been able to advance the runner Spencer over to third, if with the way the Yankees are swinging the bats, they may have tested Sanders on that fly ball.
I think they probably would have.
0-1 now on Soriano. What a job Miguel Batista is doing here in Game 5. Bob Brenly saying before the game that the Yankees might be surprised with what they get from Miguel Batista. Soriano to third. Williams backs up. Long throw. Inning over. I'm sure the Yankees are surprised with what they're getting from Miguel Batista. The Diamondbacks aren't. He has been terrific. And after 5 in Game 5, 2-0 Arizona.
This Friday.
He killed a guy. I saw him do it, Dad.
Are you afraid of me, Danny?
My son isn't your problem. I am.
Domestic Disturbance is first-class suspense, an edge-of-your-seat thriller that will leave you breathless. It's great. John Travolta is the good guy hero, the way you want to see it.
My son may be afraid of you, but I'm not.
Domestic Disturbance. Rated PG-13. Friday everywhere.
Honey, would you relax? The market always comes back.
Yeah, but it's our safety net. You don't screw around with that. You can't just...
Wait a minute. Do you think that this is easy for me? Do you know the pressure I'm under? Do you know how much college is going to cost by the time...
Honey, that's my point. What if something happens to you? You know? Where would that leave me and the kids? You ever think about that?
At the Home Depot, we're driving down the cost of home improvement. With special buys like $8.85 for a 2-pack of these long-lasting fluorescent light bulbs from Commercial Electric. We bought over 1 million so you can get all you need at a great price. Just look for the hammer symbol. It means we've got lower prices. Nailed.
2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Budweiser. The crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you.
There's Michael Brenly, Bob Brenly's 15-year-old son, doing YMCA with a grounds crew here at Yankee Stadium between the end of the 5th and the top of the 6th. Think he's having any fun trailing Dad around?
Oh, man.
What a run for Bob Brenly in his rookie season as a manager. 47-year-old manager. And he has heard one opinion after another about the decisions going into last night's Game 4 and during last night's Game 4. Should you start Curt Schilling on 3 days rest? I think with the way Curt Schilling pitched, now having him available for Game 7, that was the right decision.
No question.
Then the question was, should he have come out after 7 innings? His counsel taps it at the plate, 1-2. And when you consider the move that Bob Brenly made, not only taking Curt Schilling out, but going to Byung-Hun Kim, who hadn't pitched in this World Series, the young 22-year-old right-hander who made his series debut here in Yankee Stadium with a 2-run lead in the 8th inning. And Kim ended up striking out the side in the 8th inning. Whether you agree with the decisions or not made by Bob Brenly, you have to realize and give him the fact that he is not scared to make moves. Not scared to be second-guessed, and he has been second-guessed all day. Here is tonight's box score for Arizona, brought to you by John Hancock. And the hits by Finley and by Barajas. The only hits for the Diamondbacks in tonight's game. Finley hit a home run, was followed by Barajas going deep. 2 solo shots in the 5th inning.
The critics of Bob Brenly last night want it both ways. And they try to work both sides of the street. They say, first of all, that there's no way that Curt Schilling can come back with 3 days rest. And then they say there's no way you take Curt Schilling out of the game and bring Kim in. The same critics. It's foolish, in my view.
1 ball, 1 strike on Gonzalez. Bob Brenly, the first rookie manager to guide his team to the World Series since Jim Fry did it with Kansas City back in 1980. One ball, 1 strike with 1 out, nobody on. Gonzalez reaching for it, a flare to center. Williams broke back, comes in and gets it. 2 away with Durazo coming up.
Change up to Luis Gonzalez, and a nice play by Bernie Williams. Curt Schilling, one of 2 stoppers as a starter for Bob Brenly. And then Byung-Hun Kim is their stopper in the bullpen. But because of the results, naturally, open to question. The third was whether you send Kim back out there for the 3rd inning, throwing 61 pitches.
Check swing ground ball off the bat of Durazo, and Messina tags him to end the top of the 6th inning. That's history. In the present, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning in Game 5 with the Diamondbacks up 2-0.
Features like 10-cent night and weekend minutes, nationwide long distance included. Now you can call farther and talk longer for only $69.99 after $30 mail-in rebate. Join in and free up only at Verizon Wireless.
Every company sponsors a race car. A great way to get your name out to the public. Problem is, these other guys drive so fast, you can't see the logo. Now my way is perfect for getting some attention. Of course, there's always somebody trying to outdo you. Show off!
The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By Paxil. And by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Well, as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Diamondbacks up 2-0, Albie Lopez and Troy Brohan, right-hander and a left-hander, getting loose for the Diamondbacks in their bullpen. As the top of the order will bat for the Yankees, Jeter, O'Neill, and Williams against Miguel Batista, who's allowed no runs on 3 hits. Up the middle and a good start for New York. Jeter's 3rd hit of this World Series. Young-Hun Kim struggles against left-handed hitters. And it was O'Neill who floated a hit to left field in the 9th inning with 1 out. And then with 2 out, another lefty, Tino Martinez, hit the game-tying home run on the first pitch. O'Neill 0 for 1 with a walk. Strike 1. We've mentioned it already. This crowd to their feet applauding Paul O'Neill, who has been here with the Yankees since 1993. They call him the Warrior. A player who, when Joe Torre took over this Yankee team, he was told, oh, he's a selfish player. Joe Torre, I tell you, he has seen none of that. Other than Paul O'Neill is a guy who wants to get a hit every time up, and if that makes him selfish, he'll take a team full of selfish players. As Batista steps off and looks at Jeter over at first.
Kurt Simmons, an old teammate of mine who I know is listening outside Philadelphia, used to say, give me 25 selfish players with talent, we'll win a lot of pennants.
O'Neill won in 1990 with Cincinnati, and then front and center for the Yankees since this run began back in 1996. 1 ball, 1 strike on O'Neill. O'Neill did not start in game 1 or game 2. He is 3 for 10 at the plate. He's the tying run at the plate right now. And Batista falls behind him 2-1. Neville O'Neill, Paul's wife. Paul has hinted that he will retire at the end of the season. He's never flat out said this is it, but he has hinted along those lines. It is widely regarded that this is his final game. The Yankee home pinstripes, and that's foul outside first to even the count at 2-2.
A slider to O'Neill with the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jeter hit a slider. I think the surprise of the slider from Batista has gone, and that's why Bob Brenly has Lopez and Brohan warming in the bullpen.
Here's a 2-2. 92 miles per hour with that cut action on it, and on the hands of O'Neill, and it stays 2-2. Paul O'Neill, at the age of 38, became the first player in Major League history to hit over 20 home runs, steal over 20 bases. Hit 21 home runs, stole 22. Has not driven in a run in this World Series. He has hit 2 home runs this postseason, has 3 RBIs. Jeter back easily.
We showed that hit of Paul O'Neill last night with 1 out and nobody on in the 9th inning. The ball plopping in front of Luis Gonzalez. And you could see Gonzalez in left field playing a more shallow left field with 2 strikes on Paul tonight.
The 2-2. Slow roller to Counsell. Tag for 1 out. Double play. What a play by Craig Counsell, who defensively has been terrific here tonight in Game 5.
Proper play by Jeter, trying to knock the ball out of the glove of Counsell. And the gritty Counsell completes the double play. If there were runners on 1st and 3rd in this situation, the runner going from 1st to 2nd stops and gets caught in a rundown. There's no sense in stopping if you're the only runner on. So Jeter doing the proper play, and a fine play by Counsell.
And now with 2 out, nobody on, Miguel Batista 1 out away from pitching 6 shutout innings here in Game 5. Bernie Williams stands in his way. Williams 0 for 1 with a walk. During the National League Championship Series, and Miguel Batista has a picture of Albert Einstein in his locker, and he lives by the philosophy imagination is unlimited. You know what you know, you do what you can do, but imagination is unlimited. A man is as big as he can dream, and who could have dreamed that Miguel Batista would step to the mound after that deflating, devastating loss the Diamondbacks suffered last night, trying to go through 6 shutout innings in Game 5. He's behind in the count 2-0 on Bernie Williams. Miguel Batista now has allowed 7 earned runs over his last 6 starts, including the playoffs, in over 37 innings. On the outside corner, it's 2-1.
Bob Brenly says every time he sees Miguel, Miguel has his eyes on a book. He is an aspiring author, wants to write a book. He has already written a book of poems.
On the inside corner, 2-2.
He's writing some chapters so far tonight. Good fastball on the corner to Williams.
He's in the category of a journeyman right-hander. He's been with Pittsburgh, Florida, Chicago, Montreal, Kansas City. First year with Arizona. Pitching in the World Series. And the count stays 2-2 on Bernie Williams.
Working on being a journalist right-hander.
That's right. Albie Lopez and Troy Brohan still getting loose out in the Arizona bullpen. The switch hitting Bernie Williams at the plate, and the left-handed hitting Tino Martinez waiting on deck. Crowd at Yankee Stadium quiet. Counsell again gets to go to his right, sets and throws. Craig Counsell, another strong play. What an outing tonight by Miguel Batista. He gets through 6 shutout innings. We go to the 7th here in Game 5. 2-0 Diamondbacks. Back after this from your local Fox station.
Tonight after the game on Fox 31 News.
Denver's Mail Processing Center will get tested for anthrax exposure as a precautionary measure.
And evidence of a planned rush hour terrorist attack on California's bridges. Tonight after the game on Fox 31 News.
There's one brand of truck strong enough to carry the American spirit. Chevrolet. And right now, get 0% financing on every new truck we build. Like Chevy S10 with 4-wheel anti-lock brakes standard. Chevy. the trucks behind a country that never quits. And you can own one, interest-free. Keep America rolling. See your Colorado Chevy dealer today.
What helps Papa Murphy's win Pizza Chain of the Year? Dough made fresh daily? You betcha. The freshest quality ingredients? Always. 100% real cheese? Oh yeah. But what really made it happen? You did. Because they know their pizza tastes best when it comes hot out of your oven. They make it, you bake it. It's that easy. To celebrate, get a large, super fresh Chicago pizza for just $8.99. Family size it for just $2 more. Papa Murphy's Take and Bake. Pizza Chain of the Year.
Well, I'm definitely going to make it out there for the wedding. I was going to stay at my mom's, but I think we're going to stay in a hotel. Who else is coming to the wedding? So what about her name? Is she changing it?
Now you can use your home phone for something else. Because with VoiceStream, you'll always get more for less. The most minutes to use more places, more of the time, all for less money. Get more, pay less, guaranteed.
Something extraordinary is coming to Amoco. It will change your gasoline buying experience, but it won't change your gasoline. You'll still be able to buy the same Amoco gasoline you've always bought. But the environment in which you buy it will be brighter, smarter, more inviting than ever before. And the best part is, this is just the beginning. BP, going beyond.
Mike Messina has been outpitched by Miguel Batista as the 7th inning rolls in, and Messina will deal with Matt Williams, Steve Finley, and Reggie Sanders. Bottom of the order doing the damage tonight for Arizona. The number 6 hitter Finley with a leadoff home run in the 5th inning. With 2 out later in the 5th, the number 9 hitter Rod Barajas, a late addition to the starting lineup for the Diamondbacks, hit a home run. It's 2-0. Williams is struck out. He's hit a soft line drive caught by Brocious. 0 for 2 and 3 out of 15 in the series. To the left side, Brocious. 1 away. Let's give you a look as we play in the 7th inning. The in-game box score for the Yankees, brought to you by John Hancock. Jeter has a hit. Martinez has a hit. Spencer a hit. Soriano a hit. No runs, a couple of walks handed out. Along the way, Miguel Batista's racked up 4 strikeouts. Here is Finley, who got a 2-run inning started in the 5th with a home run. Ball 1 inside. Heard a lot tonight about the knuckle curve that Mike Messina possesses as he misses low, and the count is 2-0 on Finley. So far, Messina has thrown 90 pitches. 8 strikeouts to go along with 1 walk. And only 2 runs on 3 hits as Finley gets a base hit to right. He's 2 out of 3. Mike Messina has this to say about his special curveball.
I'll throw it for a strike. I'll try to throw it in the dirt. I'll try to bring it back door sometimes. You know, there's different ways that I try to use it. Try to change speeds on it once in a while. It's become an effective weapon for me, and now even more so that I do different things with it.
He's had a good one tonight. He has, however, hung one to Barajas. I think the first pitch to Finley was a change or a backup slider. But clearly the one to Barajas was a knuckle curve that stayed on the inside part of the plate. And Rod gets his first World Series home run. What a game he's playing.
Sanders so far has been to the plate twice, struck out twice. they're keeping an eye on Steve Finley, who stole 11 bases during the regular season.
So far for the Diamondbacks tonight, it's been Finley and the battery of Baraja and Batista.
Strike one on Reggie Sanders. Well, this crowd, which was such a factor in last night's game, the late innings, this place just shaking as the Yankees got 2 in the 9th to tie it, 1 in the 10th on the home run by Jeter to win it. They have been taken out of this game altogether. On 0-1. Sanders another foul ball. 0-2.
Athletes talk about that rush of adrenaline. What pitching can do to a crowd is put it to sleep, quieten it.
Crowd wanting a Messina strikeout. Miguel Batista, if he goes back for the bottom of the 7th inning, will deal with Tino Martinez, Jorge Posada, and Shane Spencer. 1 on, 1 out in the 0-2 pitch. Still 0-2. So a better outing and effort tonight from Mike Messina compared to game 1 of this World Series, but so far it's not good enough. Matched up with Schilling in that game. Matched up with Batista in this game. Schilling allowed 1 run in that game 1. Batista so far no runs on 4 hits as Finley draws another throw.
Perhaps you saw Jorge Posada after he gave the sign looking up at Reggie Sanders before he positioned himself in the side. You'll see that a lot. Catchers checking the eyes of hitters. Make sure they're not peeking back there.
Now a glance down at first where Finley is, and that's on the outside corner, struck him out. Strikeout number 9.
The curveballs of Mike Messina. The first 3 did something. A lot. But this pitch to Steve Finley. First run of the ball game, upper decker, and this knuckle curve staying inside the Barajas. The only scoring of this game. Both home runs coming in the 5th inning.
Now it's Mark Grace at the plate. Grace is 0 for 1 with a walk. Runner at first, Finley, 2 out. Messina this season, with whatever combination he was a part of with the catching corps, allowed only 9 stolen bases in just 22 attempts against him. Finley has yet to take off, and he stays put as Grace trying to check his swing, could not. It's 1-1.
Mike Messina has quick feet. He also has a quick delivery. And the good changeup to Mark Grace. Mark couldn't hold up. Mark a front foot hitter, which means he doesn't stay behind a lot of balls. Often his swing is over pitches. That's why he doesn't hit a lot of home runs. Front foot hitter is a guy who actually leaves his back foot. Power hitters, almost to a man, hit off their back foot behind the ball.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, gets away from Posada. Finley down to second. Posada couldn't find it. Eventually got there, and now Finley's in scoring position with 2 out here in the 7th.
Posada couldn't corral this, and now Messina falls behind Mark Grace. I know Rod Barajas has a couple of hits, But if I'm Joe Torre, I put him on right here.
And that's what they'll do.
Gray's too dangerous a hitter for a base hit.
First intentional walk of the night. Cena walked only 2 intentionally all season, and now with 2 on, 2 out, here is one of the heroes for the Diamondbacks in Game 5, Rod Barajas, in the 5th inning. Breaking ball and got it into the seats and left. Second home run of the inning. Those are the only runs of the night. 2-0 Arizona. Another chance for Barajas. He's also thrown a man out trying to steal. He has singled as Stanton gets loose for the Yankees out in their bullpen. Get back to the top of this lineup. It's one lefty after another. Womack, Counsell, Gonzalez, Durazo. So Stanton's getting loose, but it's Messina on the mound with 2 on, 2 out. 2-0 Diamondbacks. Barajas. Strike 1.
Some hitters use the knob for leverage, the knob at the end of the bat. Barajas actually overlaps the knob. See that pinky on the left hand overlapping the knob.
That's off the end of the bat, and the count's 0-2. And the crowd tries to climb back into it. Finley a hit in the inning. Moved down to second on a wild pitch, then the intentional walk to Grace. 2 out and an 0-2 count on Rod Barajas. Posada can't hang on to the foul tip.
Off the plate by Messina. And as you said, Joe, Jorge cannot hang on.
Barajas looking for his 3rd hit of the night. Trying to add to the Arizona 7th inning lead. Able to get a piece of that pitch and stay up there. It's still 0-2. You have to be impressed with Rod Barajas getting only 19 starts during the regular season. 26 years old. Bounced back and forth between the big leagues and AAA the last couple of years. Split time this year. Hit only 160 this season for the Diamondbacks. Has 2 hits already. And he lines one into left field. There's Spencer, and the inning is over. Barajas hit it hard, but Spencer was waiting for it. And after a hit and a walk, the Diamondbacks have now left 4 on the night. Time to stretch here at Yankee Stadium. Tonight's game is being seen live around the world by U.S. servicemen and women, thanks to the American Forces Radio and Television Service. All of America salutes you and appreciates what you do for our country. Now let's go to public address announcer Bob Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? And please direct your attention now to the microphone behind home plate and welcome Metropolitan Opera star Denise Graves, who will now sing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains
breaking through the clouds on an early morning and seeing the sun come up, you know, there's nothing like it. I love my job. I try to make it a good experience every time, no matter what. That's just me. You know, that's the way I'm always going to be. I'm Dennis Tate. I'm a captain on the Airbus A320 and A319. I'm one of those guys that says hello over the PA, and I mean it. And, you know, I'm glad you picked this flight to come on because I'm going to treat you right. Come on board. We are united.
Take me out to the ball game. Llévame a gozar. 사주세요 땅콩과 crack to check.
ずっとここにいようよ.
Cause it's root for the home team.
S'il ne gagne pas, c'est dommage. When it's in.
对.
3 strikes te vas.
It's your ball game.
The future never looked so good. An all-new Dark Angel tomorrow.
Get ready for parenthood, Bernie Mac style.
Morning, Nessa. I bet if I stop feeding you, you have something to say.
Entertainment Weekly calls it the best new comedy of the season.
Somebody get in your face, you got a scam.
How?
Don't mess with me, man.
Don't mess with me, man.
I don't play. That's a dead boy walk right there.
The Bernie Mac Show premieres Wednesday, November 14th on Fox.
The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by the people of United Airlines. We are United, and by John Hancock, official sponsor of Major League Baseball.
Well, now it's the bottom of the 7th inning, and Miguel Batista's back to work against the heart of the Yankee lineup. Tino Martinez, Jorge Posada, and Shane Spencer with the Diamondbacks up 2-0. Game 5 of this World Series with the series even at 2-2. Ball one outside. 94 miles per hour from Batista, so he's still throwing hard. It's 2-0. 84 pitches now for Miguel Batista. This season, when Batista got over 76 pitches, opponents hit .313 against him. Brenly stays with him. He has help in the bullpen if he needs it. And Martinez fouls it out of play, 2-1.
Batista twice this year has gone 7 innings. He did it against the Dodgers on the 21st of September. And then his next start, actually, second appearance later on the 29th, he went 7 innings.
There are the numbers. 85 pitches tonight. The 2-1. Off the end of the bat, 2-2. Think about the first inning went for Batista. Jeter took the first pitch, lined it to the wall and right. A 4-pitch walk to Paul O'Neill. The next 3 pitches were out of the strike zone to Bernie Williams, and the Yankees turned Williams loose on 3-0, and he popped it up. Then a hit by Tino Martinez. It caromed right to Reggie Sanders in right to eliminate any chance for O'Neill to score from first, and Posada struck out. The Yankees really haven't put anything together since then. A leadoff walk in the 4th, a leadoff hit in the 5th, a leadoff hit in the 6th. It's a full count on Martinez leading off the 7th. Little chopper back to Batista. 1 away. Our game summary is brought to you by Pepsi. And you have to start with a man on the mound, Miguel Batista. 6 1/3 innings pitched. 4 hits, no runs in his first career World Series start. Mike Mussina struck out 9 in 7 innings. Finley and Barajas each went deep. The series is tied 2-2. See what happens for the team that wins Game 5.
Batista started and then thought better of it.
Good pitch down and into Posada, strike one.
He has used that slider to his benefit tonight. Thrown very few pitches over the middle of the plate. In, out, changing speeds.
Too far outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. He had a quick look at the 2 remaining starters for Bob Brenly and the Diamondbacks. Randy Johnson on our left as we look at the Diamondbacks dugout, scheduled to start on Saturday night in Game 6. The count goes to 1-2 on Posada. Curt Schilling would work in Game 7 if there is a Game 7 against Roger Clemens.
So if the Yankees lose tonight, they've got to beat both Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. Tall order.
Posada set up at 1-2. Just missed. 2-2. Posada struck out and bounced into a double play. The Diamondbacks have turned 2 double plays tonight. And again, Batista starts into his windup and then stops.
The last time he did that, he probably was going to throw a fastball. He threw a slider to Posada. We'll see if the slider is coming again. Probably.
Got him for the second out of the inning. Strikeout number 5. And Batista is making it look easy here tonight.
He finishes off Jorge Posada with the slider, and an indication of how well he is pitching tonight, going in and out, slider, fastball for the most part.
Here's Spencer with 2 out, nobody on. The Yankees have no extra base hits tonight. They have 4 singles. That's it. They've been given 2 walks. Batista's thrown a wild pitch, and the Yankees again have been shut down offensively. The 0-1, 0-2, and now Batista is 1 strike away from going through 7 shutout innings.
Talk about focus. You could see it in his eyes. Relaxed, confident.
Over but low. We heard from Mark Grace that Batista, in a start earlier in the year, told his manager, don't worry, sit back and enjoy the show. Well, the show tonight is Game 5 of the World Series, and he has allowed no runs on 4 hits through 6 2/3 innings. Now it's 2-2. Again, Batista slows it down, goes off the mound, gets the dirt away from his spikes, and now stares in for the sign for this 2-2 pitch. Full count. On deck is the struggling David Justice. 3-2 pitch, a 2-out walk. That'll bring the tying run to the plate here in the 7th inning.
Interesting situation for Bob Brenly right here. Rohan was put on the roster, the World Series roster, exclusively for left-handed batters. But I think Brenly wants to pitch to the struggling Justice instead of bringing in Rohan to pitch to Chuck Knobloch. I think he'll take his chances with this matchup.
On top of that, you get into the same situation that the Diamondbacks were in last night when they brought Kim in. Rohan, who's not even eligible for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs and has not appeared in this World Series. So he will stand and watch in the bullpen as Miguel Batista will face David Justice, who's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Ball 1. 100 pitches on the night for Miguel Batista. Two and 0. I'm sure some fans, especially Arizona fans, wondering, well, how are they going to do it tonight? How are the Yankees going to get up off the mat and come back on Arizona? Batista trying to end the 7th right here, and he's run the count to 3-0 after a 2-out walk to Spencer. Swinging on 3-0, and he went after a breaking ball and ended up in the dirt. 3-1.
An idea of how David Justice is struggling in this World Series. He missed that ball by 2 feet. Joe Torre hoping he got a fastball down and in.
How about
it was
Batista?
A breaking ball. Yeah.
3-0. Tying run at the plate, and he throws him a breaking ball.
Yep.
Now the 3-1. Now it's a full count.
So he swings at ball 4, and then Batista threw a nasty fastball away. So if you're Batista, you almost have to come back with what you threw 3-0, which was a slider. Justice looks horrible at the plate.
9 strikeouts in 11 at bats. It was 3-0. He went after ball 4. Now it's 3-2, and the runner at first, Spencer, will take off. 2 on with 2 out as Justice draws the walk.
Two walks with 2 outs. You bring Lopez in to face Scott Brocious. Bob Welch out to talk. That means Batista staying in the game. Because if Bob Brindley takes out the pitcher, he does it himself. Remember, Brocious, an inside hitter. If Batista makes a mistake against Scott, he'll want to make it away. He'll give up the single, but not the long ball. That's at least the thinking of a pitcher and a catcher in this situation.
And another good indication here as to what the Diamondbacks are working with in their bullpen. You've got Miguel Batista, who has had a 10-day layoff. Pitching, he's over 100 pitches. He just walked back-to-back hitters to put the tying runs on. Chuck Knobloch will take over as the pinch runner for David Justice. He's the tying run, the trail runner at first base. But you've got Albie Lopez, who was a starter during the regular season, available in the bullpen. He has not worked in this World Series either. And Bob Brindley telling us before the start of this World Series, if we need 1 out where we can bring a guy in against a right-handed batter to get a strikeout when we need it, Lopez would be the guy. But Lopez is still in the bullpen, and Miguel Batista is still on the mound. Tying runs are on, 2 out, 2-0 Arizona, 7th inning. Brocious, strike 1. Good pitch over the inside corner.
But again, look at Barajas sitting outside, and the slider backs up and stays inside.
Martinez grounded back to the pitcher. Posada struck out. A walk to Spencer, a walk to Justice. Now it's Brocious. 1 ball, 1 strike as Bob Brindley tries to avoid his middle relief tonight.
And Batista tries to avoid the inside part of the plate to Brocious.
Tying runs are on. The 1-1. Into shallow right field. Easy for Reggie Sanders, and the Yankees now have stranded 5. Miguel Batista gets through the 7th. We go to the 8th. Still 2-0 Diamondbacks.
Discover a sensation as real as the streets. Mountain Dew Code Red.
Totally new Nissan Altima.
Is that the new Taco Bell chicken quesadilla? Yeah. Ah, the hot new handheld. Nice. But does it come with any games? Oh, yeah.
Now get a new chicken quesadilla with 3 melted cheeses or a medium or large drink and get a scratch to you win game piece. You can instantly win an Xbox along with 4 hot new games rated every 1 to teen or one of millions of other prizes. To get your hands on the hot new Xbox, you gotta think outside the bun.
The LA Times calls The Others pitch perfect. The Wall Street Journal raves. It's a supernatural thriller as classic as they come. Isn't it about time you see the movie phenomenon of the year? The Others. Rated PG-13, now playing.
Here it comes. Cool Blue Mach 3. 3 blades for the closest shave, in fewer strokes with less irritation. Now with a cool look. Cool Blue Mach 3 from Gillette. The best a man can get.
We're finally going to buy my grandson a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit to regain red blood cells. More red blood cells can mean more strength. Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
If you thought being the new kid at school was hard,
How's it going?
good. Try being the new teacher.
She has no training. At some point, we have to respond.
I'm sorry, private meeting.
Too bad.
Jerry Ryan ignites a new Boston Public Fox Monday.
Mike Messina goes back to the hill in the 8th inning. A bit surprising with the left-handed batters coming up. Womack, Counsell, Gonzalez, Durazo. Stanton's ready in the bullpen, so I'm sure that any hint of trouble, Messina will be gone.
I'm surprised Mike Messina's back out there also. 4 left-handed batters leading off the 8th inning here.
Pitch number 107 on the night is grounded up the middle off the glove of Jeter, and Womack is on to start the inning. So Messina stays in the game, goes back to work in the 8th, and Womack greets him with a hit.
Off the glove of Derek Jeter, Tony Womack had an idea about going to second base, but realizes that he's going to be there anyway because Counsell's going to bunt him over, as he did 3 times last night.
Still Stanton is in the bullpen. You can see him looking out from the bullpen. Joined by Mendoza. No surprise with those two getting ready here in the 8th inning. And now Counsell. Yankees, everyone expects the bunt.
Bob Brenly said he thought about hitting and running last night, the second time before Counsell laid down a bunt. He might do it here, thinking that it might be the last time a left-handed batter faces a right-hander with Stanton warming.
Counsell has dropped down 6 bunts. They do hit and run, throw down to second, and Womack is safe. It goes into center, and Womack will pop up and go to third. So they stay with Messina. They leave Stanton in the bullpen. A base hit by Womack up the middle. Womack on a hit and run ends up at third base as Counsell came up empty on the swing.
Bob Brenly with the hammer. A 2-run lead in the 8th inning. Last night he bunted 3 times in a row. He sends Womack. Even had Jeter come up with the ball, no chance to get him. As it stands, nobody out, and now Counsell able to hit away. It looked like Derek Jeter hooked the waist of Tony Womack. He missed the ball, and that glove went right around the waist.
One ball, one strike.
That's one way to stop him.
Craig Counsell at the plate. Gonzalez on deck, and still Stanton is in the bullpen.
I'm surprised. Normally in situations like this, Joe Torre makes a move for the left-hander.
The 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Counsell has struck out twice. He's 0 for 3.
Here's Tony Womack. Watch the glove hand of Jeter. He misses the ball, and then a little caress.
2 minutes for hooking.
Penalty box stuff.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Counsell. Infield is in. Womack, who can fly, is over at third, and he stays put as Counsell taps to Martinez. 1 out. Now it's Gonzalez with a runner at third, 1 out. And again, at least I keep looking down into the corner of that Yankee dugout, expecting to see Joe Torre come and get the ball from Mike Messina.
Me too.
I'm sure Stanton does. Look at him down there wondering, why am I warming up if I'm not coming in now?
Exactly.
111 pitches on the night for Mike Messina.
Luis Gonzalez homered in game 1. He had a hard line drive, his first at bat tonight.
Ball 1. Talked about Bob Brenly not being afraid. The manager of the Diamondbacks, instead of playing it safe with a bunt, he puts the hit and run on, and he ends up with Womack over at third. Now 1 out in the inning after Counsell grounded out. And the count goes to 2-0 on Gonzalez. Rubio Durazo on deck.
And it was Durazo last night who doubled off Stanton to give the Diamondbacks the short-lived lead in the 8th inning. You know Stanton's ready.
Runner at third, 1 out. And Messina runs into 3-0.
Howard appearances, Messina pitching around Luis Gonzalez. I'm sure Brenly will allow Gonzalez to hit here. With Durazo on deck.
Runner at third, 1 out, 3 balls, no strikes. There's a strike, 3-1. A hit, then a stolen base, and an error. Error charged to Posada on the throw that ended up in center field. Now the 3-1 to Gonzalez. Good pitch on the inside corner, 3-2.
How about that? It looked as though Messina was pitching around Gonzalez. And then he comes back and pours in 2 inside corner fastballs.
Now the 3-2 to Gonzalez. Just got a piece off the end of the bat.
That looked like that knuckle curve. That was a changeup. See the rotation on the ball going down. So after the 2 fastballs, Gonzalez does not look good on the knuckle curve.
Womack at third with 1 out. Two out. From 3-0 to 3-2, and then the strikeout. They stick with Messina. Now Mel Stottlemyre will come out and talk with Durazo coming up, and Matt Williams, the right-handed batter, on deck.
I think Messina will opt to walk Durazo. What a job of pitching by Mike Messina. The wild throw by Posada into center field. Womack goes to third. The infield in. Now he's retired Counsell on the ground ball to first, striking out Gonzalez.
You've seen Joe Torre manage a lot more games than I have. This would be in the category of atypical.
Absolutely.
Not going to Stanton, and he's sitting next to a guy, Don Zimmer, who was known when he was a manager as a guy who would just play a hunch. He'd take a risk. He didn't play it by the book. Joe Torre did not go to Stanton. With 4 left-handed batters to start this inning, a base hit started it. Then he thought surely Stanton's coming in. Then the hit and run, stolen base and error. Runner at third with nobody out. A ground out to first. Gonzalez struck out. Now an intentional pass is being handed to Durazo, and it's going to be up to Matt Williams with first and third, 2 out.
This was Mike Messina's call. Mel Stottlemyre going out saying, Mike, do you want to pitch to Durazo or Matt Williams? And with 2 out, he's going to pitch to Williams. Matt has not looked good all night on breaking balls away, talking to himself, trying to keep that left shoulder in there. We'll see how Messina and Posada work Matt Williams.
Williams, who from time to time will rub that front shoulder, that left shoulder, against his mouth as he sets up to try to keep that front shoulder in.
Right, it's a reminder to do that right there.
Bats with runners at the corners and 2 out. What a lift this would be for New York if Messina could get out of this. Strike 1 on Williams.
He missed his pitch right there. That's the best pitch Williams had to hit all night. Posada setting up inside, and the pitch right down the middle of the plate.
A 2-0 Arizona lead, top of the 8th. They had a runner at third, nobody out. Now it's first and third with 2 out. ...123 pitches on the night for Messina. Too far outside, 90 miles an hour. Really one of his better fastballs the last couple of innings, in the count 1-1. Saw a career 125 average for Matt Williams against Mike Messina. Popped up. Soriano, and the inning is over. What a job by Mike Messina. A season high 125 pitch night. He gets a pop-up to end the top of the 8th. The Diamondbacks miss a scoring chance, and they still lead by 2.
Totally new Nissan Altima.
Pentium. Change the face of digital photography. With the Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
I just called to ask, how are the kids? And she flowers the kids.
But if I heard right, then you'd come home and say, why didn't you flower my kids?
Am I here right now? Is this just me?
No, ma'am. It's the static on your cell phone. Here, Sprint PCS built the only all-digital, all-PCS nationwide network. So your calls are clear.
So no more of this, right?
Not on my watch, ma'am.
2,500 minutes for $39.99 from Sprint PCS.
So, you sure?
Oh, I'm sure. A new baby with 2 teenage boys. This should be fun.
So, when he starts college, we'll be...
60. No, honey, this isn't a joke.
The 2001 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Nissan. Driven by the Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world. And by Sprint PCS, the clear alternative to cellular.
Bottom of the 8th inning now, 2-0. The Diamondbacks still leading. Again, Batista starts his windup and then stops as he faces Alfonso Soriano. 108 pitches on the night for Batista. And he misses with number 109 low for ball 1 to start the bottom of the 8th. Now it's the veteran setup relievers. We saw Morgan and Swindell getting loose for the Diamondbacks in their bullpen. The 1-0, 2-0. The part of Brenly's bullpen that he would like to avoid, running Batista back out for the 8th, and it's 3-0 on Soriano.
I think your point about Batista being out there because of the weakness of the Diamondback bullpen still applies.
Soriano's taking, and it's a strike, 3-1. Jeter and then O'Neill will follow here in the 8th inning. What a job by Messina to keep it a 2-run game. 3-2. I like that from this young hitter.
Soriano realizing the Yankees 2 runs down, nobody on, trying to get on base.
The common thinking is what you got on 3-1 you'll get on 3-2. You don't know with Batista.
That's true.
Fastball is grounded over the pitcher's head. Counsell, another very good play from Craig Counsell, 1 away. He has moved all over the place from that second base position.
He really has. When Batista couldn't get to the ball, the oncoming Counsell throws out his counterpart.
One away. Back to the top of the order for New York. The Yankees have 4 singles tonight against Miguel Batista, who was 11-8 during the regular season, 1-1 in the postseason. He really has made 2 very good postseason starts this year for Arizona. Game 3 of the division series in St. Louis, he won. Game 2 of the National League Championship Series, he pitched well, but the Diamondbacks lost that game. Strike 1 on Derek Jeter.
He is saving his longest outing of the year for the World Series. Man.
Twice went 7 innings. He's gone 7 1/3. He's still throwing hard enough. Jeter, who's 1 out of 3 tonight, is 3 out of 19 in this series and unable to catch up to this pitch.
Bob Brenly telling us that Curt Schilling increases in velocity the later innings. So is Batista.
The 0-2 to Jeter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Batista, who came back from a 3-0 count to get Soriano, has a 1-ball 2-strike count on Jeter. Now it's 2-2. The left-handed hitting Paul O'Neill waits on deck. Depending on what Jeter does, this could be the last hitter of the night for Miguel Batista. Jeter strikes out. 2 out.
The way he's throwing, if I'm Bob Brenly, just leave him out there. He's got that rush of adrenaline right now, and nothing seems to be slowing him down.
Had Jeter reached O'Neill, who could very well be taking his last swings as a Yankee here at home, would have represented the tying run, and maybe you go get Swindell and go lefty on lefty. But this crowd is now standing and at least in the game for the moment, because one of their favorite players, Paul O'Neill, is at the plate with 2 out, nobody on. 95 miles per hour from Miguel Batista. Paul O'Neill, who is looking at retirement at the end of this World Series. Trying to get on. Get Bernie Williams to the plate. Flashbulbs popping. It's 2-0. Talk about Curt Schilling, Randy Johnson being the best closer available to Bob Brenly the games they start. Well, at the very least, Miguel Batista is trying to be his own setup guy.
A guy with 2 complete games in his career and only 1 complete game shutout.
He's allowed 4 hits. He struck out 4. His 2-0 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. Paul O'Neill looking back at the home plate umpire, surprised that was called a strike.
Well, Jim Joyce called it oddly, almost as an afterthought, and that's what O'Neill's complaining about.
Biting his lip. Now the 2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike. And again, with at least a switch hitter on deck now, but a guy who is more powerful batting left-handed, Bernie Williams, depending on what O'Neill does. This could be the last hitter for Miguel Batista. 123 pitches on the night. The 3-1 pitch. That'll bring the tying run to the plate. O'Neill reaches for the 5th walk of the night, handed out by Batista.
A better gauge than a pitch count is how the hitters are reacting to the stuff of your pitcher. Bob Brenly going to the books. The Yankee hitters are not reacting well to Batista and the stuff he's been throwing. I think Bob Brenly's going to hang right with him. Pitch count be darned.
Bernie Williams, the switch hitter. The tying run at the plate. Strike 1. Williams on the year hit 26 home runs. 21 of the 26 came from the left side.
And Bernie Williams, more than any other Yankee hitter, can hit the outside fastball to center field or to left field. Power to all fields.
Jammed, and he pops it into shallow left center. Out is Womack. Can't make the catch. And it's 1st and 3rd, 2 out. could see that coming.
Yep. Well, the outfielders have to respect the power of Bernie Williams and playing deeply. Tony Womack trying to make an impossible play. Ball off his glove.
They still haven't ruled hit or error. Here comes Bob Brenly out to the mound as you look at O'Neill. The Yankees and their fans here at Yankee Stadium wondering if that's the start of another one of these late inning, late October, early November Yankee rallies. What a night for Miguel Batista. Batista, the Game 5 starter, gets into the 8th inning. Picks up 2 outs in the 8th inning. Leaves with 2 on and a 2-run lead.
What's your name again? My name is Gabriella. Gabriella Angelina Davila. What a pretty name. I'm your daughter, Gabriella? Huh. It's a nice house you have. So I'm very happy. I'm glad you're happy, Mom.
Reinvented Camry. Trust us, you're going to want one.
Fox Tuesday. It's the season's most anticipated night of television. First, I still care about you. Are Eric and Donna really getting back together?
Oh, yeah. God, no.
Find out.
I'm going to need details. There will be details in my steamy letter to Penthouse. Okay, my mom's still behind me, isn't she?
On an all-new That 70s show. Then, Halloween isn't over till the Simpsons say it is.
Destroy the evil one! Not me.
It's the all-new Simpsons Halloween special.
We'll catch ourselves a leprechaun using Lucky Charms as bait.
On a special night and time. No! Followed by the series premiere you must not miss. Kiefer Sutherland stars in 24. It all starts at 8/7 Central, Fox Tuesday.
A new life has begun.
Something did happen, didn't it? There's something wrong with your baby.
And the darkest mystery of all. You know something you're not telling me. Has been born.
They are unstoppable, and they are inside the FBI.
Lucy Lawless guest stars.
She's the key to everything.
For your sake, I hope so. But I hope not for mine.
I fear for the life of that child.
I need answers.
The X-Files season premiere, Sunday, November 11th on Fox.
We have seen several instances in the postseason when Bernie Williams has not run hard to first base. Right here, no excuse. None. You've got to give yourself every chance to be on second base. And Bernie Williams wasn't running hard to first and is on first. So no excuse for that. Excuse me, Joe.
Instead of having the tying run at second base and in scoring position for Tino Martinez, it's first and third. Martinez faces the veteran left-hander Greg Swindell.
Not saying that he makes it easily into second base, but at least he gives himself a chance to take the extra base. The way he was running, no chance.
Strike one to Tino Martinez from Greg Swindell.
I mean, after all, this is the World Series.
Tino's wife watching as here he is again. Tied the game in the 9th inning last night with a 2-out, 2-run homer. Represents the go-ahead run at the plate here tonight. Pops it foul, backing out of play, and the count 0-2. Last night, first pitch from Kim. Over the wall in right center to tie the game. 3-3. The Yankees won it in 10 on a home run by Jeter, 4-3. Greg Greg Swindell able to smile as he looked over at first. 0-2. Martinez just got a piece. Greg Swindell has worked well in this World Series. He's made 2 appearances. What a night for Miguel Batista. Leaves with a 2-0 lead. But 2 on, 2 out, and the 0-2 to Tino Martinez. Popped into left field. Gonzalez coming to get it. Inning over. Greg Swindell comes in and retires last night's hero. On a fly ball to left. 2 left in the inning. 7 on the night. 9th inning now. Game 5. Still 2-0 Arizona.
Time for today.
Tomorrow.
Just like that, we're breaking up.
Well, we were never going out.
At a special sneak preview. Devils, come out! Believing is seeing.
He hypnotized you. I saw a knockout. I don't care what anybody else saw.
Gwyneth Paltrow, Jack Black.
What in the...
Jason Alexander.
You want to see a splash?
Shallow Hal, directed by the Farrelly brothers.
Daddy! Daddy!
Rated PG-13. Special sneak preview tomorrow.
Me and Joel are a lot like the new back seat's supposed to be.
Yeah.
We're like a 60-40 split. Look, I'm 40. You can put me down.
Right.
Joel stays up.
I stay up.
Or you can put me up.
And then I go down. Oh, my head.
Wish you could undo what you did last night? Introducing new Alka-Seltzer Morning Relief, a special combination of ingredients to relieve your pounding head and give you a burst of energy. Alka-Seltzer Morning Relief. Feel better than you should.
Hey, Daryl. Hey, how's it going, Dave? How am I doing? You're a natural. Hey, you got an oven in there, guys?
When you get that craving for Wendy's bacon mushroom melt.
Coming through. That was close.
With 3 strips of bacon and mushrooms in a cheddar sauce, you just have to get one.
Hey, Dave, come on in. We got to go get lunch. I'm starting to get the hang of this. He says he's getting the hang of it.
Wendy's bacon mushroom melt. When you gotta have one, you gotta have one.
Oh.
Remember, Wendy's pickup windows open late, so you can eat great, even late.
Leather seats, automatic transmission. Nowadays, you'll hear people call this a truck. Well, a man knows a station wagon when he sees one. This car will only see off-road action if the driver backs over a flower bed. If this vehicular masquerade represents the high life to which men are called, we should trade our trousers for skirts right now.
Justice has a new name.
Judge Ling. I like it.
If you thought the legal system was tough before...
Do I have to know the law?
Not really.
You ain't seen nothing yet. All new Ally McBeal, 9/8 Central, Fox, Monday.
This week, Fox NFL Sunday begins with America's #1 pregame show as JB, Terry, Howie, and Chris get you ready for kickoff. Then the big one in the NFC Central Division, Tampa Bay and Green Bay, where the Cowboys take on Kerry Collins and the Giants, the Eagles against Jake Plummer and the Cardinals, or other regional action. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on Fox, as Ramiro Mendoza takes over for Mike Messina, who went 8 innings, allowed 2 runs, 5 hits, walked 3, 2 of them intentionally, and struck out 10.
With the exception of Mariano Rivera, Ramiro Mendoza is unfazed whether a hitter is left-handed or right-handed. One of the best natural sinkers in the game.
Steve Finley's had a nice night, a home run. He's also singled 2 out of 3. Each side has 5 hits, and the Diamondbacks lead at 2-0 in the 9th inning of Game 5, with this series even at 2-2. Randy Johnson. Pitch in Game 6 on Saturday night against Andy Pettitte. They're chanting Paul O'Neill's name. These terrific fans here in New York. Paul O'Neill just bowed his head a moment ago. O'Neill will give that a look, as will Tito Martinez. Foul territory and out of play. Count still 2-2. You could tell Paul O'Neill was touched. Oh boy, by that. And I know you, as a longtime major league player, you get touched hearing something like that.
Certainly do.
Back up the middle, off the bag, and the third hit of the night for Finley. So Finley is on to start the ninth inning.
Steve Finley with his third hit of the night. Half of the Diamondback total. Point.
Still chanting are these fans after the leadoff hit by Finley, and now Reggie Sanders. To the left side, Brocious to Soriano. Can't turn the double play. 5-4 on the force out at second.
Ball was not hit hard. Brocious quickly to Soriano, but because the ball wasn't hit hard, Finley down on top of Soriano. You can see Steve doing his job. A lot of second basemen use that second base bag for protection. Watch how Soriano steps on the back foot to make the throw to first base, but in the process that takes time, allowing Sanders to beat the play.
So 1 on, 1 out for Mark Grace. Over but low, ball 1. You're just joining us. These fans are chanting Paul O'Neill's name because he has hinted that this will be his final year in the big league. Been in New York since 1993. Grace takes a strike. It's 1-1. And when you talk about these fans, before we get into the bottom of the ninth inning, how about a word about the way the fans have acted in this postseason and the job done by Mayor Giuliani and the law enforcement officials who have made this place not only safe but very comfortable. You walk into Yankee Stadium, even with this heightened sense of alert, and you feel comfortable and safe in this ballpark. They have done a wonderful job.
Really have.
One ball, 2 strikes on Grace. Soriano, Jeter, Martinez. O'Neill back to the dugout, gets a standing ovation.
It's a rematch of an early season classic. Sapp and the Bucks are out to sweep their hated rivals. Favre and the Packers haven't forgotten the loss and are out for revenge. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
There's one brand of truck strong enough to carry the American spirit. Chevrolet. And right now, get 0% financing on every new truck we build. Like Chevy S10 with 4-wheel anti-lock brakes standard. Chevy, the trucks behind a country that never quits. And you can own one, interest-free. Keep America rolling. See your Colorado Chevy dealer today.
Morning, guys.
Hi.
Hey, morning. Like to see how your cereals stack up the total?
Sure.
To get the iron in 1 bowl of total, you'll have to eat 2 bowls of cornflakes. For folic acid, try 4 bowls.
That's a really big spoon.
Want zinc? 10 bowls for you.
What's so funny? Nothing.
Nice bowls.
Total has 100% of 11 vitamins and minerals in just 1 bowl.
We'll take the total.
Sure.
And give
Jr. the check. What? Total Raisin Bran, Total Cornflakes. One bowl, 100%.
I'm on a mission from the Colonel. This is the bucket. This is the recipe that will save America from ordinary fast food. KFC original recipe chicken. Put that on the burger. Eat the chicken. Hand prepared with those 11 secret herbs and spices. Slow cooked to lock in all that juicy flavor. Son, might as well eat that skateboard.
March into KFC today and enjoy 8 pieces of the Colonel's tender, finger-licking original recipe chicken at a tasty price of just $7.99.
Salute the Colonel. You're a fine young man. There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
6 months ago, we loved them. Now, we'd love to get rid of them. 2001 VW Kiss-Off at Osborne VW.
New Golfs, $13,969. New Jettas, just $15,989. New Beetles, just $169.
$169 a month.
Kaufe deinen Volkswagen nur bei Osborne.
Yes, drivers wanted to drive new VWs for less than $6 a day. We're making room for the 2002s, so save thousands now at Osborne VW cars.
We're kissing all 2001 Volkswagens goodbye.
Osborne VW on West Colfax.
Be there.
New pitcher Kim, new left fielder Danny Batista.
Okay, I got you, sir. How you doing?
Good. How's your hand?
It hurts. It was a good shot.
I know it was.
And you got a, you got a few before.
Couple of those.
First pitch is strike over the inside corner to Jorge Posada. Danny Batista is the new left fielder. Young Hun Kim, who threw 62 pitches last night, working 2 2/3 innings, is trying to save it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Joe, earlier you mentioned the guts of Bob Brenly, and yet another example right here, putting Kim right back over the coals.
After last night, blowing the save in the 9th inning, then getting the loss in the 10th inning. Slicing down the left field line, and a good start to the 9th inning for the Yankees. Posada will hold at second with a leadoff double.
Sinker away, Posada goes away. Yankees trying to work their magic one more time.
If the Yankees fail to score here in the 9th inning, the 7 runs would be the fewest runs scored by one team in the first 5 games of a World Series since the White Sox scored 6 in 1919, and they weren't exactly trying that year.
The year of the Black Sox scandal, 8 men out.
The Yankees have scored 7 runs in nearly 5 games. Runner at second, nobody out. And ball 1 to Shane Spencer, the tying run at the plate.
If you're a Diamondback outfielder, on a base hit to the outfield, you throw the ball to second base. You play the game as though Posada was not on base.
Spencer faced Kim twice last night. Struck out twice last night. He's up on the count 2-0. That'll get out of play. Just to go back to last inning, the last batter that Batista faced was Bernie Williams, who hit that flare into left center. It was ruled a hit. Then Greg Swindell came on with the tying runs on and got Tina Martinez to fly to left. Now a leadoff double by Posada. A 2-1 pitch to Spencer. 3 balls, 1 strike. To the left side, Williams. 1 out.
Shane Spencer takes the first slider. Fastball wide. Fouled one off. Slider. Now on the 3-1 pitch. Grounds to Matt Williams. Posada correctly holding at second.
Young-Hun Kim, from September 1st through the end of the season, pitched in 14 games. Allowed 8 earned runs on 11 hits and 5 home runs down the stretch. He allowed 2 home runs last night, but now instead of Justice being at the plate, he was lifted for the pinch runner Knobloch back in the 7th, and it's the struggling Knobloch instead of the struggling Justice at the plate with 1 out in the 9th inning representing the tying run. Strike 1.
You could see that ball darting away from Chuck Knobloch. Mike Morgan warming for the Diamondbacks. Talked about it last night, an upshoot. Tino Martinez with the 2-run home run off Kim. Jeter with the game winner.
Runner at second, 1 out. Knobloch. Another foul. It's 0-2. Talk about left-handers and their success against Kim, who allowed 10 home runs during the regular season. 8 against left-handed hitters. The only left-hander that Joe Torre could call on here in the 9th inning off his bench is Enrique Wilson, a switch-hitting infielder. Runner at second, 1 out, no balls, 2 strikes on Knobloch. 1-2. Kurt Schilling was in that same position last night watching Kim. A 1-2 pitch. Another foul off the bat and then off the mask or helmet of Barajas. It's still 1-2.
We mentioned it last night. When you throw from that angle, the pitch cannot go down. The only pitch that goes down that Kim throws is a sinker. When you get the breaking ball, it's at least on the level plane. But more often than not, as we said, it goes up in the strike zone.
One ball, 2 strikes, and Knobloch gets time. After Knobloch, it's Brocious. Anybody after Brocious? Soriano. You have to go 3 more batters before the Yankees will send a left-hander to the plate, Paul O'Neill. 1 out here in the 9th inning with a runner at second. 2-0 Arizona. Got him. 2 gone.
After a bevy of breaking balls, he freezes Knobloch with a fastball inside, and it wasn't meant to be inside. You could see Barajas sitting outside, and the Diamondbacks get the call.
Now it's up to Brocious for New York.
Gotta say, Joe, when a catcher crosses the plate like that, normally you don't get that strike. But a huge pitch for Kim.
Ball 1. The Yankees are now 1 for 24 with runners in scoring position in this World Series. Last night, Brocious faced Young-Hun Kim twice, struck out and flied to right. Tying run at the plate. Runner at second, 2 out, 2-0 Arizona here in Game 5. Brocious hits one into left. Back at the wall. The Yankees have tied it again.
anything like it.
It borders on the surreal here in the Bronx.
In 1935, Foxwood Farms started with one horse and a truck. The horse was a thoroughbred, the truck a Chevy Suburban. Today, they have a few more horses, but there's still only one truck, Chevy Suburban. With an available 8.1-liter Vortec engine, it's capable of towing up to 6 tons, making it the best Suburban yet. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Ho, ho, ho!
Oh, I hope you didn't put all those on the credit card.
Yeah, why?
Do you know what those interest charges are going to do to us?
Don't worry. I used our new Capital One No Hassle card.
Fed up with exploding credit card rates? To the neighbors! With Capital One's new No Hassle Platinum card, you get one low fixed rate and none of the hassle.
Gotta tell Steve and Laura about Capital One.
What's in your wallet?
These MLB Authentic Collection team jackets will head to the playoffs to grace the shoulders of their favorite players and share in the glory that is October. The others will grace the shoulders of Roys and Bobs and Steves and share in the glory that is a hot dog and a cold one. Get your MLB Authentic Collection team jacket from the Major League Baseball Clubhouse store for just $110. Call 1-800-365-0600. MLB Authentic Collection. Connect with it.
The first time they took you to the edge of temptation. This time, they'll take you beyond.
I don't know what he was doing, but it's not the guy I know.
Temptation 2 premieres Wednesday at 9/8 Central on Fox. Once in a while, a new series comes along that raises the bar for all of television. This year, that show is 24. It's the premiere you must not miss. 24 at 9/8 Central Fox Tuesday.
Brocious playing the role that Martinez played last night has tied it in the ninth with a 2-out, 2-run homer. And the pain felt by this 22-year-old right-hander, Byung-Hun Kim. Visited by his catcher, his first baseman. Now Morgan brushes back Soriano with ball 1.
Predictable boos by the Yankee crowd. But in no way would Mike Morgan want to hit Soriano and put him on. That ball just got away. How fast did the cheers turn into boos? Man.
The numbers from Morgan in the postseason. The Yankees are now into the part of the bullpen they've been waiting for as Bautista goes to get it. Soriano broke his bat. And we go to the 10th inning for the second night in a row. The Diamondbacks, as they were last night, 1 out away until this. He knew it. These fans knew it. And here we go to overtime.
I need a car?
Shopping for a used car will never be the same.
No, a convertible, a red one, with under 15,000 miles.
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
You couldn't help me with a loan, could you? Can we help you?
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting. In the next 24 hours,
Presidential candidate's life's at stake.
his nation will be betrayed.
There may be an element inside the agency involved with the hit on Paul.
His family will be threatened.
And Federal Agent Jack Bauer will have no one to rely on. Find a shooter, Jack.
But himself.
Don't trust anybody, not even your own people.
If you ever want to see your daughter again, get me out of this!
You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
How high does this conspiracy go?
You're gonna blackmail a district director.
He's got information that I need.
I'm gonna get you out of here.
Kiefer Sutherland stars.
Who are you working for?
In 24. Premieres Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on Fox. November 11th, the best night of television on television is back. Fox season premiere Sunday is gonna be wild. First, King of the Hill takes self-defense to a new low. Then find out why the Simpsons are closer than ever.
Wow, my first home run.
I'm so proud of you. Come on, hug me.
And what could possibly heat up Malcolm's family vacation?
Me and my naked friends got tired of waiting for you.
How about a camp for naughty girls? Plus, the biggest mystery of all is born.
They are unstoppable, and they are inside the FBI.
When Lucy Lawless guest stars on The X-Files. The best night of television on television is back. Fox season premiere Sunday, November 11th.
Sam and the Bucks. Farm and the Packers. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
The instant it left the bat of Scott Brocious, he knew it. And so did a stunned Bob Brenly. Out of freeze frame, in shock. Don Zimmer. How much has he seen in his lifetime with this game of baseball? As Rivera comes in the game and misses inside with ball one. So Mariano Rivera worked 2 innings in game 3, 1 inning last night, available for 1 inning tonight. One and one.
Off day tomorrow, travel day, one way or the other. And I wonder if Joe Torre will change his mind if Rivera has an easy 10th inning and the Yankees fail to score in the bottom of the 10th.
He threw 29 pitches in game 3, 13 in game 4. That's a reference to a remark made by Curt Schilling prior to the start of this World Series during a press conference, poo-pooing the mystique and aura of Yankee Stadium. He may have a different feeling about that now.
Now, Lou Piniella, for the most part, the manager of the Seattle Mariners, did the same thing, trying to prepare the players, guys behind him.
Shattered bat. Another one for the woodpile. And Soriano takes care of Rod Barajas. One away in the top of the 10th.
Lou Piniella, in Pinella's case, trying to get his players to forget about whatever mystique and aura there is about Yankee Stadium. But after what's happened the last 2 nights, how could you?
Just after the clock struck midnight last night, Derek Jeter struck for a game-winning 10th inning home run about 12:04 a.m. Happened about 10 to midnight tonight. At least the tying home run off the bat of Scott Brocious. By the way, Jeter will lead off at the bottom of this 10th. 1 out, nobody on. 1 ball, no strikes on Womack. Soriano. 2 out.
There is nobody who respects Derek Jeter more than Joe Torre, not only for what he has done for Joe Torre and the Yankees since being the Rookie of the Year in 1996, but last night at 10:30, Derek Jeter sat next to Torre and he said, "You're going to leave tonight a little after 12."
First he told him at 10:30, well, you got an hour and a half left on your contract.
Right.
And then told him at 5 to 12, you're about out of time. And just after 12, won the game with a home run to right. Because the postseason was pushed back 1 week. Joe Torre's contract is expired. Then Jeter turned to Don Zimmer and said, "You're going to come back tomorrow, aren't you?" All done kiddingly. Joe Torre telling us that to remind us how aware and how cool Jeter is even during a World Series game. It's coming up on midnight. Our 2-2 score, top of the 10th, 2 out, nobody on. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Counsell. Another quick and easy inning for Mariano Rivera. Derek Jeter almost fighting back a smile as he comes off the field, getting ready to lead it off. That's what he did last night to win Game 4. He's first up in the bottom of the 10th in Game 5. 2-2 the score. Back after this from your local Fox station.
You're watching the World Series right here on Fox.
At GMC, our engineers have been designing trucks exclusively for 100 years. Now, we want to help keep America rolling with interest-free financing on all GMC trucks, vans, and SUVs. The power of Sierra, the agility of Yukon, the comfort and luxury of Envoy. Every new GMC comes with 0% APR through November 18th. Upgrade to professional grade and help keep America rolling. See your participating Colorado GMC dealers.
Mervyn's Me Days are back. This Friday and Saturday, we can all get 40 to 50% off. Pretty good, but why don't you emphasize 50% off a little more? Excuse me? Like this. We can all get 40 to 50% off. Much better. Me Days means big savings, and Mervyn's means big brands. Mervyn's means big brands. And card holders get an extra 10% off all purchases this Friday and Saturday only. And remember, Mervyn starts with me. Mervyn starts with me.
Fox Friday.
Now you've done it.
Halloween brings out the freaks from the future.
Do you have any idea where your body might be?
Not a clue.
The hit series Dark Angel.
Not a real nice time. Call me.
A special Halloween episode followed by an all-new Pasadena.
Friday night at 7 on Fox 31.
Zap and the Bucks. Farm and the Packers.
This week's matchup is brought to you by Dodge. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
6 months ago, we loved them. Now, we'd love to get rid of them. 2001 VW Kiss Off at Osborne VW.
New Golf's $13,969. New Jetta's just $15,989. New Beetles just $169.
$169 a month.
Kaufe deinen Volkswagen nur bei Osborne.
Yes, drivers wanted to drive new VWs for less than $6 a day. We're making room for the 2002s, so save thousands now at Osborne VW.
We're kissing all 2001 Volkswagens goodbye.
Osborne VW on West Colfax.
Be there.
I'm Libby Weaver.
And I'm Ron Zapolo. Join us after the ball game for Fox 31 News.
There are those chimes again, just after midnight, early November 2nd, here in New York. We came on the air talking about how the Yankees became only the 3rd team in World Series history to come back and win a game when they trailed by 2 runs or more going into the bottom of the 9th inning. The last time it happened, 1929. They're trying to do it back-to-back games. And Derek Jeter, who's been fighting back a smile since he started to leave the field in the top of the 10th. And by the way, Rivera only threw 10 pitches in the top of the 10th. And the bullpen for the Yankees is quiet. Jeter will lead it off with Paul O'Neill and then Bernie Williams. So O'Neill may get another home at bat, and will unless Jeter ends it right here, facing Mike Morgan and taking ball 1. O'Neill drew a walk his last time up. One ball, 1 strike from Mike Morgan, the 42-year-old right-hander. Pitching in the big leagues 2 weeks after his high school graduation back in 1978. Here he is in the 2001 World Series. Jeter grounds to short. Womack. Leadoff man is gone, and Paul O'Neill does get another home at bat.
Left fielder Danny Batista being brought in right before Paul O'Neill stepped up there.
Ball one.
Eddie Rodriguez responsible for moving the outfielders, and the Diamondbacks are not going to be beaten like they were last night. The off-fielder is in. Some felt that Gonzalez was too deep last night. I did not happen to think that.
A strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike on Paul O'Neill, who has hit very well against this veteran right-hander in his career with 2 home runs.
Got to figure anything from Morgan's going to be away to O'Neill unless it's a ball inside.
To the right side, 2 hops to Counsell. 2 out. And with the bases empty, Bernie Williams will bat. One last toss of the helmet for Paul O'Neill here at Yankee Stadium.
Maybe.
Unless the lineup turns over and he bats a couple of innings from now. That reaction that the Yankees and their fans have seen after unsuccessful at bats by O'Neill. Now with 2 out, nobody on, Bernie Williams, who's 1 for 3 with a walk, a single, and who has hit 16 career postseason home runs, takes a ball. What a night tonight for Mike Mussina. 8 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts.
The reason the Yankees are here is what Mike Mussina did in the 8th inning.
Go back to that missed opportunity for Arizona. A leadoff hit by Womack up the middle. Hit and run. Stole second. Went to third on a throwing error by Posada. Was standing there with nobody out. Counsell, Gonzalez, and Williams couldn't bring him home. 2-2 in the bottom of the 10th. A 2-0 count on Bernie Williams with 2 out, nobody on, and Rivera will go back out for the 11th if needed. That is a fair ball. Barajas makes the play, and it's a 1-2-3 10th inning for the veteran Mike Morgan. We go to the 11th. Rivera back to the hill, still tied 2-2.
Dark Angel, a special Halloween episode, 8/7 Central tomorrow.
It's a rematch of an early season classic. Sapp and the Bucks are out to sweep their hated rivals. Favre and the Packers haven't forgotten the loss and are out for revenge. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Mariano Rivera, who is 2-0 with 5 saves and an ERA of 0.71 coming into this game, the 2001 postseason, goes back to the hill. We're into the 11th inning now. A 2-2 game. Danny Batista first up, and he lines one into right center field. O'Neill will cut it off. Batista will hold it first. Good play by Paul O'Neill to keep that to a single, but a good start to the 11th inning for Arizona.
Every manager in the American League knows that right-handed hitters have a better chance against Rivera, generally speaking, than left-handers. The reason for that, the ball cuts away from right-handers and goes toward the barrel of the bat, the fat part of the bat. With left-handers, it bores in on the smaller part of the bat.
So the go-ahead run is at first with nobody out. And it's a Rubio Durazo. Check on the runner, Batista. Batista was in that number 3 spot because Bob Brenly took Gonzalez out for defensive reasons in the 9th inning. Lo and behold, Batista, as opposed to the guy who hit 57 home runs with a .325 average, Gonzalez, it's Batista that gets the leadoff hit in the 11th. Durazo breaks his bat. That might drop into center. It does. First 2 are on for Arizona here in the 11th inning.
Batista hit his well. Durazo is jammed, and it plops in front of Bernie Williams, and now Chris Spire, the third base coach, making sure with Matt Williams. A bunt in order right here. If I'm the Yankees, I look for a rare bunt out of Matt Williams. We'll see.
Runners on at first and second with nobody out. The bunt is perfect. Dropped down by Williams, out at first. The sacrifice is good. 3-4, and I mean Matt Williams, who has not been asked to bunt much in his big league career, couldn't have rolled it out there any better.
He lays a blueprint down the first base line. Perfectly executed. And now the Yankees are going to walk Steve Finley to get to low ball hitting Reggie Sanders.
Come on, Reggie.
So now time called at the plate. Finley will draw the third intentional pass. Handed to Arizona tonight.
You know what's an interesting thought here, Joe? Reggie Sanders, a low ball hitter. He has all types of problems with high fastballs. However, he's a good bunter. Bob Brenly tried it with Tony Womack in Game 5 of the divisional series against the Cardinals. He tried the squeeze. Batista was the runner at third base. He was tagged out, and then Tony Womack won it with a hit to left center field. I wonder if Brenly would be brazen enough to try the squeeze right here with Reggie Sanders.
Even though some managers stay away from it with the bases loaded.
Right.
Because you don't need the tag, you just need the force out of the plate.
That's right. But if the runner on at third, and he's a fast runner in Batista, if he can get a good jump and Sanders can get it down, you'll see. But keep in mind, Sanders a very good low ball hitter, and Rivera doesn't throw it low. He throws it high.
Sanders has struck out 3 times tonight. He's 0 for 4. .94 miles per hour for strike 1. Another opportunity for the Diamondbacks against the Yankees' best. The 0-1. 0-2.
Rivera elevating.
While in the postseason, Rivera has been automatic during the regular season this year. Rivera blew 7 save opportunities and had an overall record of 4-6. 2 hits, a bunt, an intentional walk, and time called prior to the 0-2 pitch to Reggie Sanders. Bautista, Durazo, and Finley the runners. Line drive, caught, diving catch, Soriano, 2 out.
Joe Torre having the infield in double play depth. If the infield is in, perhaps this ball's by Soriano.
Every ounce of leather it took for Soriano to make that catch. Made the big defensive play from the second base position back in Game 3. Now it's Grace, strike 1. And you go back to the left-hander being up against Mariano Rivera. Grace needing the hit. Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 strikes.
Mark Grace as choked up on the bat as he dare.
Left side. Brocious. Inning over. Whatever they seem to need, they seem to get here in the Bronx.
Emmy-winning creator David E. Kelley brings you two of the finest hours on television. First, if you thought being the new kid at school was hard.
How's it going?
Good. Try being the new teacher.
She has no training. At some point, we have to respond.
I'm sorry, private meeting.
Too bad.
Jerry Ryan ignites a new Boston public. Then, justice will never be the same.
Do I have to know the law?
Not really. Get ready for Judge Ling on a new Ally McBeal. It all starts at 8/7 Central, Fox Monday.
November 11th, the best night of television on television is back. Fox season premiere Sunday is gonna be wild. First, King of the Hill takes self-defense to a new low. Then find out why the Simpsons are closer than ever.
Wow, my first home run.
I'm so proud of you. Come on, hug me.
And what could possibly heat up Malcolm's family vacation?
Me and my naked friends got tired of waiting for you.
How about a camp for naughty girls? Plus, the biggest mystery of all is born.
They are unstoppable, and they are inside the FBI.
When Lucy Lawless guest stars on The X-Files. The best night of television on television is back. Fox season premiere Sunday, November 11th.
Your Aunt Wanda and I have decided that you kids need to get churched.
Is that like a workman?
You all got to get the fear of God. So next Sunday, we're all going to spend it in church.
Don't the Bears play the Raiders next Sunday?
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Here or in Chicago?
Chicago.
I thought they had a bye.
The Bernie Mac Show premieres Wednesday, November 14th on Fox.
It's a rematch of an early season classic. Sap and the Bucks are out to sweep their hated rivals. Favre and the Packers haven't forgotten the loss and are out for revenge. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Mike Morgan back to work, the only player from 1978 who is still in the major leagues. He joined the Oakland A's 1 week after graduating from Valley High School in Las Vegas. Saw his manager Jack McKeon in that picture with him. He pitched for the Yankees in 1982. Been with the Blue Jays, Mariners, Orioles, Dodgers, Cubs, Cardinals, Reds, Twins, Cubs again, Rangers, and Diamondbacks.
When Mike Morgan broke in, Alfonso Soriano wasn't born, and he made the play in the 10th inning to temporarily keep it a tie game.
Now it's Tino Martinez leading it off. Martinez 1 for 4 tonight. Sterling Hitchcock getting loose for the Yankees. So if the Diamondbacks can get through this bottom of the 11th, it would seem that Rivera is finished. And Hitchcock is the one getting loose. No balls, 2 strikes on Tino Martinez as Albi Lopez gets loose for Arizona.
Yeah, both managers now thinking about starters since this is the bottom of the 11th inning. Both Albi Lopez, Sterling Hitchcock, experience as starters.
It's 0-2 on Tino Martinez. Down the right field line, foul.
Remember what Bob Brenly told us in our meeting before the game? Barajas trying to come inside. It was Martinez who hit an inside fastball last night. If you're going to make him hit the ball, you got to go away.
That's where they set up. They miss away, and it's 1-2. Tino Martinez will be followed by Jorge Posada and Shane Spencer here in the 11th. Unless it ends before that. 2-2. Here's a 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled off the fencing in front of the Yankee dugout.
Mike Morgan flirting with danger, throwing Martinez inside in this ballpark. You make a mistake away, it's a single. Inside, this game could be over.
Another 1-2 into left field. Bautista back a few. 1 out. Take a look at a bullpen comparison in regard to the Yankees in the postseason since 1996. The Yankees bullpen 17-3, anchored by Mariano Rivera, 32 saves. Factor John Wetland in there as well. He was the MVP of that '96 World Series. Compared to the opponents, and now Posada digs his way in with 1 out, nobody on. Jorge tonight is 1 out of 4. 22 home runs during the regular season. Ball 1. Mike Morgan has retired all 5 Yankee hitters he has faced. Ended the 9th by getting Soriano on a broken bat fly ball caught by Bautista in left. 1-2-3 10th against Jeter, O'Neill, and Williams, all ground balls. There's 1 out here in the 11th. A 2-0 to Posada. A strike called, and Posada barks at the home plate umpire Jim Joyce.
Barajas sitting outside, and Morgan gets the call.
Here's a 2-1. 3-1.
That looked like more of a strike than the 2-0 pitch. Certainly higher.
So the count 3-1 with 1 out, nobody on. Posada way out in front of a changeup, full count.
Five straight pitches to the outside part of the plate. Mike Morgan saying, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to do it with a home run the other way.
Posada doubled the other way to start the 2-run 9th inning. 3-2 pitch. Popped up on the left side. Foul territory for Matt Williams. 2 out. And now Shane Spencer will be the hitter. Again, it appears that Rivera's finished for the night one way or the other. He had a 10-pitch 10th inning. Got into trouble and out of trouble in the 11th. 2 out, nobody on. Spencer takes a strike. What a job by Mike Morgan to this point. He's retired 6 straight. One and one.
The Diamondbacks in their no doubles defense. Outfielders are deeper than they would normally be, particularly with Shane Spencer up there. Steve Finley in another area code in center.
Spencer waits for a 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. Shane Spencer with 8 home runs the month of September back in 1998. Missed last year's World Series with a torn knee ligament. He's not only available for this World Series, but boy, has he really played well both defensively and offensively, and he had a pretty good hack at a pitch that was up in his eyes. The count's 2-2.
Played well on both sides of the ball.
Base is empty with 2 out. And a full count with Knobloch on deck. It was 2-0 Arizona till the 9th. The runner at second and 2 away. Scott Brocious tied the game with a home run. Now Spencer pops it up. Counsell out to get it. And we go to the 12th. Mariano Rivera has thrown 23 pitches, is likely finished. What a job by Mike Morgan. 42 years old. In his first World Series, he gets this game to the 12th.
Every once in a while, a new series comes along that raises the bar for all of television. This November, that show is 24. TV Guide says, believe what you've heard. 24 is the best new show of the season. It's like a first-rate movie thriller and one of the most exciting opening nights ever. The Washington Post exclaims, this is one of the most engaging shows of this or any season, full of suspense, intrigue, and surprises. Time magazine declares 24 as super cool, an ambitious, stylish thriller. USA Today rates 24 is this year's best new series, and Rolling Stone agrees 24 is the best drama of the year and the hot new show to watch. The New York Times calls it an edge-of-the-seat thriller. 24 is the most anticipated show of the season. See for yourself why TV Guide says you'll be checking your watch in amazement that the hour is already over and then setting your timer for the next episode. 24, a television event at 9, 8 Central, Fox, Tuesday. A new life has begun.
Something did happen, didn't it? There's something wrong with your baby.
And the darkest mystery of all.
You know something you're not telling me.
Has been born.
They are unstoppable, and they are inside the FBI.
Lucy Lawless guest stars.
She's the key to everything.
For your sake, I hope so. But I hope not for mine.
I fear for the life of that child.
I need answers.
The X-Files season premiere, Sunday, November 11th on Fox.
Fox Tuesday, the best part of breaking up.
I still care about you.
Is making up. But are Eric and Donna really back together? Find out.
It was like magic.
Oh, I feel sick.
On an all-new That 70s Show. Then it's The Simpsons Halloween special.
We'll catch a leprechaun using Lucky Charms as bait.
All new on a special night and time.
No!
Followed by Keeper Sentiment of the series premiere of 24. It all starts at 8, 7 Central, Fox Tuesday.
Sap and the Bucks. Favre and the Packers. Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Sterling Hitchcock takes over for the Yankees. There have been more missed opportunities tonight for the Diamondbacks. First in the 8th inning. The runner at third, nobody out. Counsell, Gonzalez, and Williams could not bring home the runner. Then with the bases loaded, this by Reggie Sanders and Mark Grace. So Rivera got through 2 innings, and it's Sterling Hitchcock who hasn't pitched since working 3 shutout innings with only 1 hit allowed and 6 strikeouts in game 1 of this World Series back in Phoenix. And Barajas, who has 2 hits and is 2 for 4. Big swing, strike 1.
I think managers, as we said last inning with Lopez and Hitchcock, 2 former starters, 2 starters this year for Bob Brenly and Joe Torre, are out there. They're looking for more innings now. Deeper in the bullpens.
Change up, and it's 0-2. Hitchcock, acquired on July 31st from San Diego. Free agent to be. Used to be with the Yankees. Now he's back. Working in a tie game, 12th inning, game 5. And the count still 0-2 on Barajas. Hitchcock, in his postseason past, a former National League Championship Series MVP. With San Diego.
Excuse me, Joe. He beat Randy Johnson twice in the 1998 National League Championship Series.
Another 0-2 pitch. Soriano to his left has time with Barajas running. 1 out. That'll bring in Tony Womack with another lefty, Counsell, to follow. The only runs of this game, a leadoff home run by Steve Finley for Arizona in the 5th inning. 2-out home run by Rod Barajas. The Yankees did not score until the bottom of the ninth. Leadoff double by Posada and a home run. 2 out by Brocious. On that wide outside corner, 0-1. Again, 0-2. Breaking ball popped up. Slicing to Spencer, 2 out. So Hitchcock now has pitched 3 2/3 innings against Arizona in this World Series. He's allowed no runs. He's allowed 1 hit. And he has struck out 6. Here's Craig Counsell with 2 out, nobody on. Counsell homered in game 1 of this World Series. He is 0 for 5 tonight. And it has been a struggle. That home run in game 1, his first at bat of the World Series, his only hit. 1 out of 19. Ball 1.
Back in game 3 of the division series, however, it was Craig's 3-run home run against Mike Matthews of the St. Louis Cardinals that gave the Diamondbacks the lead they never relinquished.
Fastball from Hitchcock. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hitchcock's final start of the year came on October 1st. A complete game victory against the White Sox. Counsell hits it into right center field. Good work by Hitchcock as Williams puts it away. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning here at Yankee Stadium. Still tied 2-2. Back to New York after these messages from your local Fox station.
You're watching the World Series right here on Fox.
There's one brand of truck strong enough to carry the American spirit. Chevrolet. And right now, get 0% financing on every new truck we build. 0% on Chevy Suburban. 0% on Chevy Tahoe. SUVs designed to give you all the power you need. And you can own one, interest-free. Keep America rolling. See your Colorado Chevy dealer today.
When I start each morning.
When my kids need a playmate.
Prozac Weekly is here. Ask your doctor if it's right for you. For a limited time, you can try Prozac Weekly for 1 month free. Visit freemonth.webmd.com to learn more and print out your coupon from Prozac Weekly. Talk to your doctor today to see if Prozac Weekly could be right for you. Prozac Weekly is here.
Ever notice how a great taste can make a special moment even more special? How it can add to life's simple pleasures. Give you moments of quiet bliss. Private selection, everything premium but the price. Available at King Soopers.
Your Ford stores want to drive America with absolutely no interest loans on Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs. For the first time ever, pay no interest for the life of your loan on Ford vehicles. That's interest-free financing on cars like Focus and Taurus, trucks like Ranger and F-Series, and no interest on Ford SUVs. Interest-free financing from your Rocky Mountain Ford stores to help drive America.
I'm Libby Weaver.
And I'm Ron Zapolo. Join us after the ball game for Fox 31 News.
Albie Lopez takes over for Arizona as this game moves to the bottom of the 12th inning. Still tied 2-2 with a series tied 2-2. This is game 5. And Lopez so far in the postseason 0-1. ERA of 9, only his 3rd game of the postseason. He has not appeared since the National League Championship Series. It was a struggle in his start in Atlanta.
I think what Chuck Knobloch might be looking for, leading off the bottom of the 12th inning, is a walk. I think he'll take at least one strike off Lopez. Give him a chance to get nervous. First World Series appearance.
Lopez in his career 0-3 with an ERA of 3.71 against the Yankees. And with Cleveland, he's been with Tampa Bay. Picked up by Arizona mid-season. Knobloch, first pitch swinging, base hit.
So much for that thinking.
So the winning run is on for New York, as Knobloch is now 1 for 2.
Knobloch gets a low fastball. He hits it off the end of the bat. Unofficially, this World Series, there may be fewer balls hit on the good part of the bat than any series. Of course, you find that out. But pitching has dominated, and look for Brocious to be bunting.
Knobloch was 0 for 13 prior to that hit. And the bunt is foul. Brocious, the reason this game is in the 12th, at least one of the reasons. The main reason. With a 2-out, 2-run home run to tie it off Byung-Hyun Kim. Mark Grace, Tony Womack coming in after Rod Barajas, the catcher, went out to console the 22-year-old right-hander. Knobloch on at first with nobody out. Inching away as a throw comes his way. As a starter in Game 4 of the NLCS in Atlanta, Albie Lopez lasted only 3 innings. Allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. The bunt by Brocious is perfect. Sacrificed 3 unassisted. And the potential winning run is in scoring position. Brocious has done it with the long ball, and now he does it with a bunt down the first base line to try to set up the game-winning hit.
One of the great descriptions of a good sacrifice bunt. Catch the ball with the bat, and Brocious did it beautifully. Use the bat as a glove.
Now it's the rookie Alfonso Soriano, who's already ended one postseason game this year with a swing. A home run to end Game 4 of the American League Championship Series. Winning run at second, 1 out, and what a play by Barajas to keep Knobloch at second base.
He has played some game behind the plate and at the plate. Rod Barajas, what a story tonight. Breaking ball in the dirt. Nicely done.
Soriano trying to be tonight's hero. Takes ball 2, 2-0. After Soriano, it's one of last night's heroes, Derek Jeter. Albie Lopez brings it. Soriano fouls it. Only one team in postseason history has come back twice in the same postseason series when trailing after 8 innings to win a game. It happened in the National League Championship Series in 1986. The Mets against Houston, games 3 and 6. It's never happened in the World Series. Yankees did it last night. Trying to do it here tonight. On 2-1. Into right field, base hit. Here comes Knobloch. The throw by Sanders. Play at the plate. Yankees one team has come from behind to win 2 World Series games when trailing by 2 or more runs going into the bottom of the 9th inning. And isn't it fitting that that team, the New York Yankees, here in 2001.
These last 2 games defied description.
Knobloch had been 0 for 13. Took the first pitch from Albie Lopez, single to center. Brocious, who tied the game in the 9th inning with 2 outs with a 2-run home run, bunted Knobloch down to second, and Soriano wins it with a hit. Let's go down to Kevin Kennedy. Kevin.
All right, I'm with Scott Brocious, Paul O'Neill. Last night, Tino Martinez hit the game-tying home run. Is this deja vu all over again, Scott?
I know, it kind of felt like that, didn't it? It seemed like the whole situation was set again, and it happened again. Unbelievable.
Old Yogi Berra saying right there. Scott, Tino told me last night he was definitely trying to tie the game with a home run. What were you thinking when you went up to the plate against Kim?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't thinking that. I mean, I was just thinking, try to get something. You know, I missed a couple of pitches from him last night, and I was just trying to hit something hard.
Paul O'Neill at top of the 9th inning. Perhaps your last game, you haven't officially announced it. You were pretty emotional out there. The cameras were looking at you. The fans were yelling your name.
Well, what
was going through your mind?
You get goosebumps. I mean, it's a World Series game. By no means are you conceding anything. I mean, we come back so many times, and it's fun to hang around these guys that are getting the big hits. I'm just following the coattails right now.
You're not ready to announce it might be your last game at Yankee Stadium yet, or no?
This is it. And, there's no other way to do it. I mean, I wish I could stay here. I wish everybody would stay here for a while, because this is a lot of fun.
Okay. Paul, congratulations. Joe Buck, let's go back upstairs.
For the second night in a row, the Yankees come from behind. They get 2 runs in the 9th inning to tie it. They get a run tonight in the 12th inning to win it. It's Alfonso Soriano, the rookie second baseman, who Joe Torre will tell you reminds him of a young Derek Jeter. He gets the base hit to right, and Chuck Knobloch, who had struggled up to this point in this World Series, scores the winning run. The Diamondbacks won games 1 and 2 in Arizona. Everybody said wait till the Diamondbacks get to the Bronx. The Yankees have won games 3, 4, and 5 and take a 3-games-to-2 advantage back to the desert. We'll be back in a moment.
Every once in a while, a new series comes along that raises the bar for all of television. This November, that show is 24. TV Guide says, believe what you've heard. 24 is the best new show of the season. It's like a first-rate movie thriller and one of the most exciting opening nights ever. The Washington Post exclaims, this is one of the most engaging shows of this or any season, full of suspense, intrigue, and surprises. Time magazine declares 24 as super cool, an ambitious, stylish thriller. USA Today rates 24 is this year's best new series, and Rolling Stone agrees 24 is the best drama of the year and the hot new show to watch.
Once again, deja vu, a 2-out, game-tying 2-run home run by Scott Brocious. Probably the most unbelievable feat in World Series history. Scott Brocious ties...
It was amazing. I mean, you have to invoke the old Jack Buck call of Kirk Gibson's home run in '88. I don't believe what I just saw. And the other thing is that in the space of 24 hours, we have seen 3 of the most important Yankee postseason home runs in their history. It's unbelievable. This is, you know, with Bucky Dent, Chris Chambliss, and these, and maybe a few more.
And something that had happened, what did we say, twice in World Series history prior to last night, coming from behind in the ninth inning.
Down by 2.
By 2 runs at least. The Yankees have done it now twice.
In back-to-back
Back-to-back nights.
It hasn't happened in 80 years once, and now it's happened twice in back-to-back nights. Now, Mariano Rivera was great in the 10th. The Yankees got out of a jam in the 11th. As the Arizona Diamondbacks left the bases loaded, Mariano Rivera was unbelievable. And now the Yankees are about to win their 10th straight home World Series game as Alfonso Soriano steps to the plate after Chuck Knobloch singled, and he was sacrificed over beautifully by Scott Brocious again.
Swung on line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Charging is Sanders. Grounding third is Knobloch. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He slides. He's in there. The Yankees win. They did it again. The Yankees win. And Knobloch is mobbed at home plate. Oh,
and if Rod Barajas, the catcher, who had had such a fabulous game to that point, holds on to that ball, I think maybe Chuck Knobloch is out at the plate. What do you think?
I think he was, and he was looking up the right field line to see where the throw was coming. He shouldn't have been looking. He should have been running with his head down to home plate, and he's lucky that he did score because it was a short hop. Like Posada made a great play on a short hop the other night. Barajas couldn't make the play tonight, and the Yankees win.
For 3 hours, the story was the Yankees' inability to hit. They just couldn't get a hit. As a matter of fact, in this World Series, they had back-to-back hits only once in Game 2. Even tonight, they didn't get back-to-back hits. So they pull it off, and they win it.
It's so matter of fact, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. They win it again. So we're going to go back all the way to the beginning just to sort of give you the agony that the Yankees went through, watching Mike Mussina pitch great and just apparently wasting his effort even though he gave up the 2 home runs. Bottom of the first inning, we're going to start off by taking you back to the last swing of last night. This is how last night's game ended at the stadium at about midnight, and Derek Jeter became Mr. November. Around the pole, and it seemed as though everyone in the ballpark knew it. They've seen so many at Yankee Stadium curl around that pole, and Derek Jeter hit one out. First pitch tonight off of starter Miguel Batista. Boy, it looked like the same thing, didn't it, Mike?
It did, and it carried almost as far, and Jeter comes up just short. But the same kind of swing, really.
Now, at that point, I think everyone, including me, I don't know about you because we weren't together yet at that point, I thought that was a good sign for the Yankees.
Yeah.
They're going to hit this guy hard. Miguel Batista coming in with a pretty good postseason, but that was not the way things were going to go. Let's go to the top of the third inning as the Arizona Diamondbacks try to get to Mike Mussina, who in the first inning looked great. Looked like he had great stuff. Both pitchers were 1-2-3 in the second inning, so here we are, top 3. Perhaps remembering the long home run to the upper deck by Mark Grace earlier in the series, Mike Mussina pitched very carefully and walked him. That brought up Rod Barajas, who, because of an injury to Damian Miller, made his first World Series appearance. Guess what he does? So what to the World Series?
He had a base hit, does what he's supposed to do, take it right back up the middle. And then the Yankees are able to get out of it because Womack hits a fly ball to left field.
And then Craig Counsell struck out. So Mike Mussina pitches out of the jam, and that's how things ended after 2.5. Scoreless they were. We'll get back to our recap. Let's listen to Bob Brenly. What could he say?
Go ahead. No.
Bob, have you become convinced that the Yankees have some supernatural powers that come to be here?
I think that's cheapening what the Yankees are all about. They're a great baseball team. Trying to play it off to something supernatural, I think, takes away from the ability of these players.
Bob, Kim looked, he had got the 2 outs in the ninth, that he seemed like he has pretty good stuff after throwing 62 pitches yesterday. Was there any thought about maybe going to somebody else in the ninth?
No, he's our closer, and I talked to BK at length this afternoon. I called down to the bullpen coach, Glenn Sherlock, and asked how he was warming up, and I said his stuff was electric. He's our closer. He wanted the ball in that situation and unfortunately made, once again, a bad pitch, slider that just hung up over the inside part of the plate to Scott Brocious.
Bob, can you talk about the emotions right now? I know you've had some great moments in baseball. These are certainly not them right now. What's going through your heart and mind right now after these 2 losses?
I think just the fact that we've been involved in the last 2 games, especially some of the most exciting baseball I've ever been a part of. Can't win them all. We'd like to win them all, but the Yankees are very tough here in their house. We know that, and they were tough again tonight. But that doesn't diminish, what our team tried to do out there tonight or what the Yankees were able to do out there. It was just a great ball game.
Albert?
Bob, with the way the 3 games went,
especially the last 2 games, do you say to yourself, there's nothing more as a manager I could have done?
Well, I mean, I feel that way. I know there'll probably be a lot of differing opinions tomorrow, but like I've said all along, we make our decisions based upon what we see with our eyes. We've been around this ball club all season long. We know what our guys are capable of doing. We know what matchups we like and what matchups we don't like, and everything doesn't always work out the way you hope it will.
Bob, did you talk to your team as a group before today's game? And if not, or if so, will you do that tomorrow just to get the emotion going the other way in terms of after a couple of really difficult losses?
No, I didn't talk to him today, and we plan on taking the day off tomorrow, so I won't be talking to him tomorrow, and I don't plan on talking to him on Friday. I mean, it would be different if I sensed that there was some attitude slippage or guys were feeling like, things are just going wrong and we can't do anything about it. But I don't sense that from our ball club. And, we've tried to keep the team meetings to a minimum this year, and I don't intend to change now.
Chuck.
Bob, just how confident can you be going home, even though with your best 2 pitchers going in 6 and 7 if you get there?
No, we've been confident for every ball game. I mean, Miguel Batista went out there today, and I think he opened a lot of eyes and impressed a lot of people. Brian Anderson pitched a great game in this series. Kurt Schilling pitched a great game in this series. But, the Yankees played great baseball. There's no 2 ways about it. They came up with the big hits when they needed them. They came up with the big defensive plays when they needed them. Our guys, I'm sure, will be very confident going back home and having RJ on the mound for Game 6.
Couple more for Bob.
Did you give any thought to using Morgan or another pitcher to close the game, or was it Kim's game to close in any circumstance?
Well, like I said, I talked to BK earlier today. He assured me that he was fine and he wanted to pitch. He wanted the ball. And when I got the reports of how he warmed up, there was no reason not to put him in there.
Bob, having said that, could you go back to him again this weekend? Would you feel comfortable in the same situation again?
Oh, absolutely.
One last one, or a couple last ones for Bob.
You just talk about the 2 innings. The 8th inning, Womack on third, nobody out, you couldn't cash him in. 11th inning, 1 out, bases loaded, you couldn't cash that in either.
Well, it wasn't like we weren't trying to get the runs home. I mean, they made some good pitches on us, and we didn't get the runs in that we needed. I don't know if there's a way to explain it. The pitcher's trying to get the hitter out, the hitter's trying to get a base hit, and unfortunately for us, the pitcher won.
Bob, you definitely had some tough losses here, but within those losses, you have a veteran player on your team, and he has done everything that was asked of him fundamentally and more in Matt Williams. Can you talk about him a little bit?
Well, this has been a great postseason for Matty. He came a long way this season, battled through a lot of injuries, a lot of adversity, a lot of negativity, and came out of it with his head held high. And, I know there's probably a lot of veteran players around the game, especially guys with a track record like Matty. If you ask them to bunt up runners late in a ball game like that, you may have your hands full. But Matty realized that's what we needed him to do to try to help us win a ball game. And he's unselfish. He's a team player all the way.
Okay, one last one.
Bob, on Barajas obviously had a great game. On that last play as a former catcher, what should he be trying to do, and what did you see on that when the run scored?
Well, without seeing a replay, I don't know what more he could have done. The throw took a very erratic hop. It appeared to me, from my vantage point, it hit, and instead of skipping and staying down low where he could kind of cradle the ball against his chest protector and prepare for impact, the ball shot up high, hit him up high in the chest, it appeared to me. Like I said, I had the worst angle in the ballpark, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it appeared to hit him up high in the chest.
Thank you, Bob.
Bob Brenly keeping a stiff upper lip, but I want to say this. That team has to be emotionally shaken by what happened the last 2 nights. 1 out away from winning Game 4 and Game 5. It could have been over. It would have been over.
Right.
The Diamondbacks would be the world champions right now if they got 2 outs.
As long as Randy Johnson's not shaken, they'll be fine. And there was one thing, I thought Bob Brenly's answers to the supernatural thing, that was good. I thought his answer was really great. And the other thing about the criticisms, you can sometimes tell what the writers are going to go for by the questions. And yesterday, obviously, there was the big decision about Schilling and the 3 days rest and, the 88 pitches and all that stuff. Today, I thought you could only go to bringing Kim in again after 60 pitches yesterday But you know that underhand thing, pitchers always say that's such a low stress thing on the arm, and he's so young.
I don't think that's a problem. To me, it's a mental thing for him. I mean, you
Right,
get rocked, you lose
That's
a
a good
game
point.
like that. I think you could make the argument that perhaps Brenly doesn't go to him tonight. Someone suggested that. Would you think about going to Mike Morgan? But you know what? The kid came back again. He said he wanted back in the game. He wanted the ball, but he gets rocked again for a game-tying home run with 2 outs.
All right.
How's he gonna bring him in the 6th game or the 7th?
He looked really shaken. Who wouldn't be shaken? I mean, part of
I was shaken
You have to
watching
feel
it.
bad for the guy just watching somebody go through that. All right, let's go back and continue with some of the early Yankee frustrations that made the payoff for this game feel so special to the Yankees as it did. Bottom of the 3rd inning, Alfonso Soriano starts things off with a single. That would be a portent of things to come for Alfonso Soriano. But the Yankees were feeling that maybe, like all these other games, 1 run could be the difference. So Joe Torre sends Alfonso Soriano, and a great throw by Rod Barajas. Remember, he was the last-minute insertion into the lineup, and now the Yankees are starting to feel his presence in the game. So after the caught stealing, Derek Jeter steps to the plate. And Batista made him look awful with that pitch and the strikeout. He then got Paul O'Neill on a ground out. So early on, I mean, you really wonder what was so wrong with Miguel Batista to start yesterday and have Schilling start today. But anyway, he was great. Now top 5, Mike Mussina had unbelievable stuff early on, and just something went wrong in the 5th inning, and the Yankees paid for it. Both times, in both of these home runs we're going to see, he was ahead in the count. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Steve Finley. And just like that, the Arizona Diamondbacks quieted the Yankee Stadium crowd, and they would be out of it for about 2 hours. Still in the same inning, Rod Barajas, after throwing out Alfonso Soriano, was behind in the count 0-2.
And
Or 1-2 again.
He hit
excuse
this home run out just like Scott Brocious hit his home run. He just jacked it, he turned on it and pulled it down the line and hit it into the lower seats in left field. Both the pitches seemed to be off-speed deliveries from Mike Mussina, so his fastball was a lot livelier, I thought, than it was in the opening game of the series. But tonight, when he went away from the fastball, is when it cost him.
For 8 innings, the word to describe Yankee hitters tonight was uncomfortable against Miguel Batista. We're going to summarize now in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. While they had men on, they were never able to get the big hit. In fact, the Yankees had a man on in every inning in the first 9 except the 3rd. In the 5th inning, Shane Spencer up the middle, Craig Counsell, all right, a little bobble. Now you're feeling, in the past, the Yankees have taken a misplay like that and blown the door wide open. But David Justice, in another lost at bat, watches the ball go away. So now there's a runner at second base. Justice with another strikeout, chasing things way down there. And then Scott Brocious would come to the plate. And as you said, late on it.
Brocious was late on all 3 of his first 3 at-bats. Grounded to second, flied out weakly to right field in both of those at-bats in the 5th and 7th.
Now bottom of the 6th, Derek Jeter with a leadoff single. And what does Paul O'Neill do on his last game at Yankee Stadium? Oh, a rally killer. And the Yankees would not score. Another great play on a fabulous defensive night for Craig Counsell, the second baseman for Arizona.
Yeah, he made a good play there, and Jeter tried to knock it out of his glove, but Counsell hung in there, spun 360, and got him out. Yankees were 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position in the series out before this, and tonight, another 0 for 7 before the hit by Soriano.
All right, that swing you saw was on 3-0 by David Justice, but he regrouped to earn the walk after a Shane Spencer walk. So 2 on for Scott Brocious, and again, all it is a lazy fly ball to right field, and that was it.
And look at Batista. Here's a guy, he's 30 years old. He's in his 4th year in the majors. Already been with, I think, 5 teams. He had pitched like 10 games in the majors before 1998. Been with Montreal for most of his career. He pitched in the with the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean World Series and won that. So I think that experience might have helped him in this particular instance.
Yeah, well, the Arizona Diamondbacks had another good opportunity. Top of the 8th inning, Tony Womack with a leadoff single, then a stolen base. As he tried to steal, Jorge Posada's throw went into center field, so Arizona had a man at 3rd with nobody out, and Mussina pitched out of the inning, and as they said on the broadcast, this is a spot where Joe Torre goes to the bullpen hands down, but somebody must have said something, and they went with their gut. Craig Counsell grounded out. Luis Gonzalez struck out, and then an intentional walk to load the bases, or to put runners at 1st and 3rd, and then Matt Williams flied out to second base. Now we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. More Yankee frustrations. Paul O'Neill with a walk, and then Bernie Williams stepped to the plate. Oh, we're going to see the walk on 3-1 from Batista. And then Bernie Williams steps to the plate. Remember, Bernie's had a pretty quiet World Series. He'll take a little bloop here, but as they showed on the replay, Bernie's got to be close, or at least thinking about getting to second base here. But Bernie just jogged down to first base, and the Yankees had first and third, and in comes Greg Swindell from the bullpen. And Tino Martinez weakly flies out. So all this talk about getting into the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen and Mike Morgan and Albie Lopez and Greg Swindell has not played out really in this series. It's been BK Kim, and that is it. Now in the bottom of the ninth inning, we get to the fun stuff. Jorge Posada leads off with a double, then 2 outs. Scott Brocious comes up. We've already talked about it. This is absolutely huge. BK Kim, who was victimized last night by the 2 home runs, now steps in, and the leadoff man is on. This is Jorge Posada. Now, Danny Batista is just put into left field on a double switch by Bob Brenly, and don't you know, the ball finds him. So nobody out, runner on at second base for the New York Yankees. Shane Spencer comes in, and a soft, slow-rolling ground ball that doesn't advance the runner. Not a good at-bat. Now Chuck Knobloch comes up. This makes him 0 for 13. Keep that number in mind when we talk about his next at-bat. And up steps Scott Brocious, who said he was just looking for a pitch to hit. Sounds like Tino Martinez and Derek Jeter did last night. He knew it right away. His fist was pumping in the air, and Yankee Stadium absolutely exploded. And if every fan in the ballpark didn't look at the fan next to them and said, "I don't believe it, I won't believe that." And the face of Don Zimmer told it all. For the second consecutive night, the Yankees come from 2 runs down in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs. Last night, Jeter was one of the heroes. Tonight, he was one of the cheerleaders.
Bad pitches in both the 4th and 5th game by Kim costs his team the World Series right now, if they don't win these next 2 games.
And it was so nicely obvious of the teammates to come there for BK Kim. I mean, that's absolute torture for a guy who's been a closer for a team that's gone all the way to the World Series. So on to extra innings we go. And the Yankees couldn't do anything off of Mike Morgan for all his age at 42. But the Yankees, meanwhile, had Mariano Rivera. Joe Torre sent him in there for another inning in the 11th. Watch what happened here as this unfolded, Mike. This was pretty scary for the Yankees, actually.
It was a threat, and O'Neill made a good play here, cutting the ball off in right center, had to spin to make the throw, thought about flipping it to Bernie Williams like he did the other night, but made a good throw to keep the runner at first base. Then they get a blooping single to set up even more trouble. Again, nobody out, runners at first and second. So Matt Williams, and as Bob Brenly just mentioned, he had him bunt. Williams, the consummate team player, laid it down perfectly. Second and third, with only 1 out, and Soriano's great athleticism saved the day.
Well, first they intentionally walked Steve Finley after the singles of Batista and Durazo, and that brings up Reggie Sanders. Mariano's ahead in the count 0-2, and he just puts a fastball there and put an asterisk next to that one. That saves the game. Alfonso Soriano, in his rookie season, in his first ever season at second base, makes this unreal leather-using catch behind second base. So up comes Mark Grace, and he softly grounds to Scott Brocious. And unbelievably, the Yankees get out of another jam in the 11th inning. That takes us now to the 12th, and I don't think Yankee fans would.
Did you run out of paper yet?
So this is a mess. I mean, this is one of those things, like I need lines and arrows and things. But we're going to take you to the 12th, and we'll start things off here with Chuck Knobloch. 0 for 13 in this World Series. And he strokes a single to center field. Yankees in business. Scott Brocious called on to exercise a sacrifice bunt. It's fundamental, but you absolutely have to come through. This after the home run. Long ball, short ball. Knobloch's advanced.
And he missed on the first opportunity. That was his second chance. Same kind of pitch, and he got it down.
Up steps Alfonso Soriano with 1 out in the bottom of the 12th inning, and just like that. Can this guy be a rookie? I don't think so. He's had a huge postseason with big hits, and then the close play at the plate. Knobloch is there, a man who has played himself out of the starting lineup, unbelievably becomes one of the heroes of the Yankees going up in this World Series 3-2. And Jerry Colangelo, the man who runs the Diamondbacks, feeling all the energy and all the unbelievable play of these New York Yankees.
Amazing. Knobloch didn't even get in the game until he pinch ran for justice. Soriano hits the ball inside out to right field, and they caught a break because I thought Knobloch was going to be out. The ball got there before he did, but it short-hopped the catcher. Brenly said he didn't have good angle on it. We really haven't seen a good replay of that, but I thought the ball was there first. He could have been out. We could have been 13th inning.
Let's go out live to Yankee Stadium. Michael Kay is standing by. Mike, we've run out of words to describe this, so we hope you have some.
No, just use the words I had yesterday.
We'll run the tape over and over.
It really is incredible. I know that seems like a trite phrase, but what else can you do? You know, on the radio side, I said, remember when we were all in public school and we used to order those paperback books for 99 cents? And you always ordered the Mac Christopher books, Catcher with a Glass Arm, things like that. I mean, it seems so trite and ridiculous. If this was a Hollywood script, you'd throw it out and go, oh, it couldn't happen 2 days in a row. It did happen 2 days in a row, and it's just an unbelievable thing here in the Bronx.
Mike, yesterday, Tino Martinez, 0 for the series, right? He comes through. Derek Jeter, as quiet as can be, he comes through. Today, Chuck Knobloch, who's been on the bench, 0 for 13, and then Scott Brocious, who had bad at-bats all night long. How do you figure that out? I mean, if you're Bob Brenly, you just can't put any sense into that.
Well, you know, he's putting himself up to be second-guessed every single game. And the biggest second guess on this one is why do you bring in Kim again? Now, I know he has a terrible bullpen. He probably doesn't have faith in anybody. But Kim threw about 70 pitches yesterday. Why would you bring him in today? This kid is probably going to be demoralized for the rest of his life. And somebody actually saw that when he came out of the game. He was sitting in the runway, the visitors clubhouse that goes right to the clubhouse, and he was just sitting with his head between his knees. And it looked like he was crying out on the mound after he gave up the home run. I mean, he is shell-shocked, I'm sure, and you wonder if he's going to have any kind of career after this. You know, I don't think this is hyperbole. That's hard to get over.
Mike, I was saying to Al when that happened that it reminded me of Donnie Moore, the Angel reliever, who gave up those huge home runs to the Red Sox back in '86. And to me, that I agree with you. That could be a devastating blow to this kid's career. Back-to-back nights to have really the championship, the World Championship in your grasp, make 2 bad pitches, your team loses 2 games.
If you have no compassion for him, you have no sense of humanity, you know?
You know, it's funny. You'll hear the Joe Torre interview I just did, and I asked him about that. Can you feel sorry for him? And of course you can. You know, obviously the Yankees want to win, but this is a 22-year-old kid. And if you think about it, you look at him on the mound, he still has acne on his face. And he gives up a big home run yesterday. And then the same thing, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning, 1 out away from going up 3-2. And he gives up a monster home run. And the reason why this one is not as shocking, remember last night in that same inning that Derek Jeter hit the home run, Scott Brocious just missed a home run. He really saw the pitch very well, hit it right down the line. It was fouled by about 5 feet. So when that happens, you know that the batter is able to read the pitcher, and he wasn't being fooled by the motion. And Kim left the pitch up in the zone, and Brocious absolutely crushed it. He knew it was gone. And if you guys could feel and hear what this stadium sounded like, I mean, the whole place was shaking. It was deafening. And from that point on, everybody was standing up. It was almost like a Springsteen concert. They wouldn't sit down.
We're watching it again, Mike, and after that shot, they took a shot from the camera above third base, which, as we all know, is in a basket attached to the middle deck. I would say that that camera was literally bouncing up and down about 2 inches.
Well, you know, if you go into our radio booth, you've been there, Al, and also you, Mike, our microphones are like suspended on metal pipes, and we just sat back, and you could actually see the microphones going like this, and, you know, it does scare you. This place opened up in 1923. There's a lot of old joints in here, but that baby's holding up. It held up for 9 playoff games, and every single one of them was a sellout, and they were all pretty special games.
Mike, there were so many things that we can talk about, but I mean, if you were a Yankee fan and you heard the entire stadium chanting Paul O'Neill's name in the 9th inning, you got goosebumps, as he said he did. And I know you couldn't have possibly heard his interview with Kevin Kennedy right at the end of the game. It was the first time that Paul O'Neill said anything definitive. Kevin Kennedy said, "Is this your last game at Yankee Stadium?" And Paul O'Neill, I think, said something like, "It has to be. How could it ever be any better than this?"
Well, you know, when that happened, Al, you know, the Yankees were down 2-0. So they're actually, the fans are thinking, hey, even if we lose this game, we have to show this guy how much he meant to us. And I got choked up because, you know, you've been around Paul O'Neill his entire Yankee career, and he's special. He really is. You know, he could be ornery. You know, sometimes he could snap at you every now and then. He doesn't like to talk about himself. You see him on the field. He doesn't like any call. There's never been a strike thrown to him. But he's a special guy. He's a good family man. He's a special player. He plays hard. And to see the fans give him that kind of reception, and with the Yankees down 2-0, you know how hard it was for Paul O'Neill to tip his cap. But that's exactly what he did. It was as if the fans said, we don't even care about the game. We want to pay homage to you to tell you how much you've meant to us since you came over from the Reds. And that was one of the more beautiful moments in sports that you'll ever see. It was spontaneous. Nobody prompted it on the scoreboard. It was from the hearts of the fans.
And Mike, you know what I was thinking as O'Neill was looking up around the stands, what that must be like for him. I think that's going to be a memory both the audio-wise and visually, that he'll never forget.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
and he's won all these rings, all these world championships with the Yankees and Reds, jumped in piles of players on mounds in a lot of different cities, but I don't know if he'll ever forget that chant and that moment in his baseball career.
And that could only happen in this city, Mike, either at Shea or Yankee Stadium. I really believe that.
Well, you know, Mike, it's funny you mentioned that because I saw that same shot. I looked at the monitor for a moment, and he's looking up, and he's being serenaded by his own name. And I am sure that when he's an old man and he closes his eyes for the last time, that's got to be one of the things going through his head. I mean, how special is it? How many people get to experience that kind of love and adulation? And this is a guy who doesn't revel in that. He doesn't seek that at all. And here he got it just because of the way he plays. And it was just an amazing moment. It was special to be a part of that, be at the ballpark for it. And a guy like O'Neill, you don't begrudge him that because he's a nice man. You know, some people, if that happened, you go, oh, why him? Not Paul O'Neill.
Mike, let's talk about Alfonso Soriano. He's had some moments, not great in the postseason, but he's had some unbelievable moments in the postseason. That diving catch on Reggie Sanders in the 11th with the bases loaded was awesome.
It was awesome. It was quick to the right, a backhand stab, just got it into the webbing, and then held on when he hit the ground. I remember everybody forgot what happened yesterday because of the Tino home run and then the subsequent Derek Jeter home run. But Soriano had an awful game. He missed a sign. He couldn't get down a bunt. He made one of the worst relay throws you've ever seen. He almost hit Keith Olbermann's mom, and it was just awful, awful. And he comes back and does this today. The play in the field, because Mariano was cooked. He had nothing in that second inning of work. You could see it. That saved the Yankees bacon. And then obviously what he did, taking an inside-out pitch and going that way, and Knobloch scoring. It was pretty amazing. And you know, this kid's 23 years old. Sometimes you forget that. And the Yankees, you know, internal command, they really think that they're so glad they held on to this guy. They don't think this is a fluke. They think he's going to get better, and they actually think that one day he's going to be a superstar.
Hey, Mike, from where you were sitting, did you think the catcher should have made that play on the throw home? It looked to me like the ball was there first. You have a great angle from where you are on the radio booth, and as I looked at it, I thought he should have come up with that and made the tag.
Well, it was a short hop. It was tough. And it was Knobloch was arriving right at the same time. And I heard what you said before. It was not an easy hop to catch. You got to scoop it up and then make the sweep tag all at once. It was really bang, bang. And he never really had the ball. It kind of trickled away. I think Knobloch would have beat it out even if Barajas had caught the ball and made the sweep tag. I think. It's hard to tell because I didn't really see a definitive replay of it. But from upstairs at the naked eye, I thought he was going to be safe because Knobloch steaming around the bases. Randolph never hesitated to wave him home. And it was a pretty decent throw by Reggie Sanders, but I think he would have made it even if the play was made clean.
Mike, we're going to hear you and Joe Torre in a few minutes, but when you go down to wait to do that interview with Joe Torre, you're standing there with all the writers behind a white line until the security guys say you can go into the locker room. What were some of the guys saying there? What were some of the reactions of these people who have watched all these games? I mean, because the media is from all over the country.
Well, you know, Al, even yesterday, we remarked about this on the pregame show on the radio side. You know, the print media, and I don't mean this in a bad way because this is where I started out, they're jaundiced, they're nasty, they're unhappy, they don't enjoy anything, and that's the beauty of them. And that's the way, you know, they look at everything, you know, kind of like this. They don't seem to enjoy anything. And yesterday, with that game, that win, that meant that they all had to pack up again and fly out to Phoenix, no matter whether the Yankees were going to win or lose. And not one of them cared because they had seen a magical moment in baseball history, a moment that will never be forgotten. Now today, obviously they knew they were going to Phoenix anyway, just getting on the elevator and coming down to wait on that line. People really were flabbergasted because you just don't see things like this. If you see it once in a lifetime and you're a sports fan, you're lucky. You're happy you've seen it once. And here you are, you're seeing it 2 times in a row. I don't think people can really believe it, and I can't believe it. I can't believe that it happened. I know that sounds corny. You know, in the quote Jack Buck, I can't believe what I just saw. I just can't.
That's exactly what I said before. So meanwhile, you wonder if a game like last night has any carryover to tonight. And then you're through 8.5 innings and you're saying, well, no, there is no carryover. Miguel Batista took care of that, but there is a carryover, and the carryover is the simple belief that these guys have in themselves. It just doesn't go away.
Well, Joe Torre thought that the 2 home runs were going to ignite the Yankee offense a little. I thought that would have the carryover. But they were not patient at all with Batista. They kept swinging at pitches in the dirt, out of the strike zone. They would not take the walk. I know the Yankee high command was very unhappy with that. So many guys were swinging at pitches that they would have walked with. If they had enough guys on base, maybe they could have scratched the hit to get some runs. So there was no carryover offensively. But where the carryover came, and it's along the lines of what you're saying, Al, it came against Kim. What they did last night made them believe that they could do it again. And what they did last night was obviously in Byung Young Kim's head as well. And he gave up a home run again. So in that sense, there was a carryover. And then once that happened, you just knew the Yankees were going to win. I was impressed that the Diamondbacks could even force it 2 more innings because they had to be absolutely demoralized by it. The fact that they were able to load the bases against Mariano Rivera, I was stunned, because it does tell you that this team has some heart, and by no stretch of the imagination are they out of it, because the Yankees have to take 1 of 2 games against Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. But the fact that they battled like that tells you something. But I still believe that after that home run by Brocious, there was no way that the Yankees were going to lose this game.
Mike, just a quick note on Mike Mussina, who from the beginning of the game, and you can usually tell him in the first inning, and I thought you could tonight, his stuff in the first inning was awesome. He was so aggressive, so around the strike zone. It was really odd to me to see him give, on both of those home runs, such a hittable pitch, 1-2, both times.
You know, that was the problem he had in Game 1, Al, if you remember. He was getting to 2 strikes, and he was not having the put-away pitch. This game reminded me a lot of the game that he pitched against the A's. He almost pitched the perfect game during the regular season, but he gave up 2 home runs. Same thing. 5th inning, he made 2 mistakes, hanging knuckle curve. He's trying to bury them with a knuckle curve, obviously down and away, maybe even bounce it, and he left it out over the plate. The home run by Finley, that's almost excusable. Finley's a heck of a player, left-handed batter, but you can't excuse the Barajas home run. This guy had 3 home runs. He hit 160 during the regular season, and that was an awful pitch. And then when you go into the 9th inning, you go, wow, are they going to lose the game on 2 pitches like that? It turned out that they didn't, but he pitched a magnificent game. Everybody around the Yankees, everybody in baseball felt that he would, because he was on normal rest. He came out and really pitched like a champ. Just 2 mistakes, but the Yankee offense now is so impotent that you actually say 2 mistakes could cost you a game, and almost did tonight.
All right, so Mike, now we head back to Phoenix, Arizona for Game 6 and 7. Randy Johnson in Game 6 against Andy Pettit, who's got to be 4 runs better apparently than last time out, and then Roger Clemens and Curt Schilling in a possible Game 7. Do you think Joe Torre against Randy Johnson completely revamps the lineup like he did last time? And what do you think about Chuck Knobloch and David Justice's status in that whole mix?
Well, you know, I think that Spencer's going to play left, and I think that you've got to play O'Neill in right. I really do. I don't see how you could keep David Justice in the lineup. David Justice is a very good player who's having a very bad series, and it's not like he's 1 for whatever and hitting the ball well. He looks lost at the plate. His swing is very long. There was 1 pitch tonight that he actually missed by 2 feet. I could not believe it. So he is so lost. You don't want to start him against Johnson. I think the big decision for Joe Torre, does he put Spencer in right and put Knobloch in left, or does he put Spencer in left and actually start Paul O'Neill? And the other question, I think he's going to start Tino Martinez. Martinez has had some good swings in the ball. And the thing that we spoke about after Johnson shut down the Yankees in Game 2, if you look back at the tape of the games that Bobby Valentine's Mets played against Randy Johnson, they beat them in big games by starting left-handers. They started Robin Ventura, and Ventura got some very big hits. You know, when you have that, you take away a pitch from him. Maybe Joe Torre is going to think along those lines. I think the toughest decision is going to be, does he plug Randy Velarde in there as well? But my gut feeling, after Brocious' home run and after Tino's home run the other day, I don't think there's any spot for Randy Velarde. Maybe they pinch hit him later in the game. Again, the biggest decision is going to be Knobloch or O'Neill, and my gut feeling says he'll go with O'Neill, but I'm not quite sure, because O'Neill does not have good numbers against Johnson, and it's tough for lefties to hit Johnson, but sometimes they do.
Yeah, Mike, I agree with you there and what Al was saying about the Mets doing that against Randy Johnson. I think there's a little bit of a mental game the Yankees have to play against Johnson here. If you start an all right-handed lineup, you're saying to him, look, we're afraid to put our lefties up against you. We know they're not going to hit. So we're going to go to our righties. Now, it didn't work in the previous appearance by Randy Johnson. I agree with you that if he goes with the lefties, puts O'Neill in there, puts Tino in there, he's saying, okay, we've got good hitters. We're not going to worry about the fact they're left-handed hitters, even if you are such a monster pitcher from the left-handed side. So I think there's a little bit of mental warfare to go on for the Yankees in that lineup for Game 6.
I just feel also that the fact that the Yankees won this game probably doesn't make Randy Johnson pitch as well, because the general feeling in baseball is that Randy Johnson really gets pumped up, almost too pumped up, when he has a situation where he has to win the game. Well, he has to win the game on Saturday. If the Diamondbacks had won today, well, then he's playing with the house's money. He's free of spirit. Now he knows that every single pitch could cost the Diamondbacks the season. That's why this game was so important for the Yankees. Also, you don't want to go to Phoenix thinking that you've got to beat Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. That's pretty imposing. So Randy Johnson has a tough number, and he also has a guy like Andy Pettit going against him. And Andy Pettit has proven over and over again that he can win big games. This is a very big game for him. He can close out the Yankee season and get them their 4th title in a row.
Mike, it's time to dot the I's and cross the T's. Anything else, observations about the ballpark, the atmosphere, the energy, people you talked to?
Well, it's kind of quiet for a while, wasn't it? With Batista's pitching, Mike?
Well, it was loud at the beginning, Mike, and then afterward it did get quiet. You know, it's hard to get excited about a team that can't hit. You know, and that's the bottom line. The Yankees can't hit. There was a magic moment before the game. Reggie Jackson and Don Mattingly threw out the first pitch, and Mattingly was wearing a red, white, and blue leather jacket with a flag on the back, USA on the sleeves, down each sleeve. He threw out the first pitch. Jackson got a nice hand when Bob Shepard introduced him, and then they said, "Here's Donnie Baseball," and the place went nuts. And then they both threw out the first pitch, and Mattingly walked toward Mayor Giuliani's box, took off the jacket, whispered in Giuliani's ear, "This is for you. This is for all you've done for our country. I appreciate it, and this is a gift from me." And Mayor Giuliani was stunned. He said, "Can I give it to my son, Andrew?" He said, "Because Andrew idolizes you." And you could see a shot of Andrew, I don't know if you guys saw it before the game, with his mouth wide open. He could not speak. And that was kind of a special moment, set the tone for the game. A moment of reverence there by Don Mattingly toward Mayor Giuliani. And it was pretty neat, I'll tell you that.
Mike, I'm blown away here that you're telling me this. And how many times did you say that Scooter Rizzuto reenacted the Derek Jeter flip from the ALDS so far?
I think it was 4 times so far.
And that has not been shown on television once, nor the Mattingly shown on television tonight. I don't know how.
No, I think that was shown.
Was it shown?
Yeah, there was a moment where they had a little flashback of
Yeah, I think
Mattingly
they played it
going to
back.
Giuliani with that,
Sorry, I
with that
missed it.
jacket.
Yeah,
But the Scooter thing hasn't been shown.
No, it has been shown once, and you know I've gotten a lot of letters from our website where fans are saying, "Can MSG tape it?" And I'm trying to tell people we don't have cameras that operate during the game like that. It's got to be either the network or the international feed, and obviously they didn't tape it. If it was on tape, people would show it because it's a magical moment at Yankee Stadium. And you know how superstitious George Steinbrenner is. I'm surprised that he didn't have Scooter do it again, but he did it last night. Again, they didn't show it. Today he trotted out Mattingly. Mattingly comes out for big occasions.
All right, Mike, anything special in the clubhouse, or are you going to head in there now?
I'm going to head in there. I know Fuch is doing some interviewing in there, and then he's going to head over to the Diamondbacks as well. But, you know, when I got in there, it still wasn't celebration time. Obviously, bedlam with the media crowding around everybody. There were a lot of heroes for this game. And, you know, the bottom line is that's an excited group in there. And you'll see when you play the Joe Torre interview, he's kind of out of it. I mean, he is so flabbergasted and stunned, and you know, you don't understand what's going on. And you know, he says during the conversation we have, "I don't believe that this happened." It's been those sort of
Another
2
guy
nights.
saying, "I don't believe this."
You know,
happened.
it sounds so weird. It sounds so weak, but you know, it really is applicable in this situation. You can't believe that. I mean, it's just so weird that something like that would happen. And also, Al, because I know you enjoy this sort of information.
Yeah.
12th inning again. I was on the mic when it happened.
Yeah, we heard that.
We heard that call.
Do you want us to replay it again?
No, absolutely not. I've heard enough
It's a
of my
nightly
dumb voice.
feature now on the Postgame
No, I've heard
report.
enough of my voice.
All right, Mike, enjoy it in there. We'll see you this weekend.
All right, take it easy, guys. Nice talking with you.
Michael Kay working the most historic place in sports. We're post-game to another thriller for the New York Yankees. They're up 3-2. We're going to take you right back to the Bronx. Mike referred to this interview he had with manager Joe Torre. Let's see what he looks like after his team did it again.
How you holding up? Not too well. Not too well, Michael. The exhilaration, you know, and you think about coming back, and you know you did it last night, and there's Scotty Brocious up there with 2 out, and he hits the home run, and it's like, you know, Groundhog Day. I mean, you just feel like this thing is happening all over again, and it's not true. But then all of a sudden you look up on the scoreboard and you realize you're tied. And Mike Morgan did a hell of a job of stopping the momentum, you know, because we brought in Mo figuring that, you know, we get him through 1 inning, and then he had a short pitch inning, so we, you know, he fought his way through the next one. And Soriano, I mean, there's the kid, you know, he makes the play on Sanders and then gets the base hit.
Now, you shocked a lot of people. You had Stanton warming up, and then you come in with Hitchcock. Why?
Well, you know, when we get in this extra inning game, and that's one of the reasons you have a starter in the bullpen, so you can just get some length out of it. And Hitchy gave us the inning we needed.
Now, Mariano looked a little bit fatigued in the second inning that he pitched. You think that was it? Because they were hitting balls off him. You never see people hit off him.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a little tired. I'm tired. I figured he's tired. But, you know, you get to that point, Michael, and with the day off tomorrow, and, you know, there's just a couple of games left in this season, and, you know, we went over and asked him, and he said he felt all right. Again, you know, maybe a 3/4 full tank of his is better than a full tank of a lot of other people.
Can you describe, Joe, your feeling when Brocious' ball leaves the yard?
It's like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I know Bro against him last night, you know, hit a foul home run. So I felt good about leaving him up there for the sake that he had seen him pitch, especially, you know, someone who's a little razzle-dazzle from the side. I think it's important to find out where the ball's coming from. But again, Michael, I don't believe it. I mean, I know this ball club. You've been around this ball club. They don't quit. They don't know how to do that. And they just, they fight their tail off. We haven't hit. We still haven't hit. And, you know, after last night, I thought we come out here and score some runs, but you really have to give a lot of credit to Miguel Batista. I mean, he shut us down completely.
Well, this might be a dumb question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you feel sorry for the kid, Kim?
Oh, but, you know, nobody ever wants to have to go through something like that. There's no question. I mean, you know, you still have a killer instinct when you want to beat people, but you understand a little bit what Mo went through in '97 and giving up the home run to Sandy Alomar. It's, you know, it's a building block. And I'm sure, as well as he's pitched for them this year, that, you know, Bob Brenly is going to let him know that he still has a lot of confidence in him.
My final thing, Joe. This run to a title seems like the most difficult, the bumpiest, the most precipices of disaster. Do you think that this is almost destiny, that this is a magical season, the way things have come down?
Well, it certainly has been magic. But the one thing we have to make sure we guard against is not that it's going to happen. And we still have to work at it. And I felt so good about the ball club last night after winning that game and realizing that there was still more work to do. It didn't surprise me, but to come out here tonight and play the tight game we played, and Messina, you know, aside from a couple of hanging breaking balls, he was stellar, especially when he got in trouble right at the end, his last inning.
You having any fun?
Well, we got a couple of games left, and then we'll have some fun, hopefully.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
I'd love to know how many teams that get that big ninth inning home run like Sandy Alomar got in '97 get the hit to win after that. I'd love to know what that percentage is.
I bet it's high.
Well, it's been high for the Yankees the last 2 days, that's for sure.
Joe just mentioned he has a couple more games. Does he know something? That we're going to go to a Game 7.
Maybe he does. He usually seems to. And by the way, that baseball hat's been working. It ain't over until it's over. Yankees down 0-2. Now they lead the series 3-2. Sterling Hitchcock pitches a perfect 12th inning. He gets the win. Joe Torre keeping Mike Stanton in the bullpen in case Hitchcock getting into a situation, perhaps. There's your game-winning hit. Mike Morgan was good, but Albie Lopez was not. They brought in their starter, the Yankees brought in theirs, and the Yankees win. We'll be back. We're going to hear from Scott Brocious, Chuck Knobloch, Derek Jeter, Paul O'Neill.
You're watching the Jeep Postgame Report, brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep dealer. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth.
Freedom should be accessible to everyone. That's why you can now get 0% financing on Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Wrangler. And if you buy now, you'll make no monthly payments for 90 days. And while you can't put a price on freedom, you have to admit it's a pretty good deal. Now we're honoring our military with additional savings.
The challenges that lie ahead are very, very big ones. The city has all the resources, it has all the spirit, it has all the right people, but leadership is enormously important. Mike Bloomberg has absolutely the best qualifications for being a mayor of New York City. It needs someone who has experience in business, experience with the economy, knows how to create jobs, and given the rebuilding effort that's going to be necessary over the next 4 years, it's even more important that we have somebody that's been a proven leader, not just another politician.
This is it. My last smoke. Yeah. Well, I don't need these anymore. Mints, coupons, my very first lighter, and my spare lighter. Yeah, that feels different. I can do this.
A neat moment as Yankee fans serenade Paul O'Neill, a fixture in right field here at Yankee Stadium since 1992. Originally, when he came over in the Roberto Kelly trade, one of the greatest trades in Yankee history, it was thought that he couldn't hit left-handers. But then Buck Showalter found a way to use him properly, and eventually Paul O'Neill found a way to hit left-handers and become, as Joe Torre loves to say, the heart and soul of this team.
It was a beautiful moment tonight. You could see the love really emanating from the crowd towards O'Neill, and how O'Neill just was stunned almost. He was stopped in right field. I mean, it's the 9th inning of a game they're losing.
Right.
He had to look up, and he had to soak it in. That's what he did. He looked all around the upper tiers, the bleacher creatures, of course, right behind him. And I tell you what, it still gives me goosebumps just hearing what was going on there tonight.
He hates being the center of attention, but for those moments, he was about as at the center of attention as you can be at Yankee Stadium. Meanwhile, let's go back to Yankee Stadium and hear what Paul O'Neill had to say in the Yankee clubhouse.
I don't know that wins games, but I mean, it's a special place. And to be able to play here and put on this uniform that I don't care where you are in the world, people know. I mean, you have to be proud of that. But, you know, when you look at Don Mattingly and Yogi Berra and Joe DiMaggio and all these guys that have been through this locker room, yeah, it brings a little kid back in you, because those are the guys that you idolized when you were small, when you were trying to dream about playing this game. And there's so much history and so much just great things have happened here. I mean, I saw Reggie in here today, and I'm like, you know, how do you hit 3 home runs in a World Series game? I mean, come on. It's just things like that. As soon as the door opens, you look up to see who's coming in next. And, you know, if you can't enjoy that as a player, then I mean, it's a great place to play baseball.
Well, if this is your last game at Yankee Stadium, can you believe what you've been witnessing the last 2 months?
No, I mean, I think everybody. I hope that, you know, we don't let this just sink in until we accomplish what we're trying to do. And, you know, we've been good at that in the past, as far as realizing that, you know, this game means nothing unless you win the 4 games. And that still holds true. I mean, you know, that trophy doesn't come in here until you win 4 games. And, you know, you got Johnson, you got Schilling that are the National League best, and we got to prove that we can beat them in Arizona 1 game.
Cal Ripken said last trip to each ballpark he tried to take a little bit more of it in than he has in the past. Have you been doing the same thing?
You know, there's times that, you know, you look back and remember a big hit you got here or a big win there. You know, ideally you'd like to do great every last day at anything. I don't care what it is, but you know, it's so much different because this is a World Series. This just isn't a game that, you know, means nothing throughout the season, where you've clinched a division or something like that, or you're out of a division. I mean, this is New York Yankees. We're in the middle of a World Series, so it's so much different than just taking everything for granted.
What did it mean when they chanted your name in the outfield? What did it mean to you when you heard that, what the fans did?
I don't know that I have an answer for that. I mean, you know, the fans here have been great. I mean, to think that 55,000 people can respect what you've done. I mean, obviously it's a great feeling. And I could have loved nothing better than to walk up and hit a home run and waved all of them on the way out. But it didn't happen that way. But I go home feeling great because we're up 3-2. And I mean, 72 hours ago we were down 0-2. So that's a huge difference. And in the way we got there, I mean, you know, I hope some people have the VCRs running, because I mean, there were some unbelievable things happened here the last couple of days.
That was vintage Paul O'Neill. You know, it's too bad young players can't feel these things that the Paul O'Neills and the Mark Graces do about what's happening in their careers, what's happened in their careers. He's been an amazing Yankee. He really has.
He really has. And you know, that's the most I've heard him actually talk about.
He never has.
Things like that. And I think it's sinking in. That was his last appearance at Yankee Stadium. And what a way to go out. The VCRs must have been running, I hope they were, in the O'Neill home, because those last 2 games are unforgettable. He was part of them. 55,000 people saluted him individually in the 9th inning at Yankee Stadium in a World Series game.
Yeah. Well, he's known his wife Neville since kindergarten, and she was there in the ballpark smiling through it all, and for the record, he grounded out in his last Yankee Stadium at bat. And when the Yankees of the future come back and sit in that clubhouse, he'll be one of those Yankees like Yogi and Reggie that walk through the door, they hope. Meanwhile, as we continue, let's talk about Chuck Knobloch, 0 for 13 in the World Series. He leads off things for the New York Yankees off of Albie Lopez in the bottom of the 12th inning. And comes through.
He does, and we didn't expect it. He was 0 for the series. He gets the looping single to center and scores the game-winning run in Game 5.
Imagine what those guys are thinking out of the locker room, what they've been through the last 2 games.
No, I mean, obviously it's games like these are heartbreaking. You know, if you get blown out in a game, it's a lot easier to deal with it. But you know, I can't imagine what they're going through, and you know, you don't really think about it, you know, when you're on the opposing side, on the winning side. But I'm sure it's tough. But you know, they're going home and they're confident at home, and I know they're not going away. And you know, it'll be a tough game, more games when we get out there.
Chuck, when Bro hit that ball, I mean, how absurd was it? I mean, what went through your mind to think that this could happen 2 nights in a row?
No, it's very remarkable. I mean, just when you thought you've seen it all, you know, somebody jumps up and surprises you again, and you know, it's not out of nowhere, but it's the chances of things like that happening are you know, slim to none, and you know, hopefully we don't have to go to that well again.
Every day.
There are only a handful of men in baseball history who can imagine what the surging adrenaline that courses through your veins at that moment you change a World Series game in the sport that you love. And as the guys talked last night, it's the kind of thing you dream about in Little League when you're 8 or 9 years old. And now Scott Brocious knows, like Tino Martinez and Derek Jeter did last night, what it feels to do that.
And you could see last night, Tino, I've never seen him that pumped up. Now, think
like,
about it. Right,
yeah.
He was grinding it out. And then Jeter the same way. I mean, he leapt about 10 feet in the air when he hit home plate. And then tonight, Brocious, before he even left the batter's box, was pumping his fist.
Right.
He knew it was gone. That's the beauty of it.
Let's go back to Yankee Stadium and hear from Scott Brocious.
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously you couldn't write a better script for excitement out there. We'd sure love to score some runs a little bit earlier in the game. You don't want to try to make a habit of doing that. But man, it's just, you know, been just 2 absolutely electric nights at the stadium. It's been a lot of fun.
Did you say what you were looking for, Scott, in that situation? What you were looking for coming to the plate? What went through your mind?
Well, again, I mean, I don't have home run on my mind. That's for sure. I mean, that's. You know, that's not who I am. I don't hit home runs like that. So I was just looking for something in the zone and just try to hit something hard and you know, kind of keep a rally going. And just fortunate it went up in the air.
He's getting out of the jam in the 11th. How big was that?
That was huge, no question. You know, that's what Mo's been, though. I mean, he's just been, you know, in the postseason. He just doesn't seem to get touched, and you know, he wiggled his way out and made some great pitches and got those huge outs with the bases loaded.
I'll say they did. Meanwhile, there are some people in baseball that don't like the Yankees. You know, that may come as a shock to some. And if those people see another shot of Derek Jeter screaming with his fist in the air, they're going to go crazy. But there he was again in the middle of it all, his team winning in the 12th inning. Let's go back to the stadium and hear what Derek Jeter was talking about.
You know, Paul was saying it's so unbelievable that, you know, 72 hours you're down 2-0, and the way you've been able to fight back and win 3 straight, the way you've been able to do it. Is it hard to believe?
Well, we take it one game at a time. You know, we never looked at it as being down 2 games. We focus on every game as it comes. Just like now when we go into Game 6, we don't sit around and say we have a 3-2 lead. We take it like it's the last game of the season.
When you imagine what they're feeling over there after 2 nights like this?
Well, they're not out, so I mean, you know, I'm sure they have a lot of confidence going home. Randy Johnson on the mound, so you know, you have to forget about this game.
Can you talk about Mussina got out of that jam also with a runner on third base and no out?
It was huge. You know, he pitched real well. He made 2 mistakes, and they capitalized on those mistakes. But other than that, you know, he pretty much dominated them.
You know, if this is obviously the last game at Yankee Stadium, I guess you gave the fans their money's worth again tonight.
Well, I think they enjoyed themselves.
And Derek Jeter is not injured. He's been icing that shoulder up since spring training when he did feel something in there, but that's been an everyday thing. Meanwhile, Mike, as we go to break, we're going to look at some of the amazing pitching numbers of the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Yankees, as I mentioned earlier, have not had back-to-back hits in any of the 5 games except Game 2, and that was once. 36 innings, 19 hits, 4 earned runs in 36 innings. 16 of the 29 runs in the series are scored on home runs. Same true tonight, pretty much. Arizona had 14 of their 19 runs in the first 6 innings. The Yankees have, well, they've tended to be a little bit more dramatic. 6 of their 10 runs after the 6th. We'll be back.
Knicks fans, the orange and blue are back. Catch Spree and company as they battle the Hornets live from Charlotte Friday night, only on MSG Network.
Hi, I'm Howie. Each week, join Lisa and me for Play It Up on MSG Network. Play It Up is a special show just for kids, where you learn some cool things about your favorite Rangers and Knicks.
And have it, and sometimes I might fake and take 2 dribbles like this,
I mean, just like this.
We're going to go on the coaster.
That's Play It Up, Saturday mornings at 10 on MSG Network.
2 thumbs up.
All right.
It's a shocking fact that violent crime doubles in the hour after school. And it doesn't help that over 200,000 of New York's most vulnerable kids have nowhere to go when the bell rings. So by offering educational, artistic, and athletic activities, Cheering for Children's Solid Ground After School program supports initiatives that put 30,000 local kids back on the right track. Madison Square Garden is committed to this program, but we need your help. We're asking you to buy a personalized paving stone, which will be set at the main entrance. Your contribution will make you a part of the garden and a part of these kids' lives. So please, call now.
One of the NHL's original franchises, a tradition as old as New York sports itself. There are no more devoted fans anywhere, and New Yorkers love their Broadway blue shirts. Messier, Leach, Richter, Lindros, Sam, JD, and the MSG crew bring you award-winning coverage from pregame to postgame and everything in between. New York Rangers hockey on MSG. The Rangers head for Florida to battle the Panthers Saturday night on MSG.
Welcome back to the Sports Desk. Mike Crispino here. Al Traub will return in just a moment for more Yankee postgame coverage. Other sports going on around the area and around the country. Earlier tonight, or I should say yesterday, the New Jersey Devils made it 6 in a row with a 5-2 win over the Phoenix Coyotes at the Meadowlands. And they had a huge first period, scored 3 in the first. 9-minute mark, Patrick Elias, a slapper from the blue line, finds the back of the net, and the Devils led it 1-0. They have a Swedish rookie by the name of Andreas Salomonsson, 163rd pick in the draft from Randy McKay. He gave New Jersey a 2-0 lead on the rebound. Then John Madden comes streaking in off the right wing, sends the puck in front. Sergei Nemchinov there to chip it in, and the Devils had an insurmountable 3-0 lead. The goaltending of Martin Brodeur was outstanding tonight. 22 saves for him. He stops the former Maple Leaf, Sergei Berezin, for one of the 22 as the Devils won it by a final of 5-2. Well, Michael Jordan and the Wizards are now 1-1 in Jordan's comeback, and Jordan had a big night. He's now averaging 25 points a game after getting 31 in Atlanta tonight. Jordan, with some good hustle by his teammates, streaks in, cutting without the basketball for a dunk. He was 9 of 20 in the first half, had 19 points. Second half, vintage Jordan here, driving to the goal, a reverse, hanging in the air, left-handed. He got it to go. 13 of 30 for Jordan overall, 31 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. Wizards won it 98-88. Baseball news, the Astros named a new manager. It's Jimmy Williams, the former American League Manager of the Year in '99 with the Red Sox. He takes over. This is his 3rd team. Texas Rangers have a new general manager. It's the former Indian general manager, John Hart. That's the story in baseball, but there's more, of course, from Yankee Stadium coming up in just a moment here on MSG. We'll be right back with that. Stay with us.
This election really matters. It's about 2 candidates and 2 sets of policies. I'm supporting Mike Bloomberg, and Mike Bloomberg is a leader, tough, capable, and with the vision and drive to stand up to the special interests and get things done. Mike will build on what we've accomplished. Policies that reduce crime, kept taxes and spending in check, and spurred economic development and jobs. And on the massive challenge of rebuilding, Mike Bloomberg has the financial and economic expertise New York needs. He understands business, he understands jobs, he has the right plans to rebuild. This is not a time for a return to politics as usual. We can't afford higher taxes, losing jobs, or unbalanced budgets. Talk won't solve problems. leadership will. It's been an honor to be your mayor for 8 years. You may not have always agreed with me, but I gave it my all. I love this city, and I'm confident it will be in good hands with Mike Bloomberg.
Other airline credit cards give you 1 mile for every dollar you spend. But only the Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express gives you that. Plus, you'll always get double miles at supermarkets, drugstores, and on Delta tickets. On top of 5,000 bonus miles just for getting the card. Watch how quickly all those extra miles add up to your free vacation travel. We can't say the Delta Sky Miles credit card is twice as good as other airline credit cards, but you might. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES to apply now.
We hope he does, but he may never recover. Young Kim, 2 blown saves, 1 loss. In 3 1/3 innings, he gave up 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 unbelievable runs, and 3 home runs. The rest of the Arizona staff was lights out. Miguel Batista, even Brian Anderson, Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling. They're 2-2 now with a 1.03 ERA, trying to figure out how exactly this is possible. In Game 6, Andy Pettitte, who's been solid in this postseason in spite of his 2-2 record, look at the ERA. He gives the Yankees a chance to win every time out. He'll face Randy Johnson, and the Yankees will try to do something against him that they didn't do in Game 2, and that is get some runs. 3-1 with a 1.36 ERA is Randy Johnson. You know, in the postseason, Randy Johnson's just average against everybody else, but against the Yankees, he is awesome.
Well, the Yankees have the great left-hand hitting, and he does neutralize left-hand hitters. So it's going to be a gamble, as Michael Kay was saying earlier. What lineup is Joe Torre going to go to? I don't know. I have no idea. I think he's going to go to the left-handers.
I think Tino's in there. I do. I just have that feeling. But we'll find out. I think Paul O'Neill...
Yeah, he may give O'Neill a shot at it.
We'll see, although Shane Spencer's played so well.
He has.
He's really made all the contributions.
Not Justice, though. I think Justice got to sit down.
No, I think he's done. Missing that pitch by 2 feet today.
9 strikeouts and 11 at-bats.
Yeah.
Got to go.
All right, let's go back to Yankee Stadium. Anthony Fucilli is talking to Mariano Rivera, who was great for 1 inning, and then he was Houdini in the 2nd.
Have you seen it all now?
It's going to be more. It's going to be more. I believe it. It's going to be more.
How did you get out of that jam? What was going through your mind there?
Nothing. I had my mind empty in that moment. I was pitching with men on bases, and I was pitching like with nobody on base. I mean, I was so confident. I was so calm in that situation that sometimes I just can't believe it. But I know it's not me, though. It's that in me. It's him in me. As the Lord. I keep it telling you guys. I keep it telling you. As the Lord. Believe me. When you guys gonna believe in that?
You might be right. What were you thinking when Brocious gets up with 2 outs?
Hey, I was thinking the same thing that I was thinking yesterday. We're gonna win. We're gonna tie this game. We're gonna win this game. And we did. Didn't we?
You did.
Exactly.
I think now you would have to say that this team has something behind them, maybe destiny?
It's not destiny. It's no coincidence. It's blessings. And that's the Lord. That's the Lord how it works like that. You know, it's no coincidence for him. You know, when you bless some team, he's blessing this thing, and there's no coincidence on that.
Final question, could you pitch again tomorrow if needed? I mean, Saturday, you'll be okay?
Are you kidding? You ain't kidding, ain't you?
Your arm's okay? Everything's good?
100%.
Are you kidding?
I love the way guys look at Fuchs. Yeah, it's just
He's usually looking down, but...
Are you kidding? Well, Mariano...
No coincidence, huh? That was a good line.
He's a man of great faith, as you can tell in that interview, and the one thing he has found since giving up that home run to Sandy Alomar in 1997 in the ALDS, he's found a way to find that peace. He really does. I mean, he knows what the deal is. He knows the runners are out there, but he does have a way of finding great peace on the mound. It's unbelievable that he can pitch through all this stress.
Amazing calmness. And I mean, the record he has in postseason is astounding. It'll never be broken. I can't imagine it could ever be broken. And you have Byung-Hyun Kim, the young reliever of Bob Brenly and the Arizona Diamondbacks, who's had 2 crushing defeats now in these last 2 games. Rivera bounced back from that. Now, can Kim bounce back this quickly in Game 6 and 7, if they need him in 7, if there is a 7 for Arizona. I mean, Bob Brenly's got a real difficult decision to make. If Randy Johnson doesn't pitch a complete game in Game 6, does he go to Kim again in Game 6 after what happened in Game 4 and 5?
Well, he said today that he asked Kim if he was okay, and he was. And now you wonder if he asks him again if he's okay, and he says he is.
But does he believe him this time?
That's what I want to know. So let's recap. The Yankees now have won 10 straight World Series games at home.
Amazing.
Who does that? And now they're the first team in Major League Baseball World Series history to come back in the 9th inning twice.
Back to back. After it happened twice in how many years? 90 or 100 years?
Very strange. All right, certainly Tino Martinez knows all about the late inning magic. Let's go back to Yankee Stadium.
You talk about the way this team got out of the 2 jams, Musina and also Rivera, the way that you guys were able to get out of that.
That was great. I mean, Moose pitched a great game. You know, he deserved to win, but didn't get it. But to get out of that jam and get Luis Gonzalez in that situation, that was just a huge inning right there, huge pick us up. You know, that gave us a little bit of life right there and gave us a chance to win.
I know you're only up, you're up 3-2 now, but just your thoughts going now back to Arizona and maybe what that team is thinking about what they've gone through the last 2 games.
Well, I don't know what they're thinking, but you know, we wanted to come in here and try to win our 3 games, and we did that. And now we got to go to Arizona, and it's going to be tough, but just got to go out Saturday and try to find ways to win.
Try to find a way to win. Meanwhile, the Arizona Diamondbacks, which they could have done that at Yankee Stadium, there are people who just have to be in disbelief. They come here 2-0, I mean, lights out with those 2 pitchers, and then lose these 3 games the way they did.
This series should be over. I mean, from their perspective.
You could argue that if he doesn't mess around with the pitching, the series could be over in Arizona's favor. We like to get the Arizona Diamondbacks perspective, and we're going to get that tonight from Luis Gonzalez. Let's go back to Yankee Stadium.
How does this team, I mean, you're not capable of it, but just forget about what has happened?
Well, I think once we get on the flight, we'll be focused in on the game Saturday. I mean, this is a veteran ball club. We've been down before. A lot of people have expected us out. We came in here up 2. We lost 3, but we'll bounce right back. I mean, there's a lot of pride in here. A lot of guys been playing way too long to give up. So our team's going to be all right. We're going to come right back at them Saturday.
And the confidence that you have Randy Johnson on the mound also has to be comforting.
Well, we got confidence in everybody. I mean, nobody expected Batista to go out and pitch the way he did, but the guys in our locker room. So, you know, obviously some of the plays that happened out here tonight. I mean, Reggie, we thought made a perfect throw to the plate, and it took a weird hop. And you know, we're just excited to get back, going back to our house.
All right, they've got the positive attitude. Meanwhile, before we sign off, we're going to relive the bottom of the 9th inning one more time as this unfolded. Remember, B.K. Kim, 60 pitches yesterday. Bob Brenly brings him in. The first man he faces is Jorge Posada. The joint is starting to sound a little noisy because of Kim's presence, but they've been quiet for so long. Jorge Posada took care of that.
He had a good cut at it, too, and he went with it down the left field line. It was misplayed by Batista there, and it allowed Posada to get the second. He probably would have doubled anyway, but that seemed to get the juices flowing because you knew it wasn't a force-out situation.
But wait, the karma's still not great as Spencer can't advance the runner, and now there's 1 out with Posada stuck on second base. The next hitter is Chuck Knobloch. Not a good at-bat. A check swing in the bottom of the 9th inning, 2 away. It brings up Scott Brocious, who looked at 1 pitch and then decided he liked the second one a lot more.
An awful lot. And he really jacked it. He pulled it. Brocious will do that. He's a good mistake pitch hitter. There was a mistake there. It was up belt high, and he delivered it with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning of the 5th game of the World Series.
The reactions of Kim and Bob Brenly. Brenly never moved. He just stared. He couldn't believe it. He didn't have to look at the ball land. He could tell from the moment it left Scott Brocious' bat that it was gone.
And Derek Jeter had to wait for a moment because it got up in the air. But then when he leapt out of the dugout, the Yankees knew they were tied up.
I really liked seeing that for Kim from the Diamondback teammates. Then in the 12th inning, Albie Lopez is on. A starter asked to be a reliever here. Not for the first time at all, but certainly he had to watch Chuck Knobloch stroke a single to center field, ending an 0-for-13 run. Then Scott Brocious came to the plate and laid down a perfect sacrifice bunt, as you said, after missing on the first try.
He kind of lined it up the second time. You could see, having missed it the first time, gave him an opportunity to get a feel for it and laid it down the first baseline. That's where he's got to go with it.
Runner in scoring position for Alfonso Soriano. Second hit of the game. This guy's had a great postseason. Maybe not yesterday, but tonight He's one of the Yankee heroes as it bounces off the glove of the catcher, and the Yankees celebrate for the second straight night the same way. Extra innings and bottom of the ninth magic. Jerry Colangelo, he's seen his Phoenix Suns go down badly like this, and now he's seen his Arizona Diamondbacks go down.
You have to feel, I mean, they have to feel snake-bitten now. Come on. They come here, they could have won all 3 games. They win none of those games.
Diamondbacks, snake-bitten.
Snake-bitten.
Nicely done, Mike.
They have the snakes on the hat.
Well, I hope you make it back tomorrow night.
Well, I'd like to be here.
I mean, Yankee fans might look at you as some sort of a good luck charm here.
You think?
Well,
maybe you're a good luck charm. You've been around how many years?
I don't
5
think so.
titles, or 4 titles, maybe 5.
I think it's K.
You think it's K?
He's the City Hall guy.
Yeah,
all right, so once again, in Game 6, it is Andy Pettitte going up against Randy Johnson. I don't know why. We've said it before. You think the Yankees are going to find a way, and then you get to the middle of these games and you say to yourself,
no way.
Maybe there is no way to find this way. And I don't know. I don't know how you explain something like this.
Tonight you're sitting there watching this game and you're saying to yourself, they can't hit. And Michael Kay said they're swinging at pitches they don't normally swing at, pitches in the dirt. They're too anxious.
And we were talking about this early in the game. Shane Spencer's first at bat, 3-0, and he's swinging.
Or 3-1. I mean, it's
against a pitcher who was great on the game, but who had bad stuff at that time in that at bat.
Could they have a breakout game somewhere? Maybe. Is there one in here somewhere?
We were saying that last night, that Joe Torre often says, you know, they're due. And you look at this lineup and you say, you know, they're due to have an easy offensive game.
When is Bernie Williams going to get a hit?
Yeah.
He has not had a hit, right?
All right, Game 6, Saturday. The Yankees will be in Arizona, and we will have the same post-game coverage that we had tonight, only better. We're going to improve it. It's the G Post-Game Report right here on MSG. Thanks for joining us. Dave Seisler is our director, Dave Patterson our producer, Doug Morrison providing packages, Kyle Carney as well, Linton Tritus, our entire crew here in New York. We'll see you Saturday night.
Losada is the base runner, so Broch is, of course, the tying run with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. Now Kim, 1-0. Swung on and hit in the air to deep left. That ball's high. It is far. It is good. I don't believe it. Once again, deja vu. A 2-out, game-tying 2-run home run by Scott Brochus. Probably the most unbelievable feat in World Series history. Scott Brochus ties the game with a 2-run home run.
A lot of the right side is open. Now Counsell backpedals. The 2-1. Swung on line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Charging is Sanders. Grounding third is Knobloch. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He slides. He's in there. The Yankees win. They did it again. The Yankees win. And Knobloch is